Facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is Hit and Run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See truth drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Feel us from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckle scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud. It's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning the downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.
Be advised, all units over. Located are moving at high speed through downtown Dallas.
A once quiet farm town turned home to one of the largest and fastest growing Indian communities in America.
Where are you from?
India.
From India?
I'm from India.
South India.
I'm an H1B.
I'm into IT.
Motherland India or Texas, USA?
Obviously, motherland India.
Obviously,
Obviously, motherland India.
as the Indian population exploded from 3% to 33% of the population since the year 2000, many Texans are outraged, declaring there has been an Indian invasion. But how are all these Indians coming to Texas? And is Frisco the only town in Texas where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air? I pulled up to the Frisco Town Hall meeting to witness the clash of heritage Texans and their new Indian neighbors. We need
It's a mess. It is a mess. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another Hit and Run. We're back again. And throughout our series, as you could tell, we had talked about dealing with the Somalis in Minnesota. You know, we jumped over to New Jersey and went into the Hasidic Jewish community from Jackson and also Lakewood. And now we're here. This one hits a little closer to home for our brother here, Fearless, because he's right there in the thick of it. He's watching this happen real time live. We brought it up last week during one of our lives, and now we're going to get into it. And our brother Tyler Oliveira, the YouTuber that does a lot of investigation, that actually we have been tracking him because every time we've gotten into a conversation, he beat us to it. So why not? You know, it's a form of flattery. But right there in Frisco, Texas, there's been a huge population explosion since 2000 of 600% in the Asian community, 4% of which are Indian immigrants. So as Fearless, who works for a conglomerate there that's a Japanese-owned company, he's watched this happen. He has people that work with him there and other corporations, and then we're going to go through and see that there's a lot of dummy corporations that are employing H1B visa holders and F1 holders. Now, F1, that's really about getting your education. You're over here as a student. You're not really supposed to be working. You're not really supposed to be running companies. You're not really supposed to be owning anything. You're supposed to be just a student, but yet and still they're here doing a whole bunch of things they shouldn't be. So we're going to get into that. We're going to welcome my brother Fearless right there in the middle of your hometown. You're being invaded, and I don't think you necessarily like what you see.
I don't know. Let me see. I'm trying to put my license so, you know, I can cover up everywhere to just say where I am at. Let me make sure I'm not sharing no private information on it. I think that's good. So you can see, right? Oh, let's see. Where is that? Say, oh, I'm going the wrong way. Man, it's so difficult. See that? Frisco, Texas. That's where I'm at. And the demographics have changed since I've been here. You know what it is? It's actually the Caucasian persuasion that is actually more upset with anything. And
well, you know, that's a good old boy network. The whole reason why there's a Juneteenth and everything else. So this is old habits die hard type of situation that's going on, especially in Texas.
well, you know, when I came here, and I'm gonna, and this is kind of sad. There ain't no blacks here. There's very little blacks.
Really? I'm shocked.
Very, very little blacks. And let's see. I think I just looked this up. And I don't want to say, you know, there are certain reasons why, but I'll share this with you. Average medium income. So if you see, if I can blow this up for you, the average medium income is 150,000. So this is not like the place where you say, oh man, you know, these people are doing bad. So even the Indians that come here, the average medium income is 150. If
That's
I go
still
to,
above the national average, isn't it?
oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you don't see the poor people, the other places, they know how to keep people out. So, you know, 34% of the households in Frisco earn $200,000 a year or more. So you're not seeing just the average people. So when they come and live here, most of the time, and I'm going to share this one too. Let's see if I can.
I mean, this was the same area where the two kids got into it, and the one guy stabbed one of the kids. That's all
why,
the same area.
That's why. That's why. What's his name? Charleston White said, "Dude is done. Dude is done." You don't see any type of. You don't see that type of crime. You don't see no murders. Just in housing. So this is the housing. So when, you know, the average house is, you know, 700 to 800,000. That's an average house. So you will see that the multi-million-dollar houses. This is where the Cowboys come out and play. So just the average houses are almost $1 million. But the reason I say that is, think about it. You have a group that is coming from another country, and they're able to come to a wealthy place and go up like that. A group coming from somewhere else. So this is what happens.
Aren't they coming over? If they're coming over with the H1B visa, let's be clear. That means they almost have a damn near guaranteed job in a tech organization.
Yes.
So they're already being offered six figures coming through the door, and probably assisted on moving over, because I know a lot of companies give you per diem, or they even help arrange finding a home for you, depending on how the contract is written. No. Sometimes that works out. I don't know.
I'm going to tell you kind of how it works out a little bit. Okay. So what happened in this area, and in the Plano, McKinney, Prosper, they're all suburbs.
Yeah, all the townships around the Frisco area. Yeah.
Texas was very good. especially in this area, they got the Universal coming, PGA golf. I mean, it just expanding, and they gave a lot of credits to corporations coming here. Frito-Lay, Capital One, Boeing, Toyota, FedEx, all of them migrated to these places. There's even a street called Headquarters Way. All these billion, high level corporations moved here, and a lot of them were in tech. And so when they came into tech, they said, well, we need, individuals to come and do it. And it's really the subcontractors or the contractors. So like where I work, I'm what you would consider a team member. I work for the company, but we contract a lot out. And that's where the scams come in, because they recruited like Tata, all of these places started recruiting all of these people. Some of them aren't even qualified, but they were able to get them in, and they play the game because they get contracts with these corporations, and you're constantly using their people. And
and we're going to get into that with Tyler's videos, which we can get into when you're ready. But yeah, he's going to go through and show you guys a lot of these pretend puppet type of storefronts that have all these employees that were hired under H1B visas, but they're empty. It's similar to Somalia, where they had all these different childcare locations and healthcare locations, but there really wasn't enough to keep those businesses open unless you were doing something funny.
And the reason being, before you play that, I can't go into detail because I do some hiring, and I don't want to give too many examples, but I'll say an example. We may hire a contractor at $180 an hour. He's not getting that much. Usually half of it's going to that Tata, and half of it's going to the contractor. Maybe not even, sometimes not even half. If they're not intelligent enough to know how to negotiate their deal, that 180, they may get $50 an hour. And that corporation is that contracting place is taxing all that money. They don't care who works. I'll get interviews we're trying to get one job filled, and they just throw anybody in there because all they need to do is just fill it. And we're going to show you how they game the system. We'll bring somebody in and they'll fake interview. The person you think you hire is not the person you hired. They just, they'll bring somebody over here on that H1B one. And I think you have to be continually employed, and they'll just ghost them, and they'll be circulating all of those people. But you still got to realize, even if they're making half of that money, those guys are, you figure if I'm paying 180 an hour and they're making, the $90, they're still at like $200,000. And it won't just be like the husband. It'll be the husband, the wife. So they're creating a generational wealth of income. We're going to go through this to even show, and I showed Ronan prior to this, the school district in Frisco is ranked one of the top in the nation, and especially in Dallas, in Texas, and in the nation. And they make sure they move to the area so they can educate their kids. Go ahead. I don't want to get too deep. We'll go in as we go to just say how they've set up an entire system that benefits them. And I've seen this coming since I've been in college, man. And I'll tell this story in college, and then we can segue. When I was in college, there was a limited number of parking spaces that you had on campus. So we had a shuttle. So on the shuttle, you'd park off campus, or you had an apartment, and the shuttle would take you from campus and drop you off. When I would get on the shuttle, I'd be like one of the only brothers in there. The one stop, and there'd be like Indians, it's a mix because it's a shuttle. But the one stop, every Indian person would get off of the ship. That means the shuttle. All of them lived in the same location. And this is what they would do. Whenever you would see a community, or you would see a school, And you're like, man, why are we getting all these Indians, to come to the same school? They send the first group, and that group keeps, they make it great for the next generation. Every test that was taken, everything, all of that is documented. So when the other people that was engineers coming through, they had all the tests. They had already knew all the professors. They knew, this professor gives this test, this is this. All of that was taken care of for them, because that community was like, if one of you guys make it, all of you guys make it. And it was, and it was so difficult that I couldn't get that from a brother. If I'm trying to ask a brother for help, it's like, I ain't telling you nothing. They ain't sharing no information. They not giving nothing. That is not how it is in the barrel, man.
Yeah.
In the Indian community, they are sharing is caring. Each one teach one. And that's how they become successful. And I'll say one more story. As we get in, I'll tell you. The department, I won't even say department. I'm in one tech. I don't know how broaden it. But let's just say a couple of my teams that may have 75% Indians. I've always wondered, what if I hired 75% blacks? Would they look at me funny?
Hell yeah. What you mean?
Nobody.
You already know they would.
Nobody bats an eye when it's 75% Indian. Not even a when your contractors are all Indian, nobody bats an eye.
But that's the difference. It's a contractor bringing in other Indians, and that's more expensive.
No, even when it's team members bringing them in, man. I had some. I got to kind of.
The hiring managers, are they also Indian?
Yes, because
HR, are they also Indian?
No,
wait.
Because that's how it goes.
Isn't HR? Do HR have some Indians in there running the HR department?
No, because it's not. Here's the thing: it's not HR that hires the people. So if I'm a manager, I say I need this type of position, and all they do is just help put that out and put it on the web. You have a hiring manager, and that can be the same person as the interviewer. So the interviewer come in and, oh, I like you. That's it. You're the person. And I've seen it where there were guys in the department that had been there a long time, and they're like, I'm out. I'm like, why are you leaving? And they say it subtly, but they let you know, I'm not welcomed here. And I'm like, what you mean you're not welcome here?
They can see the writing on the wall.
Yep.
Plus, here's the thing:
of the Caucasian persuasion.
Cheaper. Can't they hire those cheaper than the going rate for those positions as well? Doesn't that also help with the hiring process, or do y'all flat rate give them everything that you normally would give a regular person?
No, because they'll hire for a position, and those positions already have so we got away from. I'm not sure how other companies. We got away from. There was a big pay gap. Meaning you could have two people working for the same position, making two different slices of money. We got to where we said, nah, this is our standard fee. But man, I've seen them work behind the scenes where they say every year this goes up, they make sure their contract that they send in, it fluctuates with that. They're like, we're going to get they'll change the name of the position, or I'm sorry, the skill level of the position to make sure that is the most high earner. I'll just take, like, instead of a junior scrum master, that person is going to be a senior scrum master. Instead of this, there'll be that. And they're making sure that at every end, they got it taken care of.
We're going to have to open up the panel later because Drew already got pushback for you, brother. But let's get this video going. And we'll stop here. It's going to be a short clip, and then we'll get into some other things.
Drew, explain that to me, and maybe I can.
Has exploded 33% of the population over the past 20 years, a 4,510% increase. And there might be a lot of people here that are coming here legally, but there also seems to be some red flags with the H1B visa program. And the question is, are Indian people using that to bring people over?
So you're telling me Frisco's turning into Little Mumbai at this rate?
That's what people like to call it these days.
I'm okay.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Right,
brother, I couldn't get that from a brother. No. Look, I've sat down with my 401k and tried to go over it with brothers. Like, look, the company's doing this, this, and this. I have never, and who did I share? I shared that with today. I said, I have never gotten information shared. I've tried to, with our people, I've sat down and said, man, this the test you need to take. This is what gets you there. This is how you get there. Never. They independent contractors. And I'm not talking about a worker. I'm just saying they independent in all aspects. There's no each one teach one. There's no help. Even when I was in college and would try to study, I was an athlete and I would try to study with brothers. Man, they'd be over there doing, I don't know what they wasn't studying together. And when you look at the other people, they study in a group all the time. And the sad thing is, when I was like one of the top people in my class, if a brother came to me or said, hey, how you do this? What's the answer? When I would tell them how to do it, the second I would tell them, they would go to somebody else to validate it. Like, is this right? And I'm like, bro, I can't help you no more. Because what you're saying is you're coming to me for the answers. I give you the answers and you have to validate it with either someone of a different persuasion. That means you don't trust my word anyway. So don't come here. And I've said it on this show. Through promotions, I've never had a brother come to me and say, help give me a promotion, and never even just shared the information. Like, we have certain things that when you go from one level to another level, just certain things you should know as a manager.
Right. You should have mentors within the company that are upper echelon that are looking down and saying, who's the next one that's going to move up the ranks, and let me help him out and give him a lending hand and get him up here. And they don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Or they give you, it's like the information is a secret. It's like, I'm gonna give you just a smidget, but not enough to go there and not enough to get you to a certain place.
See, and let me equate that out to the military. We train differently. We train to have somebody replace us so that we can achieve a mission. So if we know mission critical things, we teach the ranks below us how to get it done so that if I go down, the mission gets completed. There's no ego involved. But in corporate America, is like, if you out train or teach somebody how to do everything you do, then why wouldn't your management team or the people above you say, hey, I can get this guy to do the same thing for less. Let me get rid of you. So then it's not job security. So in corporate America, they worry about job security more than they worry about anything else. More than
that's not even how we work. Where we work at, let's see, I'm thinking of my boss. Everybody knows more than my boss. That's not his job. His job is to be a visionary for the future. How can I remove obstacles out the way? So that's how he gets graded. And he gives the accolade. So it doesn't matter how you get there. You know, shine all you want. Doesn't bother him.
No, I get it.
But with us,
sales organizations are kind of like that. And I'm sure others, you don't work in that kind of branch where you have to worry about, you know, people gleaning off of your expertise, and that's what they're there for. Like, my mentality, even in sales, was I was getting a commission off of anybody that worked under me. So if I can make a whole bunch of little mini me's, I can work less and continue to train little mini me's instead of me having to do the heavy lifting. You know, and if they got all the accolades, hey, guess what? I don't care. The job's getting done. More money's being made because I can only do one thing. If I have a whole bunch of teams of mini me's, they can do many things. So that's my mentality. I didn't care about my overall sales number. I cared about my team sales number because it still made me money. But a lot of people don't think like that in corporate America. But just to dispel some of the things that Tyler was saying, it's 33% population on a 232% or 232,000 city population. Now, understand, there was only 33,000 people in 2000. That's a 600. He was saying something like a 4,000 plus increase. It's a 600% increase in a very small amount of time. That means, you know, roadways, everything has to be developed as well to handle that type of population explosion.
Oh, they handled it well. They this is like one of the large McKinney, Prosper, Frisco, one of the largest housing booms.
But you can see how they, even with this metropolis growth, they started off with the farmland. It got into the expansion in 2022 or 2024, and now look at it, population growth. So even with that, it started off looking more rural. Now it's more industrial and city, not industrial, but more city-like.
But here's the crazy thing. I wanted to go out. It just was raining so bad today that I couldn't go out. I wanted to drive around to show you, you can go from a community, you know, with a 1,000 house community, and next to it will be some longhorns. You see a farm, a big 1,000-acre place with longhorns. So it still has that, which is weird to see.
I'm setting up the next clip.
No problem.
Let me know.
And here, the reason I come back on that, this to Drew, how many brothers are in STEM? I'm just even curious of my team. I'm the only brother. If I expand out to just beyond my team, I might be one or two. And if I go like in one tech, I mean, it would be, you know, less than, man, maybe 5.
But see, you even have to take that a little bit further. How many American-born Black Americans
now we don't want that.
FBA
brother, I might be one of
immigrants that were like
Nigerians. I was counting the Nigerians,
Haitian or something like that.
I was counting the
Nigerians. Then you got even less. You're even less of a percentage then.
Yep. I was counting
because
the
you know the immigrants from Black nations are all about STEMs. It's our culture, our country, people that do not necessarily focus on STEM so much.
But you know what we do? I know some brothers like we do the humanitarians, you know, what marketing, things like that, but not the technical stuff. And the marketing becomes so. That can be difficult within itself, but go ahead on that.
Yeah, I loved it. And I mean, that's where I started off at. When I first got out of the military, I was a tech. You know, I got out of the computer field. I've been around it since they were 8088s. So when I got out, I instantly went into tech. I went into marketing and selling network infrastructure. And so I rose through the ranks real fast because I already knew that shit inside and out. It wasn't nothing I had to be retaught. But yeah, a lot of brothers struggle with this stuff because they never took the time to learn. And yes, we have our nerdy brothers out there, but it's not the norm in our culture. But let me go ahead and play this clip and we'll push forward.
Law, I think it's a good thing.
But if the law has allowed Frisco's Indian population to go from less than 2% to almost 20% Indian in the last 20 years, turning Frisco into a majority-minority city, is the intent of these work visas bringing Indians to America to support our labor force or to replace it altogether?
The flag of the United States of America.
This is insurrection. This is the overthrow of the United States government, which is why 20 million people walked across that border. I can't go to Somalia and live, or Mexico. This is my home, America. The H1B visas, we don't need them. We don't, not right now, someday, but not now.
And now, as of late 2025, T-Mobile USA opened a global technology hub in Hyderabad, India that employs thousands of Indians while they're laying off Texans and Americans. They've even sent Americans to go train these Indians in India. T-Mobile USA could have easily opened up this technology hub in the United States of America, and they could have ran it out of one of the 2 Frisco offices on Warren Parkway. On top of that, T-Mobile spent $81.5 million on salaries for H1B employees in the United States in 2025, all salaries that could have went to Americans. Is it a coincidence that T-Mobile has a new Indian CEO as of November last year? Probably not. We are the end.
There you go. There's your accusation right there. Proven. Indian president comes in the office. Hey, let me ship all these jobs overseas so we can take advantage of it. Let's bring some Indians over here and give them 6-figure salaries. Jesus Christ. Talk about the setup. And here's the thing. All these cultures kind of mirror each other in a way. They find a place where they can seed themselves and they start to spread out and condense and control and start to disseminate what are the rules of the game, one, and you got to be aware they understand these rules. Now they're starting to get into city government. Now they're starting to get into the school districts. Now they're executing the same plans and things as we talked about with Somalia, as we talked about with the Hasidic Jews in Lakewood, and also expanding into Jackson. I mean, it is a repeatable thing that we're seeing over and over and time again. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Now this is, I know your buddy, and he may be listening to us. This is where
buddy?
I differ from obstacles.
Oh, God.
When we talk about obstacles, he talks about, hey, this is what I'm doing. This is where I'm great. And that's great as an individual. But why so many other people, and as an individual, he might be doing good, but the reason so many other races beat us because they don't look at themselves as the individual. And that may be good for him, but I'm going to tell you where it messes you up. Because we think, and maybe obstacles thinks, I'm smart and I can do it. You know, I've studied and I can get through. Other cultures, it don't even work that way, bruh. I was trying to look up the population of a high school I went to. This high school costs more than most Ivy League colleges. Why do parents send their kids there? I'm going to tell you why. Because in the summer, I remember in the summer of 10th grade, the one dude, his dad calls up another dad and says, my kid, I need him to intern somewhere. The one dad was a sitting judge. And he said, oh, well, he can come. I forgot what they call it, like his intern or book for me or something like that. He can do that for me for the summer. Kid wasn't smart. Kid just the average, even at this school, just the average kid. But dad put him in front of the most influential people because the judge was meeting with mayors, governors, all of that. And so they start to say, oh, his name gets around. He goes there as 10th grade, as 11th grade, as 12th grade. Now, when he gets out into college, he studies. And where does he go? Oh, he's already made friends with those people. They're on the golf course with those people. So by the time he graduates, it's already set up for him. And he doesn't have to be smart. And I'll tell you one thing that a lot of us don't do. We say, oh, corporate America. I don't want to do corporate America. Man, look, corporate America always has a culture.
Yes.
Once you can get into the culture of corporate America and they see it on your resume, they say, oh, man, you've worked for Google.
This company, that company. Oh, yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, we already know you know what you're doing.
Not even an issue to go from Google to Facebook to Amazon because you're already
from competition to competition. Are you kidding me? Just from reputation alone. I went from competing competition. I left CompUSA and went right to Icon. And they were happy to have me because I had won contracts from them to the company I worked for. So when I left that company, guess what relationships I brought over? A lot of that is relationship building. When you get into corporate sales, you get into a lot of things in corporate America, it becomes corporate relationships with the individual.
Correct.
So if you control that individual, you bring over that business because it's about trust and knowing somebody.
Yep.
So, and that's why we call it the good old boy network, especially in corporate America. You, like you said, you can have the densest mother in the room and he'll wind up running an office because he knew somebody.
And that's why when you look and you're looking at someone, you're like, how's this dude 30 years old? And he's like, he's way up here.
Right.
I've been working here all my life. And I'm below him. How did that happen?
And I know way more. Yeah.
It was those relationships. So that's where I differ at with obstacles. As an individual, you can be great, but that would never take your community anywhere. That won't even take your child anywhere because those are built on relationships that span. They're children of children. And I've always been told it's not who you know, it's who knows you.
Correct.
And that's how it goes. And that's the same with the Indian community. They get a few people there and they say, oh, I know the hiring manager at this place, and I know this person. And they keep it all resolved within their spots.
And that's one thing I have
and just like you said,
Hmm?
no, with the T-Mobile, you think that is a fluke. That's not a fluke.
They've been doing that for a while.
Just imagine he got on and said, look, we're going to get rid of all you natives, and I'm bringing these people on to train them. We don't do it. And I know Drew is saying, oh, that don't happen here. They don't do it. What Nigerian that says, man, I'm in and I'm about to take over and I'm bringing all my Nigerians over here? What even? Look, Obama, president of the United States. How many justices did Obama, black justices, did he bring to the Supreme Court?
Right.
0. We get in positions and we may hire a few of us, but we don't, because we don't want the optics to feel like, oh man, I've just hired a lot of black.
Yeah, you have preferential treatment toward a certain class of people, which are your own skin tone. They don't care.
As blacks, we don't do that. We don't have the optics.
No, we ain't got to get, Drew. You got to hold up, man. Hold up. But this is what I want to say real quick before we go to the next clip. This is the problem I had with Greeks, the Greek system in colleges and pledging. The whole point of joining pledging to these Greek units were supposedly because they had the inside track. There was a referral system. It was part of what we could consider the good old boy network. These people were supposed to be connected in different businesses and politics and other things, to where you should be able to call on your brother and sister within that Greek system and be introduced into somebody of note. That does not work. It never did, because you still have the crabs in the barrel mentality within the Greek system that brothers feel like you have to pay homage to them or damn near get on your hands and knees in order to get up. It's different when you're talking about other cultures. It's not a thing where you have to belittle yourself or be humiliated before they'll get you somewhere. They know it benefits the overall group if you're there. Not you got to pay homage to the fact that this person got you on board and you owe them something. That's the biggest beef I ever had.
I'm going to help answer Drew's question. This is a direct comparison. So of the percentage, and this is just when I was looking at the percentage of Asians, the percentage of Asians, I just went to Ohio State University. The percentage of Asians and blacks are the same in enrollment. It's nearly
who graduated.
Oh yeah, I'm saying just in STEM. I'll go to the graduation.
Mm-hmm.
Triple the amount of Asians are in STEM, and when it came to the medical field, they just blew that away. That's 25% on medical.
That's the enrollment part. How many stay and actually get their degrees? That's another thing. You can enroll all day long. Are you going to make it? Are you going to stay? I can tell you from my own personal experience. I was enrolled. I had a master's degree program I was enrolled in, but life happened. I dropped and went in the Marine Corps. I was in an architectural program, 5-year program to get my master's. You see where I'm at. So life happens. So, and our parents are not as forgiving as some other ethnic groups where they want you to stay in college. They're not going to push you at 18 or 19 to get out of the house if you don't have a job or go to college or all these other things that our culture is built in systemically to do automatically. You're 18 years old, you're a grown adult. You need to, no, you're not. You're still developing. And did you train your kid to live on their own? You teach them how to pay bills? Did you teach them about fiscal responsibility? Did you do any of those things? Or are you throwing them out to the wolves to figure it out on their own? And that's a lot of things that we do, but I'm going to go ahead and push this button for the next one.
Wait, before you do that,
what do you study?
Computer science.
This is the real difference. I looked up the thing, and I go into majors. So the graduation rate is about the same. We graduate in our people.
Okay.
But it's the majors. We're majoring in sociology, psychology, and political science.
But the majority of those are what? They're females, not males.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what we're majoring in. And we're going into
Right.
nursing,
And that's why
stuff like
that's where the separation is, right?
Yep. They are
Well, go ahead.
majoring in electrical, mechanical, computer engineering, IT, biology, math, which is their data science is really heavy, and finances, quantitative business. When they get out,
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to be a sociologist, you're going to be a social worker, you're going to be our majors don't even add up. So they get out, they're exponentially making way more than us. So go, you can play that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me go ahead and push this real quick.
I'm on green card.
Do I need to specify that?
Yes, if you could. Oh, you don't want to? Why?
That's my wish.
I see. I imagine you're on not an F1 if you're working, right?
You can't. Exactly.
Okay.
I'm a TN visa. I'm permanent.
Okay, so your green card. Would you prefer India or USA?
US is good. Why not
Okay.
US? That's why I'm here.
Is your wife here?
No, yes, yeah. But yeah,
Is she on Is she also on a visa?
no, she's not. She's on the same green card with me.
Same green
Yeah.
card. And do you have kids?
Yes, yes, sir. Yes.
And are they here?
Yes, they are here. They're going to school.
Okay,
Everything is
so-
good. They're born and raised here. Everything is good.
Oh, born and raised here.
Yeah.
Okay. What are you working?
Software. Engineer. Engineer. Software.
Software engineer. Did you get a college education in India or the USA?
India. Yeah, I work in IT.
IT. Why are Indians so good at software engineering?
Just pause that for one second. Pause that. Whereas in what neighborhood can you go to and you go around and ask black males, what do you study? Or what's your job? First of all, what's your job?
Not too many, bro.
And so
Not
you
too
go
many
there and
places
say,
to
what?
go and not too
Everybody's an
many.
engineer, IT. So I can't blame them for what they've gotten into. So that's no blame on them. It just is different. Their priorities are entirely different. And you talk about a fake it till you make it. Oh, shit. That's a fake it till you make it.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
All right.
Brain power?
Physics.
I came here on F1, but then I converted to H1. And
So you came on F1 and then graduated to H1?
Yeah,
How hard was that process?
it was cool actually.
I'm from
TN
Canada.
You're from Canada?
Yeah.
So you came from India to Canada to Texas?
Yes.
Most people who come here on an F1 have the intention to get an H1?
Yeah,
Yeah. Do you think that's fraudulent?
no,
No.
because it is valid that you can convert from H1 to H1. That is the reason most of the people come here.
But isn't F1 just for
Hold on,
people
go
who are
back
coming
a
here to
little bit. I
study
wanna
and not
see
to
that.
work?
Hold on one
Yes,
second.
Do you think it's a bit of a fraud to
Say what again? You want me to go back?
Yeah, I just want to see that they had a graph up. I just want to see that graph. Yep. Boom. You hit it. So let's see what they do. So they get a sponsor, TADA, any corporation, work on OPT or STEM OPT for applying. And so look, those companies will train you to get certified, and they will go in together and get their certification together. And so that's when it says work on OPT or STEM opt before applying. Ask your employer to file a H1B1 petition. And it's not, and so don't think it's like the bigger corporations that they're asking. It's those contracting places. The contractors say, look, we need them. And so they file for their H1B1. And then they come on the student visa, and then they change the status to a H1B1 visa.
But what he about to say, is that legal to jump from an F1 to an H1B1 because you graduated? Don't you have to leave and technically come back under the hired H1B1 visa to be legal? Is it?
I don't
I
think
mean,
so.
it's a pathway
Because-
that you're kind of like jumping, like
No, because you know what we've tried to do. When I say we, I say the United States. What we've tried to do is say this: we are tired of sending our talent outside. So you have Asian Americans come here and they get all of the training in the United States and the learning. And then when they graduate, we say, you got to leave. So the idea was, why are we giving them our education only for them to go to their country and use the education that we gave them?
Right,
So
but really, most people that come to America and get their degrees, especially Nigerians, they don't want to go back to their country. They don't want to revitalize their country with that education. They want to stay in America and earn money here in America. They don't want to leave to go back there.
I'm saying what has happened is we've said you go to this university, you've gotten in this university, and the United States is saying, why are we sending our talent outside? So if you look at places like Google was founded by immigrants, Elon Musk is an immigrant. So we said we didn't want to, and I'm not saying, when I say we, I'm saying the United States is saying we don't want to send this talent that we trained outside. We wanted to keep them here. And that has created a whole stint of loopholes that you've gotten in.
Loopholes is more than that.
Have one just
big pothole type
for people who are coming here to study and not to work.
Yes.
So do you think it's a bit of a fraud to come here to study and then end up?
I'll go back too.
Did you go back before you got the H1?
No.
Okay, so you came here on F1.
Yes.
And now you're.
TN.
Are they getting paid legal minimum wage in Texas?
Here, no F1 students working.
No F1 students.
These all have work permits. We have all work
On
permit
OPT?
students. Sorry?
F1, H1B, O1.
I have a work authorization.
I know you.
My
do.
employers have all work authorizations.
So you're not employing any F1 students on the record? Yes or no?
No.
You promise me?
Yes.
You would swear to God?
Yes.
Swear on your mother's name?
Why you are asking like that questions?
Obviously, the H1B is a non-immigrant.
Started getting aggressive. What?
Can you do me a favor real quick?
Yeah.
Do me a favor real quick. You may have had that map up. There was a map that you had.
Population density.
No, this was a map of stores that was Main Street.
Yeah. Here you go.
And I want you to do no. This was actually.
Oh, you want me to pull up the Google map?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll pull up the Google map. Hold on. Let me share that screen.
And I don't know how far we can go inside of it or places.
Let me stop sharing that screen first. And then
and we'll come there.
Hold on. Taking a second to get this up. All right, there you go.
No. Did you have it? Yeah.
It's right here.
All right. So I don't know if
These are all Indian restaurants right here, and this is on the block of Court and Main Street. All these are Indian.
Yeah, Donato's Pizza right there. So no, go right in. You see Donato's, great place to eat. That's a good spot. I don't know if you can get a street level view of places in there. Go ahead and go in. All right, and back out just a little bit. All of those, and the reason I want to show you, look, there's a Cam Pizza. That's Indian. Indian vegetarian. That's Seven Brew Coffee, Indian. The vegetarian cuisine, all of those places are Indian. And the reason I say that is this.
That's got to be an Indian market, right?
Oh, yeah. That's the marketplace. Swargam Army, something like that, Indian. All of that, Indian places. Think about this. How many spots can you go to that are black, that blacks have the whole shop that's taken, that's taken. And then on top of that, I want you to think about the diversity of the spots that they have. Indians control liquor stores, hotels, restaurants, spas. There's a little toy place over there, a little place that they for kids. No, it's straight in. It's called like super kids something. I mean, if you see it, you see it. If you don't worry about it. All in those spots. They don't just, when we do something, what do we say? I'm gonna open up a barbecue spot. What? We are so monolithic in anything that we create that is our downfall. When I looked at the Indian population, man, they got soft serve ice cream, very diverse on all the spots that they do. Why is that? Why is it that we are so monolith in our creation and our thought process? We need tendernism, where they can get everything. You keep going down Main Street, you'll get to
I'm hitting them all as we go along.
Go the opposite way on Main, not Stacy. Go Main Street. Let's go to Main and Preston. We're gonna go down. Is that Preston? Right there. So look at that. Indian Bazaar. You know, you're right there. It's blue. It says blue right there.
Right here?
Yep. The Indian Bazaar place. Across the street, you can't see it, but there's another shop. All of those places, man. That Cafe Akate, all of that. That's the Reveal, all of that. They became very diverse in what they operate in. And we haven't. And I'm not understanding where we've lost that at. Oh, if you go down Preston, let's see. I'll take you down Preston. Let's go a little bit further down. We got to go down the street a little bit. And let's see where we can get to. Past the KFC, past Jet's Pizza. Yeah, keep on going. Let's see when we get to. There we go. Yeah, right. You got the Indian place. You're gonna have them all throughout there. You're gonna see all kinds of, all diverse. There's a Mediterranean grill. There's a cafe place. There's all of those spots. Indians own, and they are full, not like halfway full, not like a little full. They full. You can keep going down. Let's see. Go to that ATM across the street. It's probably changed, but
hold on. Across this way.
Yeah, keep going down. I'm just going on one street, man. This doesn't show all the restaurants. There are hundreds of restaurants that are over here. So let me see. Give me a second. Keep going a little bit. Slow down. All right. To your, I don't know what side that is, but you see, go up a little bit more. Right over here where it says 88. No, I'm sorry. You're going to go 88 Bakery. Just scroll in there. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, but scroll in deeper. All of that is either Asian or Indian. Chicken barbecue. Look, I just wanted to go to all of this. Every place over there is, you go in that whole little square right there. 99 Ranch is a Indian grocery store. Kung Fu. I mean, look at that, the hot spot. And these are not like when you go someplace like, oh, these are like the poor spots, and it's just no. Just zoom in one. Zoom in 88.
Oh, which one?
Go to the Kung Fu Tea or any of them. 99 Ranch. And just look at you can just see from the exterior. So it's not like that little place where it's just, ran down. All of that is in expensive areas where they charging top dollar and they getting that money. Where it's something like, oh man, it looks run down. No. Top notch, all of those areas. But I want you to just see the diversity. Why is it that our community doesn't have that? And they cater to them. Cater to their places, man. You can go out and play it. I just wanted to show you just in a 3-block radius. I mean, we just was picking on some. We done went to what, 20 or 30?
Yeah, it was a lot. And I had even screenshot one that previewing is the Mango location.
Mm-hmm.
Can you pull that up real quick? It's a image of a new spot that's opening up real soon. Hold on, I got it in.
So I know we're going to get to
Mango Yard.
Go ahead.
You heard of that place? It's called the Mango Yard.
No, I don't see anything yet. And I have not, but there are just so many spots. I don't know. No idea. But so why did this happen and how did it happen? And why are they so efficient with it?
But yeah, let me pull back Tyler and
go back with Tyler. Let's stay on context. I'm sorry. Drew, I live here. What you talking about? I better be ready. I live here. What you gonna tell me I don't know?
It's okay.
Date.
And how have you liked Texas thus far?
It's good. I like US. I like India more. That is the reason I'm trying to go back. Basically, at the end of the day, our family is important, right? Our family is in India, so we need to go back to India.
I see. Are you married here?
Yep.
Is he also?
And here's what you're gonna know.
See what she just said? She just said she'd go back to India. You know damn well her husband is not wanting to go back to India.
Oh, because no, you can live rich over there. It's changed. You go to the bigger cities, and a lot of them drive Teslas.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have the same jobs over there. So if she goes back, that kind of money that she's making is not available in India. So yeah, you can buy a house and build it up real quick. But
here's what they do.
Until you retire, until you have enough money to run your own business or whatever.
Brother, this is what they do. They go to the community. What we taken 30 years to go through to buy the house, they put their money together. I don't know if I told you.
No, they all live in the same houses. I understand that.
I don't think I told you that story, Ronan. I was long story short, I was buying something off of Facebook Marketplace, and I went to a lady's house, and we were talking. Indian lady, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm moving back. I'm in Frisco." She was like, "I'm moving back." Well, she's not gonna move back yet. And long story short, I guess her husband had passed away. She's Indian, and I was like, "Man, you moving?" And I looked up when I got with the wife. She said, "Oh, we could buy that place." We looked it up, $1.6 million. I was like, this lady, single lady, kids is in college. She living by herself in a $1.6 million home, basically paid for. She did a smart thing. You know how you said do it. Make sure you insure your husband, so if they die, that can pay your mortgage. Mortgage paid off. So she can go. So now she has a $1.6 million home, debt free. She can go wherever she wants. Go where she wants.
All right, I'm gonna push on. Woo! It's getting hot here, man. I told you we're in summertime. It's already 90s.
Specialized skills. Teachers being invited. Our colleges and universities create these wonderful, best and brightest computer scientists and computer programmers and engineers. After a 4-year college degree, we go through rigorous training. That holistic training that happens in the United States far supersedes what you find amongst the H1B cloud.
And out of all the 50,000 plus visa applications, how many of those were legitimate?
There were, easily between 70 to 80%. That was my denial rate. And we created that gold rush.
One example of how H1B Indians are used to suppress American wages, it all starts with this guy who needs some more cheap labor. To avoid the headache and costs of hiring an American, he outsources the job to an IT staffing company. This IT staffing company claims to have an army of high-skilled H1Bs to fulfill the contract, all at a cheaper cost. And most of the time, these IT staffing companies will rent an office like the empty ones you're about to see, put that address on their H1B's employees' paperwork, basically telling the government, don't worry, here's the office where he'll be working. But the reality is the IT staffing company won't use that office for anything and will send the H1B employee directly to the client's worksite. The client gets cheaper labor without the responsibility of sponsoring the H1B. The H1B makes great money compared to what they'd make in India. They can work towards getting a green card in the US. And most importantly, they don't have to live in India. All while the IT staffing company collects the spread between what they underpay their H1B employee and what the client pays them. It's a win-win-win for everyone but the American worker.
India number one.
Now,
we're going to get into this, but everybody does that. Even in America, I used to sell labor when I sold infrastructure of our installers. We're selling at 75 cents or $75 an hour. Even though we're only paying our installers maybe 20. So we're bagging what? The extra amount of money. Every company does that. So it's not unheard of as somebody that's like a recruiter or something to overpay or over announce how much they want per hour. because they're trying to get a commission.
Let's go invest.
Go ahead if you want to say
No,
something.
you're right. But as a company, we look at it like this. Let's just say my salary is $100 an hour. That's what I make. The difference is you don't just make the $100 an hour. You make my car allowance, my health benefits, everything else that goes with that. So that package is much greater. So what they say is, well, instead of paying this employee this $100 an hour with all the benefits, and it'll be very difficult to let them go, let's just get somebody for a project, for a year project. And we can bring them on and we might pay them $150 an hour. But that's less than all the benefits I got to pay out, all the commissions I have to pay out, all the bonuses I have to pay out. And I can use them for this specific task, and then I can move on to the other one.
You got our boy Kanal in the room. His new channel.
Yeah, and so I'm glad of what he said. He said,
salute. Which one do you want me to pull up?
No, two things. Let's I can go with Kanal when they say, Kanal said, crazy things. These people are not as intelligent as they claim to be. Can I play something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me do this. Let me see if I can get this for you.
Let me take this down real quick. Go ahead.
Video file. Desktop. I don't know what I called this. Just there's a new folder. Nope. This new folder. All right.
Are going to be converting into the technical aspect of technical design. And
so just so you know, what's happening is an employer is interviewing. Did I lose that? What happened? An employer is interviewing somebody for a position. So this Indian guy is getting interviewed for a position.
The team members who are reporting to me.
Now, what I want you to look at when the guy is answering the questions, I want you to look at his lips.
Okay. So have you worked on any triggers in your experience?
Yes. I'm using triggers, but if using a trigger, so I'm just
not even moving his mouth.
Man, you're
answering the question.
Hold on.
If these two are not achievable, I'm going with the trigger, and we used many events in trigger, like before, after.
Hold on. I think it's not you who is speaking. I mean, someone is speaking, someone else is speaking here, and you're just lip syncing. I can also hear your voice, the candidate who is sitting right in front of me. I got you. I mean, it's not the right way, man. I already told you that it's not the position that someone comes and gives you a task and you're gonna deliver it. It's a very senior level position where you need to manage the entire instance. I'm sorry, you're not going to continue this.
He being Indian understands the game, and he's like, no, that's not you talking. That's somebody else talking. And we don't need a substitute. We need the person that we're interviewing to be the right guy.
At least practice before you take the interview, taking these kind of things. It's I clearly caught you. The other guy is talking, and you're also speaking in a very low voice, syncing up your lips. Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Now the guy who interviewing is saying he's sorry, but this is what they have done. They would get somebody who sits off screen that is actually interviewing for him. So that person gets in that position who really doesn't have the skill level.
Doesn't know anything about the job.
And he just figures, I'll learn on the job. I'm not, because
they're going to train you anyway. Isn't that what most people say?
Oh, yeah.
They're going to train you how to do the job anyway. As long as you're smart enough to
3 months to on board. Right. It's going to be 3 months. And then here's the thing. Just say, for instance, that gentleman is just a figurehead. He gets the job. He might make a little money. Somebody else,
sends a substitute.
Somebody else might be doing the job for him, or they doing casting it out. And it's just to get in that position. And that goes on over and over. When they say there's a group of people, they'll send somebody, and you won't even know. You got to be. That's why when I do my interviews, you got to cam up, and then I'll ask you questions that won't have it. The first interview, I'm not asking you anything technical. I'm asking you just regular things. Correct. Yeah. Just to see how I can trip you up, where you're coming from, what's your perspective. But you see that, man, and that's the game that has been played over and over again. And that's how they get a lot of them. They have some people who are really not qualified for those positions. And it's like, well, if we can just get them in there, right? Because then this is what happens. You get Fearless in his first position working at General Electric.
Now you're a reliable source of qualified people. And now they're going to, it's like winning a contract. Once they know you bring in somebody that's trustworthy and knows how to do the job, now you can bring in a whole bunch of fluff.
No, I don't even, no. Here's the thing. I don't have to, as a contractor, they're going to say, well, where has this person worked at? Fearless worked at GE. He worked at Boeing. He did a contract here. Now, they don't know that I wasn't good. And and when the contract ended, nobody got me back. On my resume, it shows I've been at all of these corporations.
You mean the corporations don't call up and follow up on these resumes no more?
No, because here's the thing. I'm relying on, because it's not a person I'm hiring. I'm actually hiring the company. I'm hiring, that Tata. So Tata is sending me that. So I'm relying that Tata has done the due diligence.
Right.
But really, Tata just wants to put a person in a position because that gives them
the salary. Right.
Exactly.
Just the salary.
Exactly.
Travel Unfiltered hit it. He said these folks are not that bright nor skilled, but replacing Americans. Absolutely.
And what I have found is, now this is just only my own personal experience, is the reason we may use them as contractors and not employees. Task good, but we need people who think outside the box, who are forward thinking, who can put roadmaps together. And I just have not found that with a certain group, groups who were maybe born outside of the United States. So, you can say, here's a task, and that task can be completed, but there's nothing really outside of that task. It's not, oh, I've done this and this beyond, or I thought of different ways. It's I completed this and that is it. I'm within the box. It's not, oh, I thought of another way to do it, or let me bring some other things to it. Doesn't happen. But, it's like when you're building a house, the architecture is the person who's the forward thinking, and you say, brother, we just need a roof on. And they don't care who the roof.
Well, yeah, and that's the whole thing. The architect does the design and is forward thinking. Then you got to worry about the contractor implementing it. And if he's going to cut corners on what your required build list is, and he's going to get substandard steel, hello, China, who does that all the fucking time, they might turn out a great building when it comes to the architectural design of it. But then when you have the contractors coming in, getting not mixing the cement properly. They're getting substandard steel that can't handle the weight displacement. They get into all these technicalities because they're trying to cut corners to keep the money in their pockets. This is what happens. But let me go ahead and push this button and keep playing.
These genius Indian IT staffing companies littered all over Texas. But real quick, I just made $100 by playing games on my phone.
We gotta let Tyler advertise. Hey, we're getting his content.
Let me show you. Free Cash is a free platform where you can actually earn money by playing mobile games, doing quick surveys, and more. And they've got a 4.8 star rating on Trustpilot, so it's legit. Here's how it works. You pick a game offer and start playing.
Great content,
my free
great
cash balance just went up.
Great investigator.
And you can win more money by completing different challenges within each game. Challenges can be as easy as playing the game for up to 2 minutes, and the cash rewards go up and up. I just made $10 for downloading Solitaire Cash on my phone. Just make sure you have app tracking turned on so you actually get rewarded. And you can cash out.
By the way, why I'm letting this play is the reason I'm doing this and I'm letting him promote, because one, we're using this content. Two, because he covered the small hats, they cut his Patreon. So now the brother's got to get out here and hustle and get sponsorships to try to make extra money because they cut his Patreon. So I don't mind him promoting, and we use his content a lot. He's a good investigator. Go subscribe to Tyler's channel. Listen to his content. He gets to the facts, and he's not biased when it comes to that. So I want him to go ahead and play and promote his stuff. Obviously, we're using
with PayPal, crypto, or even Amazon gift cards. To get started today, click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen and you'll get a $5 bonus just for starting your first offer. It won't replace your day job, but if you're gonna play games on your phone, you might as well get paid for it. Thanks, Free Cash. Back to the video. There is a single company, Qubits Tech Systems LLC, with 8 LCAs, all from this residential home. Bunch of software developers here making $51 an hour.
Yeah, this seems legit.
Oh, that's the same door.
Okay,
I have
worksite
another lady
inspection.
door.
Hey, who is this?
Hi there, this is Tyler. I'm here to conduct a worksite inspection. Am I speaking to Hari Madiraju?
It's not.
Huh? Sorry, you cut off there.
So I am not at home. So what is this? I am in the office. Wait, who is this speaking?
Is there another worksite that you're working from?
Yeah, 4425 West Airport.
West Airport? Okay, so there's no one working from the residential address here?
Why do they work for? Where is your home?
Excuse me?
Where is your home? Do you live in your home or do you live in your
What a smart ass, man.
No, I don't live in my toilet, sir. So I'm only asking because the LCAs state that this is the address. Is that not the case?
No.
So you don't...
Go to my workspace. Are you from government?
No, I'm not from the government. I'm conducting an independent investigation.
If you are not for government,
yes.
Work right now, I don't have any people, but you can go to the workplace and work there.
All right.
Hold up. Did he just admit that he doesn't have any people when he's supposed to have 11 people working there? Did he not just get that?
We'll take a look at your office. Thank you. Some attitude. Yeah. But why would this guy file 8 LCAs with the work site listed as his residential home? So we went to his office only to find a collaborative work site and his completely empty unit. No one in their office. Hari Madiraju finessed us. Let's give him a phone call.
Please leave your message for 244.
You son of a bitch. And strangely enough, any of these ghost off.
Hold on. I gotta play the other cut to this because it wasn't just him that investigated. It was another lady that did this too. And she went to his house. But he came to the door this time. Hold on, did I download this? I thought I did.
And if you didn't, I got one for you. Let me know if you want me to get mine.
Oh, let me go to downloads. I'm in the wrong folder. I thought I organized everything, but where's she at?
So to go back to this, here's the thing. I think in
3B's Technologies is not an
go ahead.
isolated incident. Here we have Qubits Tech Systems, and this company, tech is in the name, so you would think technology, okay? They have filed 13 H1B visas, and 12 were approved in the year 2025. 1 was denied. So you would expect that at least 12 people were working in this house.
So hold on. When Tyler was there, it was 8. This guy took it another step further, even after Tyler came by, and now he has up to 12 people coming out of that house.
But I just want you to think about this. If in tech, they paying people $100 an hour, and if they paying the employees 50 of that, that means this dude is making $50 an hour times 10.
Correct.
He making $500 an hour.
Doing nothing. Besides getting these guys set up in the system. They're gaming us left and right. The American people, that is. They're gaming us left and right. And now the corporations are right behind it and allowing this shit to happen.
That's $1 million a year.
In one house. Now replicate that by however many other locations that are doing the same thing. That's why when you see Tyler going through these investigations, there's a whole bunch of empty office spaces. Now, office spaces sometimes are not that cheap to rent, especially depending on where you are in the country and what the office building looks like. They charge you a nice little overhead for an office space. To have an office space sitting there empty, it has to show you how lucrative this can be over a period of time, that it's worth having that storefront. You know, but I just wanted to show you that this lady had went to the same place.
Well, let me show you what's happening then. So, you want
No,
to
go
play
ahead.
him?
No. Go ahead. If you got something before I put Tyler back on.
Yeah. So this is how we lost.
Evidently says the quiet part out loud as well.
By the way, guys,
you lost.
Go ahead.
By the way, we will open up the panel. I don't know if he's going to be around, but I will.
Yeah, you got me for about 45 more minutes.
Loud as well.
You have lost. You lost. The mistake that you made is you let us in the first place. That's the thing with brown people. I'm going to say this as a brown person. There's a lot of us. Like a lot. There's like 1.2 billion in India. There's more than 200 million in Pakistan. There's like 170 million in Bangladesh. Those are just the people there. I'm even talking about the folks who are expats or immigrants. There's a bunch of us, and we breed. We're a breeding people. And the problem is you let us in 1965. There were a few of us beforehand, but once you let one of us in, you know what happens with brown folks? Our grandmother comes, our grandfather comes, our uncle comes, our aunt comes, our cousin comes, our second cousin comes, our third cousin comes. Then we have kids, a bunch of kids. And then guess what? Some white women, you know, the Western civilization women, the pure women, the American women, quote unquote, the Rust Belt women, the real women, they like some of us brown folks. We don't take them.
Yeah, we know. We know the game. Everyone keeps coming. The cousin and then your uncle and your grandfather. Yeah, we know.
I saw someone talking about how the scariest thing is less than 2% of India is in the West. Less than 2% of India is in the West, and they're already becoming burdensome in like Canada and stressing the systems everywhere. H1Bs are horrible. And, you know, he just admits it on accident. I guess it's on purpose. It's kind of like a threat.
That's crazy work. They're basically saying we replicate like rabbits, or tribble. Back in the day, if you're a Star Trek fan, you understand what a tribble. You get them wet like Gizmo, and they just replicate.
Let's talk about what the real issue is. The real issue is two things. Where I'm in Frisco, one thing is these people are very scared that their culture is changing because they're dealing with a people who don't need to assimilate. See, maybe as blacks, we need to assimilate because we have to, in order to get the job, we got to kind of work around that area. We got, I have to work for people who maybe not my color, and those are the people who are hiring me. Well, they don't have to assimilate. They've gotten into it where they can have their own people do their own thing. And that is what is scary to a lot of people who are, who've made money. Said, oh man, I've made money. I've made it. And now they'll call it Little India.
Yeah, this is the whole point of this graphic while you're talking. Everybody, the density level of certain areas within Frisco, you can look at the map right here, and it shows that they huddle in their own little communities. They don't care about anything else. And they'll make sure those communities provide everything they need. Sound familiar? Mm-hmm. Lakewood. Sound familiar? Minnesota. You get what I'm saying? When they come here, they come in dense areas and they live on top of each other so that they can control that area. And then there goes your school districts. There goes some of your politicians and your mayors and everything else that fall behind that once you let them into your culture. And it sounds really bad to say that, especially being Black Americans, but it's really what happens.
Well, that's what I'm going to talk about. Keep that up. I'm going to tell you why people are scared. Well, let's look at this map. If you see the feeder organizations, Toyota, JP Morgan, Ericsson, all of those are big corporations that I told you that moved in that they feed them. Every place around here, Frisco, Allen, McKinney.
Talking about that area on the bottom left.
Yep. Every city that you're seeing, Frisco, Prosper, McKinney, Allen, Prosper especially, that's a new development that they had. All of those are the most expensive suburbs that you can live in Dallas and even in the Texas area. So they at least moved to those. What is scary? I'm going to tell you what's scary. In college, in my life, I've dated 2 Indian women. One was in college. And when I was dating her, I told you it was like the off season of football. So it was like January in that time. So, we was inside. We didn't go outside. It's cold. And that was cool. Meet at the library, things like that. When it got springtime, we had to be outside.
Come outside.
No, she come outside. We was not walking together. And I'm like, I had never experienced this. I'm like, what's going on? And she said, like in her community, look, we can date, we can do all of that behind closed doors.
You can't go see your parents or nothing, huh?
No, never. You never seeing that. You never. And she said there will come a time where you know, when I have to get serious, and you won't be a part of that equation.
Damn, at least she was straight up and honest with you.
Straight up, man. Straight. And so I was like, man, I ain't dealing with this. I knew what was up, and I was cool with it. Oh man, I was having fun. I was having fun. But here's the thing she told me. She said the reason black guys like Indian women because they're the closest thing to white girls without being a white. I was like, huh? She's like, we got the head. Oh, that's what she told me. And I was like, wow. But after that, another one of my teammates dated her, a dude named Ivan. Tried to tell him. Ivan got the mistake of falling in love.
Oh, hell. There's always that guy.
And then they graduated. And she was like, and pieced him. The second Indian girl I dated was this. And she broke it down to me. She's like, look, I have an older sister. She was the youngest. She had an older sister, middle sister, youngest sister. Oldest sister had an Indian. And she said the first thing her father said to him was, well, what kind of Indian are you? From the north or the south? That meant something to them. Now, you know, he was from the north, and so this guy was from the south. It's like, I really don't like that. You know, I'll deal with it because you're Indian. Middle sister, she dated a white guy. And it was like, I really don't like that. Just to go out, I'm in Frisco, Texas, Jada. He said, man, it's bad. But what kind of money you making? You know, where you at in this stability? All right, good. You know what? I don't like the fact you're not Indian, but the fact you're white, I can deal with. The youngest one, she liked black dudes.
Oh, hell. It's over with.
Oh, but here's the thing.
Over.
Her sisters, her sisters knew she dated black dudes. She could never, and she told me, I could never take you home. There would be no explanation. Meaning you're on the bottom of the list. You are below white. You're like somebody I couldn't even take home. It would be too much explaining.
Light bright. You light. What the heck? You still couldn't go?
If you ain't white or you ain't Indian, you don't qualify. And it was like, man, she could be in love. You could be wholeheartedly, all of that. And it just ain't happen. There's a female on the that I follow, and she married a black man. She married a black man. They got like 9 kids. A lot of kids.
Yeah, don't mess around with the kids.
But she said her mom,
the
weird thing her mom did was when one of the children was born, she would like look at the ear to see how dark it would be. And
not
she
that
said, and so she had like 2 kids. Well, she has 9.
Do that.
Yeah, when they had the first 2 kids, she was like, well, this one can come over. And when they got a little bit older, she's like,
oh, you got to be kidding me. They were preferential even on the grandchildren?
Yeah, yes. And she said, that's why I can't talk to
ruthless.
But back to what I was, you in Addison? Yeah, I'm speaking the truth, brother. Or at least you're down there with the good stuff. You know, he's in the party area. I wanted to go down there. Wife keeps me from there. Too much going on. But yes, it's gatekeepers. But here goes the issue. I've never been to India. One place I wanted to go, I had a boss to go on there, and he said it. How did he say it?
I wanted to go, but then I started looking. I said, "Ain't no way."
He said 3 days was enough, and I read in between the lines of what he was saying, and it was the culture in India is very different from the culture in the United States. I want to show this, and this is what people in the Frisco area are afraid of. Because I've seen the Mumbai parties in the street, all of that. But this is what
Indians understand civic sense. The answer is they won't. They won't because civic sense cannot exist where empathy doesn't. A person with empathy won't throw trash on the road because they know someone else will have to clean it up. They won't leave a table dirty at a restaurant because they'd never want someone else cleaning the mess they made. They won't blast loud music even at home because they care that their neighbors might be disturbed. They won't spit out of a moving bus because that might hit a passerby or stain a wall that someone worked so hard to paint. You see, a lot of Indians won't even clean up their own plates at home or pick up their own dirty socks off the floor. They grow up without empathy for their own people.
And that makes sense. And obviously, it's not every Indian person, but when you're talking about like 1 point something billion people and the whole continent's kind of like smells like shit.
We obviously say that it's not every Indian person and there are great Indian people and all that, but there's trash in the river.
Yeah, I don't want to hear these guys with their personal opinions when they.
No, but what happens is you'll see, and I had some where they were in the streets, and Canada hated it. Canada really hated it because they would just pull over to the side of the road and they would just throw the trash where they wanted. If you've ever seen any Indian places, they would, they bathe in their river. This is what happened in Canada.
Oh, I got a few myself.
And so they're in a public lake and they're just taking a bath.
Like, this is the whole thing. Oh, that's crazy. Hold up. Stop. And this is the problem. Here's the problem what we talk about with Americans going to their countries, trying to implement our culture in their way. And inversely, the reason why some of these guys are so used to bathing in rivers and everything else, because they didn't have running water in their homes. They were basic homes or whatever. So they're used to doing that. Well, you're in that country. There's central running water, AC. There's all the things that you did not have in your home. But to continue that practice when you know you have the minor conveniences to do it in the privacy of your own home, just means that they are stuck in a routine, and it's ridiculous, that you feel like you still should be able to do those things when it's not publicly acceptable in that culture. But again, inversely, we do the same thing. We go to other people's cultures and we want to implement how we feel and how they should be doing things and our laws of our land in their country when they don't apply. We do a lot of the same things. Salute, Justin. Hold on, let me play these videos real quick because this gets back to your Frisco situation.
This is what pissed people off. This made a lot of people mad. This is the Boy Scouts.
Yeah, well, they're Project Allegiance and all this. Yeah.
Look at every Boy Scout. If you go from right to left, you got 1, 2. The third guy there is a white guy. Everybody else are Indians. I don't have an issue with that. But you're talking about Dallas, Texas. You're talking about, this traditional way. How dare these Indian people come in and become Boy Scouts?
Right.
Hey, if you're not teaching your kids anything, that's your issue. If you're not been a part of, you got the opportunity to do Boy Scouts. You're not doing Boy Scouts. My wife works for the school district, Plano School District. She tutors every Saturday. You got two kind of people. You got the people who falling behind and they just there. And she says people who are ethnic, they show up and they on their phone. The Indian people go there to take advanced classes. Now, this is free. There's no charge. The other people aren't paying attention. They don't care. The Indian people that go there, it's a free opportunity. They go there to take senior level classes, to talk to the professors there, to go there. Why is it that in our community, we got something that can really put you forward, take you higher, and we don't take advantage of it? So I can't be upset when a group of people says, I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity that's presented in front of me. It's free.
But repeatedly for the last 3-4 weeks, we've gone through these communities that have come to America. And like I'm going to say his name, Primo, says they don't assimilate to our culture. They stay in their little pockets and stay within their cultural bounds, in their traditions, and then they try to infuse their traditions into the culture of that city, that town, that state, whatever. I mean, and it got so bad in Minnesota, you got Ilhan Omar, who's a senator. You got several senators that are Somali from that one community. You got you got mayors, you got the city council, you got school board. They have totally proliferated that whole political system within Minnesota alone. You know, but let me get these videos out, man. You keep on stopping me.
Go ahead, brother. I'm sorry.
All right, so I'm gonna put this first one out. This is an Indian girl talking about racism.
These are the examples of some comments under the post.
Oh, this is it. Hold up. What does that say? Yeah, hold up. Let me just pause it there. Pause it. Go back a little bit. I've seen it. Go back.
100K.
Man, let me tell you this. When I was looking at homes, I did not understand. I did not look. I was naive, man. I was naive and out of it. I was in my own bubble. I work with Indians. I do that. I was in my bubble. When people are saying, man, I'm moving out of Prosper, I'm moving out of Frisco, I'm like, why, man? It's the prime state. It's where everything are going up. And I would look at these places that they would post on Instagram, and that was what it would say. Imagine paying $900,000 for a home just to walk outside.
I just read it the way you just read it. I'm like, oh my God, because I can hear the country accent and smelling curry.
I looked at, you know, when you start looking at the comments and you're like, God damn, these people.
Yeah, their food is a special kind of smell, and then themselves.
It would say something like, I'm tired of cars that have student driver on the bumper. I'm tired.
Damn well they're not students.
Oh man, it was. I had never, you know, as a black person, you're like, oh, I seen the racist comments coming toward us. I had never seen the comments that just went. Even in the post that I showed you with the Indian Boy Scouts, it was.
Hold on, we're gonna get some of the people, the local people's comments, even a brother. So I wanted to get through these videos so I could show you her point of view and then start looking at the locals and what they're saying. And I know you're local as well, so you have your insight. But I want to make sure you guys all understand it's not just Fearless. It's the whole community, white and black. But again, they use that same tactic
These
of,
are the examples of some, despite thinking in this way, publicly commenting on posts in this way blows my mind. These are the people that have children. Those children are in school with your children. And it's like corruption of the mind. Racism is a sickness. It's a
why do they want to
disease.
default to
And
that
I hope
first?
and pray that there will be some massive change in our administration that finally shuts down the idea that this is okay. I would like.
Why do they default to that first?
Because
why is it always got to be a racist type of situation and not you're invading and not assimilating?
All right, so I got a question. I see Cigar Music 402 says if you come to America, you got to assimilate. Why? Why do I have to assimilate with your culture? My culture, my culture. If I'm Indian, I'm saying my culture is great. Hold up. If I'm an Indian person, I'm saying my culture is great. I make more money than all of y'all. If you white, I make more money than you. Black, I make more money than you.
Plano, McKinney. I'm trying to set this other video up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If I'm black, I make more money than you. If I look at the crime rate in black communities, y'all off the chain. My restaurants are better served. We make more money in that. My education is higher. We win top valedictorians. We win spelling bees. We are high on SATs and ACTs. Why do I have to assimilate with you? If I assimilate with you, that'll bring my culture down. Why am I doing that? It's best if I come here and do the best with me. There's no part that says you have to assimilate anywhere you go. We don't do it when we go out of the country. We might talk to some Latinas, but brothers have spent years in DR, Latin America, Colombia. They don't speak the language. They don't know bachata. And this is no dig on my man Andre from Andre Love Crossing. He lives there, about to be a citizen. He don't speak Spanish. He don't dance salsa. He's in the salsa capital of the world, Cali, Colombia. Brother ain't doing that. He's not assimilating. We don't do it. We still wearing, hold up. I've been to DR where brothers They not wearing the clothes that the people in DR are wearing. I see every NBA jacket, baggy shoes, and Timberlands on the beach in DR. What you talking about? You ain't assimilating to nowhere when you go.
Just like you're seeing
And
it.
matter
Just
of
like
fact,
you're seeing
we
that.
don't assimilate here. What
Just
you talking
like
about
you're seeing
assimilate?
that. What did
Hold on,
the
let me
little
roll
hat
for a
say?
second,
What
Roland.
did the little hat say to Tyler when he was in Lakewood? If you don't like it, there's another place you can move to.
Yeah.
So he literally took over that area and said, "Oh, if you don't like it, you can move."
You
can
say
go
assimilate, brother. How dare you say assimilate? If I switch it up and say, "Hi, sir, how are you doing today? It is a very pleasure to meet you." You gonna tell me why you talking white? Why you trying to be white? If I eat my food with no seasoning, you gonna say why you trying to be white? If I wear tight clothes and I speak educated and I go to places that you don't go, you gonna say why you trying to act like them? So even in America, you don't want black people to act white. You don't want us to assimilate. How can you tell another group they need to assimilate when we get cursed out for assimilate? If I'm black and I'm in a school and I become educated, you down a nerd and say you a nerd. You a nerd and you can't do nothing. We don't eat. Why would I want to assimilate to a group of people who don't even have
But
education
there are
high on their
certain
list?
loyalties you have to pledge when you get your green card. We don't know this, but there are certain loyalties when you give your oath or you take the oath that you have to show some loyalty to America in some way. But here's the thing: these guys aren't on green cards. They're not trying to get. They're H1B. They're H1B or F1 visa holders. These guys ain't saying I want to be part of America. They'll take advantage of everything. They'll take that pay, but they ain't saying, "Hey, I want my green card."
And you
They're
say
not
they
doing
come to
that.
get these high
They're
tech
not
jobs and
doing
had to dark that, brother. You have no problem. Why don't you get the high paying job? Why don't you get it? If you look, I know black people that make money and they look down on other black people. And what do we say in our own community? I'm black, but I ain't no nigga. So we have the audacity to look down on our own people. We go out of the country and we say, and what do we say? That's a third world country. We go out of the country and look down on people who live in those countries and say, I would never do that. That's them. We look down on them that they not as good as us. We say that we got this blue book. Where my blue book at? There's somewhere right here. Oh, we got the blue book. Bam, that makes us better than everybody. So we do it to other people, but we hate when it's done to us.
But let me play this real quick because it's right on your board as far as getting into the racism part. And
so I live in Collin County, North Texas.
That's Frisco.
Plano, McKinney, Allen, so on and so forth. Right now, the biggest issue is that the Indian population is spreading, and there's a lot of people that have a lot to say about it. At the city council, people are talking about these H1B visas. And truth be told, you're hearing comments like, there goes the neighborhood. I want my Texas back. Just all different type of things. And so here's the question. Is it racist if you just want things to stay like they were? Now, speaking as an African-American, oftentimes we move in nice areas and there's always a handful of people. And so people would ask me, would you want to live in an all-black neighborhood? And I'll be very truthful with you. I don't. I like diversity. I like the idea that I can see Latinos, people from India, people from China coming all together. I personally believe the world needs to be diverse, but I just think we just have to do it a little bit better. One of my pet peeves is, and this is just speaking to Indian Americans or people that come here, is I feel like they segregate themselves and they don't mix in culture well. Now, I've stayed in Canada for months at a time, and what I love about Canadian culture is everywhere people go. So you could go out to the club and you'll see everybody in the club. You go out to school, you learn about different groups. I just feel like in America, we're like a buffet, but it's the salad, it's the lettuce, it's the tomatoes, it's the pickles, but nobody's mixed together. So I want to get your thoughts on that one, right? Is it racist if you're saying the neighborhood is gone because you got a bunch of people that look like you? Do you think that that reflects something on your heart? Or is it okay? I mean, is it bad to not be in the majority? And what I think is funny is if you live in an area where people have always been in the majority, and now that ranking starts to switch, people start to get uneasy. What if I said, there goes the neighborhood because they got a bunch of Caucasians coming? I never say that. But I do want to get the thoughts on this one because I think everybody has a different perspective, and I love a good dialogue.
So it's the audacity of us to say that. Yeah, Stonebriar and Frisco. Oh yeah, yeah. Or Legacy West and over there. If you ever walk there on Saturday, you'll see Stonebriar Mall is full over there by the Walmart. But It's sad. It's sad that a black person says that because that's what they did to black people. There goes the neighborhood. Look at him. He driving down the street playing that damn music loud, bumping, got that bass going on. You know, that's how they are. They smelling like cocoa butter.
Damn.
That's what they say.
Cocoa butter.
They got the cocoa butter.
Hold on. I want a couple white folks to chime in. I want to hear them. I want to hear the white folks. They also involved in this
Indian takeover video, my last video on here. There's a lot of proof for it if you don't actually believe it, because I've had a few comments saying you're just racist. No, this is a clip, random drive that I make pretty consistently, but it was on my way to a job, and I'm about to show you the videos here in a second, but it was just a 30-second drive. You can see about 15 Indian-owned businesses, all Indian customers. Yeah. They create their own economy within Frisco and within Texas. And now you'll also see half of the people running for seats in city council and for mayor. Half of them are Indian as well, over half. Now in that video, it doesn't show all of them at all. That's only one small part. Those are the conservatives. There are other Muslims and Indians running for Democrat. I'd say about 60 to 70% of the candidates running are Indian or Muslim. But they're not invading, are they? To y'all who didn't understand.
Okay. So I got one more video, and it's from a female. And then we can have a topic conversation real quick. And we're going to open up the panel here in a little while.
That I receive from people who live in these other cities where things are going on, because if I didn't have them, I wouldn't be able to tell you and relay you information about what's happening in your community. Now, with that being said, there's an elementary school named Shawnee Trail Elementary School that's located in Frisco, Texas, and this elementary school offers a program that is free for children before kindergarten, so pre-K. Now, it is a program for children who have special needs that may need extra help before they go into elementary school. Now, a mom who has a child with special needs was the one that messaged me about this because her child was enrolled in the program. And with her child being enrolled in this program, she's met other parents and other kids with special needs. Now, for everything that I'm about to tell you, it's all alleged, according to this mom who has a child in the program. She states that she was always confused as to why 80 to 90% of the kids enrolled in this program were Indian, and she brings up the fact that she was invited to a birthday party where she allegedly heard that Indian moms are bragging about their kids getting free daycare due to this program because they filed their children under limited English proficiency, which means that English is not the first language spoken in the home, therefore the children have trouble speaking English. She went on to say that the parents will lie about their kids being able to speak English even though English was taught in their home country. Now, she talks more about how they have this hive mind ideology, and that brings me to my question that I raised on Nick's Right podcast just last night about how these cultures, when they come in, are they willing to assimilate and work with American culture, or are they so intertwined within their culture that they would rather stick to them and stand arm in arm with them as opposed to doing the right thing? It sounds like, unfortunately, a lot of these communities just have the hive mind ideology. Now, she ends her message by bringing up legitimate concerns like, what about all the children that are losing these spots in these classes, children that have special needs, children that need the extra help to be introduced to kindergarten, and worrying about all of the displaced American children that can't have places in these programs because Indians are lying about how their children can or can't speak English. It's definitely going to take more digging, but it sounds like American adults aren't the only people being displaced. I will always...
Well, if you make a certain amount of money, you want to go to a certain place. I'm going to let Patrick Bet David tell what happened, because he used to live here in Plano. And he'll tell you, look.
We used to live in a city called Plano, Texas before I came to Florida. Plano, every weekend we used to go to a city called Frisco. I met the mayor at an Inc. conference that I was at in Arizona or Tennessee. I don't know where I was, guy named Mayor Masso. We go play poker. And then afterwards he says, I want you to come and look at my city, Frisco, see what we've done to this great city of Frisco. So I go to Frisco. He takes us, introduces us, Nolan Ryan, Don Nelson, all these guys, the old governor of Texas. What was his name? Governor Perry. We meet the governor. We're having all these conversations and said, did you know Frisco in 1990 only had 6,000 people living here? And they start giving us a tour. Really? Where's it at now? Do you know where Frisco's at right now? Frisco went from 6,000 people in 1990, where the average home price you wanted to buy in Frisco was $58,000. Today's Frisco's population is 234,000 and the average home price in Frisco today is $700,000.
So if you have some high tech people, and this is a lot of why people are upset. You have some high tech people coming here and they're buying in the most affluent neighborhoods, sending their kids to the most affluent schools, taking advantage of the things. I know somebody said, well, if they have a shop, they only hire their people. Well, how many times you complaining about Chinese restaurants only hiring Chinese people? But I go to Jamaican restaurants, there's Jamaicans in there. So everybody kind of assimilates to their own. But yeah, let me see that change in life. Because when I moved here and I told people who didn't live in Texas at the time, or who had moved from Texas, they were like, where you live at? I'm like, oh, I'm in Frisco. They were like, man, why you in Frisco? I mean, y'all got cows or something? You living on the farm? And I'm looking around like, farm? What are you talking about? So the people who left Dallas or left the Dallas area and moved somewhere else, their perception of Frisco was just country. And I guess that's what it used to be, a country place. And it just expanded crazy. You can go back to that other one. That's fine. The Asian majority raised. Look at that total Asian population. Man.
I mean, you guys are at what, 33%. That's a controlling faction overall, Asian. Now it's only 4.1%, but I guess they're the ones making the most noise, the Indian population right now in that area. The other Asian population, you got Chinese, Filipino, Japanese, obviously, because Toyota's there and others. They're not making as much a noise. They kind of have allowed or assimilated a little bit or not push their traditional values inside the community, which is acceptable, or at least accepted the culture of what's going on in Texas around Frisco. But Indian population itself is not so bending in the way that they join a community. Like some of these other cultures that we went through with Somalia and also the Little Hats in Lakewood. Once they infuse into a community, instead of them changing their cultural ideals and everything else, they hold to them, and then they start pushing and branching out and pushing their ideas into a community that maybe is not so welcoming of it. And this is where you get the conflict. Even though this is a country of rights and everything else.
Where would you want to go to? If you're in a place, you make good money, you can go to the next graph. We can keep talking. Where would you want to go to? You're going to go to places that have your type of food like this. You're going to see, because a lot of them are vegetarians. So they have their Indian vegetarian places. They eat their food, the curries. You're going to go to where your restaurants are, where your food is at. That's where you're going to go.
And to your point, even the billionaire that we looked at with Lakewood, what did he say? We need to amass a certain amount of people in a certain area, so then that we have everything in that area for our people. So he even said, you're safe in what? Numbers. Really? Mm-hmm. You have more control when you have the numbers, and that's what he basically said. He backed so many different politicians so that they can control the area. And his relationships all the way up to the president helps do that. He can get people to turn a blind eye. He can get people to be pushed out based on his relationships. Here we go again. Outside of corporate America, people utilizing what? The relationship more so than, being an old salt of the earth, somebody that's been there forever. They don't care about that anymore.
And think about this. When blacks make money, we get away from other blacks. When Indians make money, they go toward their Indian population. That's a whole different.
And that's the chart right here. Look at the majority tax in the area throughout Frisco. They stay in their neighborhoods. They don't branch out. By the way, hit the like button and subscribe to the channels, both mine and Fearless. I don't care if you're in my room. Please go subscribe to Fearless Talk Live. And vice versa. If you're in Fearless's room, come over and hit the like and subscribe button in our rooms.
So
it's
my
hard
question,
enough to compete against some of the same guys we like and we deal with, but at least show that you showed up in the room and hit the like button.
yeah. My question is this: what are we upset about? Are we upset that they use the system and got it better than us? Are we upset that they make more money than us? What is the issue?
I think in the FBA's mindset is like, look, man, y'all wouldn't be here without the sweat and the tears and the blood of our ancestors. And while we have assimilated because we don't know our cultural past, and a lot of us have been lied to about our cultural past, a lot of us have always been here, Creoles, Indians, and so forth. And some of us came over later and some were brought here. So, I mean, to even know our true history, it's confusing enough. But when you have cultures that come over and through our suffrage, take advantage of systems that are in place, I guess, I don't know if it's a fact of we envy the fact that they're doing it, or I don't think it's a jealousy thing at all. I don't think a lot of our people like to break the law if they can get around it. But the fact that if we try to do it, like you said, checks and balances, or the fact that it's a dark melanated person doing it, gets shut down a hell of a lot faster. But that's not even true because Somalis got away with it in Minnesota. So how did they get away with it? And we haven't even gotten to what Nigerians do or other cultures that haven't been discussed yet. And I'm sure they're doing just as much, if not more. We just haven't looked into that yet. I'm sure that it's coming around to them too. So throughout the nation, people have figured out how to pigeonhole themselves into the rules and regulations of certain programs and exceed or take advantage of it to where it almost looked like they're doing the great American heist in those situations, in those policies and everything else to the fullest extent and getting away with it. But go ahead.
And I'm gonna say you, but maybe not you specifically. Ronan, you got the Tommy Sotomayor syndrome.
Lord Jesus, help me now.
All right. And I'm gonna tell you what this Tommy Sotomayor syndrome is.
Please do.
Kevin Samuels copied off of me. I was the first. He took my words and he did it. And I'm kicked off now and I gotta do OnlyFans and I don't make no money and nobody likes me and black women got a wig. And I taught him everything. You know, he used to call up to my show and he used to do all of this. And I say, and Kevin Samuels just was better than you. And I say that to us because we always say we built the way for other cultures. And why we keep talking about that? If we built the way, we should be the front leaders for every culture. We should say we not only paved the way, we went and did it. But we had the Tommy Sotomayor thing. Yeah, I was the first. Yeah, but now you kicked off YouTube. You can't get funded. You can't do none of that. So you can't be mad at Kevin Samuels for taking what you did and surpassing you. Just like we can't get mad at these other cultures taking what we did and surpassed us. There was a time that in the
But to the point of breaking the law or testing the law, you don't have a problem with that either?
Of doing what? They've just played with
the point of pushing the law or even breaking the law. You don't have a problem with that either.
Oh, they just played the game. They just played it better than us. We could have done the same thing. But see, here's the problem. When you say they don't assimilate and their fathers don't want them dating black men, what is it that they could take away from the black culture? If I'm a place and I say I want to take something from the culture, what is it you're going to take from the black culture? When your scores are lower, when your crime is higher, when your salary is lower, when your education is lower, your dropout rate is higher, what is it that I can take from the black culture that I want to assimilate? That I want to, I want to say, hey, I want to do this. They got spicy food, so they not white.
Hold on, stop. You're pulling out every negative thing about the black culture, but there's a whole bunch of positives that go behind that. But we always like to accentuate the negative. The culture of music, the culture of, we have invented a lot of things that we either get to take credit for or our slave masters do. We invented a hell of a lot of shit that makes life convenient. The cell phone. You know, we helped make the filament, but we don't get credit for that. That's Thomas Edison. We helped do a lot of different things that are not
And
given
you went
credit
back to
for.
1800s again.
It doesn't matter when we did it. The cell phone is more recent, and that was a black woman that did that.
There was one.
Bro, I'm not going to sit here and pull out all the things that we've done as far as a black culture, but the fact that you're pulling out one aspect of the inner city
Let me ask you a question, then,
who
Ronan.
we are as a people.
Let me ask you a question, Ronan. What black neighborhood you want to live in?
I've lived in several, but that's beside the point.
No. What black culture?
I'm in
black
Philippines.
neighborhood you want to live in?
I don't think I'm coming back to a black neighborhood. Who said that? But let's put it this way. Let's be very specific. Where are most black neighborhoods anyway? In the inner city, right? Somewhere where you wouldn't want to live in the first place. Why is that?
No. Here's the thing, and we talked about this before.
Hold on, Drew. We see you in the back.
And we talked about this with the little hats. Where you live at and what the economic and how much you make should not determine how dirty the neighborhood is. Last week we talked about the little hats.
About taking pride in your neighborhood, but again, that's
hold up. Last week we talked about the little hats, and a lot of them are on welfare. But when you walk around there, you don't see trash. You don't see all of this. We talked about how they have a grocery store where they don't have to have a security guard at the front of their grocery store and a metal detector going into their grocery store. And those people are on welfare and not making a lot of money. In a black neighborhood, it's poor and it's crime.
So do we need to get into that or not? Every one of those cultures you're talking about is doing better than us, has what? A nuclear family. And they have a culture that believes in a nuclear family. What does our culture not have? The belief in a nuclear family and the reinforcement of it.
But outside the cigar place, outside of DMV, tell me somewhere there's a prosperous black place. Because that's the only place.
No, there's places in Atlanta, there's places in Texas that have prosperous black neighborhoods or environments.
And they don't get along.
And there's places in Kansas. Leawood is one of them that I can remind. But there's wealthy individuals, and it's an integrated neighborhood. It's not only just black, but there's white and Jewish, and there's other cultures. We might not know them specifically if you don't live in those neighborhoods. And I'm sure there's some in Ohio where you were born.
And there's where blacks move to a certain neighborhood, and it's about 10% of them. It's not the majority. It's not like when you.
Well, no, because the majority aren't at that level. The majority are still stuck in that colonizer slave mentality.
So that's what I'm saying. If I am an Indian person, what
because
am I?
That's the acceptable culture. Rap. You know, being a hoe, being a boss bitch, all that shit is replicated outside, and it's influencing our young people. But again, that's because what? We don't have a nuclear family. We don't have the discipline or the analytics in the house. We have emotional people raising our children, which are the females. And I'm not trying to be, but I am. I'm being gender specific. And I'm going to go ahead and bring up Drew because we can keep going back and around and around and around. By the way, the panel is now open. The links are pinned to the top of my chat. But I'd like you guys to please hit the like button at least. Subscribe to the channels. I know we haven't gotten super chats, but that's okay. But hit the like button and subscribe to our channels at the least. Thank you. What's up, Drew? I know you've been jumping at the bit since the beginning of this one. You sent me. Oh my God, I've been waiting. You sent me information in the background on email and everything else, waiting for this topic. So
I've been waiting for this one, and I've been waiting to get on this panel for a minute. So I want to start at the top of the show.
By the way, Kanal, if you're still around and you can join, please jump up, man.
I want to go back to the top of the show that Fearless said something that I didn't really care for that he said. And you can go back and listen to it, Fearless, that you said that the Indians were coming into school, sharing the tests with each other, passing the score. And when you asked the brother to help you get through it, that he said no. You basically said that black test integrity wasn't a good
bad thing. Right.
That's exactly what you said.
No, I said no. Let me take it back.
Go back.
I didn't. I said I would try to help a brother out.
No, that's not how you said it, brother. You corrected yourself afterwards. But
no. I said I've never had a no. I was talking about it. Well, I'll go back. In college, the Indians helped themselves. I never needed the help when I was in college. I would always try
That's
to help.
not how you said it, though.
All right, well, I'll explain. I never needed the help when I was in college. I would always try to help a brother out. In the workplace, that's different. They never shared information. So maybe you can
Nope, I'm not. I clearly heard that.
Well, how you want to say it? They wouldn't. All right, they don't help me out. And what's that mean?
Yeah,
if I went to a brother and said, brother, you came before me, why don't you help me out? And they said no. It's still the same.
No, it's not the same because what you basically said, what you said at the beginning was that you said the first group came over. The first group came over.
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you, Drew. Look, okay. I'm going to agree with you. The Indians helped them out and the brothers never helped me out. Now what?
No, that's not what you said, Fearless.
Okay, tell me what I said.
You said that the first group came over, the first group of Indians came over, and they laid basically kind of like the groundwork to getting all the tests, getting in with all the professors, getting the tests, and they shared it with the next group coming in.
Yes.
Right? That's exactly what you said. And you said, when I asked a brother to help me try to get through, or like, I don't know, some type of test integrity, something like that, he said no.
Okay.
So
you basically asked a brother to help you cheat.
No, that's essentially what he was saying.
That's exactly what you said.
I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go exactly what you said.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
And
where's your integrity? Where's your integrity? Because right now, that's what we're talking about.
I just told you
no, wait a minute. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Let me tell you something.
We're talking about a group that has come over.
Let me tell you, Drew.
We're talking about a group that has come over and their integrity.
Brother, you asked me a question. Let me answer it.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't need the integrity because this is what I found out in college. It does not matter how you got the A. They don't care. It's when you get out and you go there. None of that stuff. What you're saying is, oh, I got this. That does not matter. It don't matter that I got straight. If I got straight A's, and I've been in places where I was the smartest person, and there's other people that were C average, and they got the job because of who they know. Was that fair? Integrity don't mean nothing in there. You think, oh man, I studied hard. You're thinking I studied hard and I got here. That has no case in any place.
Slide down that slope, man. Just because they do it don't mean we need to do it.
Hold it. You can be the smartest person and still not get the job. You
can be the
most intelligent person and still not get the job. It's never about integrity. You think the smartest person that you would think in the United States that the president would be the most smartest person, the most thing. No, they're always C students. George Bush ain't know nothing. He still became president. Most of the people who make it in their corporations are not the smartest people. They just get the smartest people around them and they use the other people. Henry Ford, he wasn't the smartest person in his factory. He hired the smartest people. And we always have a saying, don't worry. I love A students because they'll always work for me. What does integrity got to do with it?
Well, let me say this.
What does integrity got to do with it?
No. Let me point this out real quick. Of all the communities, I think we have been taught to have the highest morals and ethics above all the other communities. Yes, we have, because that's why Drew's bringing it up. Just because they're doing it illegally, don't mean you should be doing it illegally. We need to do it the right way, the most upstanding way, the most moral and ethical way, while whites, Indians, Somalis, and everybody else is coming over here twisting the system for their benefit. We're saying, no, we can still do it. And we've done that throughout our history. We had to be 5 or 10 times smarter than the next man in order to get the job so that the white man would give us a job because, one, we're making them money. So then they don't care about your skin tone. If you're out thinking them, and they know they can make a dollar off of you, they're going to hire you over that dumb idiot. But in certain key positions, you have no consideration. They're going to hire that good old boy person in the network to run the office over you, no matter how good you are. And so eventually you have to learn to break away and start your own companies in order to do anything that is 100% the way you believe that you should be doing it. And that's the situation that's going on.
Roland, let me go back because he's talking about integrity. Remember I told you I went to the hackathon and I talked to the Indian dude who was the CIO? Do you remember that conversation we had?
I remember you bringing it up, yes.
And the thing he said to me is, he said, man, I used to think that if I worked hard, if I put myself in this position, and that would get me a certain place. And then I found out from my counterparts that none of that mattered. I found it in my first year when I was interning somewhere, and I was like, man, I'm doing it. My projects are on time. I'm doing this. And then this girl who just went to the social places with him, who, you know, hung out, did all of that. She the one that got the promotion. And I was like, hold up, man. I've done the integrity. I've done the work. I've done all of this. That meant nothing. And if you think that the smartest person in the company is the person that gets promoted, brother, you are sadly forsaken. That doesn't happen. It's the
That's not
networking
what
that gets you there.
being the smartest
Or the
person
oh, you
and
know what?
having integrity are
Or the
two
person
different
who
things, brothers.
cheats. You think the person who cheats don't make it?
I'm not saying that they don't make it, but there will
Yeah,
come a day. There will come a day. Listen to what I'm gonna say. Listen to what I'm gonna say. There will come a day where that person is put to the test, and they will fail the test because they didn't learn what they needed to learn, and that's just bottom line. It happens all the time.
No.
The person
Not
will be
learning what you need to
exposed.
learn and
The
integrity is two
person
different
will
things.
be exposed. Trust me. They'll be
And you know what
exposed
happens
in
when they get
leadership.
exposed? You know what happens when they get exposed?
They get fired.
No, and then they just get another job and just doing the same thing somewhere else.
Well,
hold up.
you gotta go through that firing phase.
This. We just talked about this. We said what happens that H1B1 person. And I said the hardest thing to do is to get into corporate America. Once you're in corporate America, you got it made because on your resume you got Google, then you went to Amazon, then you went to Facebook. What you do don't mean nothing because it already shows that you're in them places. I just said the H1B1 person comes here and all he has to do is get that one job at that one company. Because when they do a resume, they don't say, how did you do? You just go from that one place to the other place to the other place. And while you're doing that, you're learning on the job. Let me ask you this. Did they hire in the NFL? Did they hire a coach that was never a head coach? Or did they hire a head coach that never wins? Which one usually gets hired?
A head coach that never wins.
Why is that? Why is it? It ain't about integrity. It's because you've already shown that you can be in the position. It don't matter how he got there. It don't matter if his best friend hired him. It don't matter if he cheated to get there. All he has to do is get in that position. It don't even matter if you good when you get in that position. So what you telling me? You get fired.
What I'm going to tell you is this. What I'm going to tell you is this. Then is that we're going to agree to disagree on this because you're going to have a feeling on how you feel. I'm going to have
give
a
me the
feeling on how I
stats.
feel
All I want
about
is the stats.
integrity.
Give me the facts.
And that it's depending on how even wait a minute, because I know you have a young child and I have a young child. And integrity, if that's not paramount in our family and in our lives, then what are we? I mean, what kind of moral values are we going to give our children? If you're going to say, well, yeah, just go ahead and copy off Jane's test right there. She, don't worry about it. It's about who you know. No, just like I'll tell my child, you go and do the work. You go to do the work. The person will be exposed eventually. You will get exposed. It happens all the time. So we'll agree to disagree on that comment. Let's move forward, and we'll talk about the rest.
Here's how they
Frisco
play,
stuff.
and this is why you won't get with there. This is the Machiavellian. Never play fair in a game where the others cheat. That's how they play the game. And if you keep thinking your morals and things are going to get you somewhere, it doesn't, because they don't play the game the same way. And as Black people, we keep thinking we're going to play the game the same way. And every time they say, good, we'll just what do you call it? We'll do the patent for you. Look at, hold up. Mr. Tenderism was going to play the game. And they say, we're going to take the patent from you.
Let me say this, and this is why I said what I said. You can learn the rules of the game. You can play it as honest as you want in corporate America. But again, you're playing in somebody else's system. You're playing in somebody else's job, and you're growing somebody else's wealth. Learn the game, play the game to where you're educated yourself, and then go start your own business and compete against them. That's how you win.
I'm just thinking about this game.
You're still going to have to cheat. I'm sorry. You're going to have to cheat in their system to get ahead. It's their system. It's built for them to win. It's not built for you. And this is the problem we have psychologically, thinking we need to play fair in a crooked system that only benefits the people that either own the company or the managers that are running it, which are also being supplemented by the owner. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, you can't play fair in their system. You have to play fair in your own. So go invent your own system. Go invent your own business. Go be entrepreneurs after you learn the game from the guys that cheat best. I'm telling you, this is what I did. I learned from the best in the companies I worked for. And I took all those best practices, and guess what I did? I helped grow a whole medical supply and pharmaceutical sales business for a black guy. And then he ultimately got too big for his britches and thought he could do it on his own. And then I knew at that point, it didn't matter which way I went. The only way for me to be beneficial in the things I know is to go and start my own thing. Learn the rules, play the game, know that your system works, and go run it for yourself. Stop working for other people, because no matter what you're getting paid, 6 figures, whatever you're getting paid, guess what? They're making that much more than you. If they're willing to pay you 6, they're making at least $1 million or $2 million off of you. And they're paying you 6 out of it.
My fault. I put these quotes in there to let you know. This is how they think when you get to corporate. People won't call it cheating when you win. They call it strategy. Yep. Don't play fair in a game that requires cheating. Fairness is a weapon invented by the weak to restrain the strong. Let me ask you a question. How many games have you watched? NFL games, Super Bowl games. You're like, oh man, they cheated. And then 5 years later, you know that all that mattered was it just showed that they was a winner. You can say they cheated. You can say they got there that way. And you know how many corporations have run over people, taken a patent and gotten somewhere. You're like, man, let's talk about Tesla. Elon Musk stole, he did not invent Tesla. He stole it from a company. He stole it. The electric car was already been invented. Do you ever
let
talk
me
about
say in response to you, sir.
Do you ever talk about the people who actually invented Tesla, or do you talk about Elon Musk?
So let me say to you, sir, in response to cheating, you will get ostracized. Pete Rose has cheated, and he never got into a Hall of Fame. What's the guy who was the cyclist? Cheated, got everything stripped from him. Lance Armstrong. So you will get exposed.
But
Some
Drew,
of
you're
us
just
may not, some of us may.
you're cheating in somebody else's system that controls the rules. If you take their rules and exploit them for your benefit, and then you start your own thing, who's going to punish you?
And let's go with those people you said.
Okay.
Greg
Pete
LeMond.
Rose.
Greg
Pete Rose.
LeMond.
Pete Rose. Start with Pete Rose, because I started with him.
But Pete Rose didn't cheat. He was gambling. Yeah, he was gambling on games that he wasn't playing in. So that's it. But let's go with Greg LeMond.
Was it Greg LeMond or Lance Armstrong?
Let's go with Lance Armstrong.
Was using chemicals.
Yeah, let's go with him. He made millions of dollars. Say they found out he cheated. He still had millions of dollars. If he didn't cheat, he would have never been Lance Armstrong with the millions of dollars.
You don't think they can't? Didn't they come back and get that money too?
No.
Wasn't he sponsored by the U.S. Postal Service and he had to pay that money back?
No, they didn't get no money. He made it off his little band, that little Live Strong band, all of that. He made money off of it. What are you talking about?
I don't know any contract that you'll sign that says if you do something immoral, you got to pay back the money. If anything, they'll say if you do something immoral, they'll fire you because they can't get their sponsors or the people that back their company to give them money. So at that point, if you break an ethical contract, they'll just fire you. They won't come back and say you need to pay something back. If it was already guaranteed to you and you got paid it, they came back and say, oh, well, you did something ethical 5 years after the fact, but you were honest for 5 years, but we're going to take every dime back from you. They can't do that.
Or if you even paid a little money. Think about Mark Zuckerberg. He cheated his partners out of his work. And then they sued him. He's like, yeah, I'll give you some money. I'm already a billionaire.
All right. I want to get beyond the integrity then.
Okay,
so,
keep going.
Like I said, we're not going to agree on that.
All right.
So,
but I mean, listen, let me say this real quick, because I think I operate on a high moral, integral type of personality. Again, you're playing in somebody else's playpen. Okay. Is it unethical? And I come from a military background, and I'm going to tell you, my unit, the phrase, the motto of my unit is whatever it takes. It didn't say follow the rules. It says whatever it takes to get the job done, you must do.
Well, you know, so I come from the same military. I guess I'm on the weak side because our creed is, the first thing in our creed is, integrity first.
But let me ask you a question, Drew.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
But you know
Did
that
you go
they're
to
not
college?
integrity.
Did you go to college?
I did.
All right. May I ask what you studied?
Business.
All right. Do you think that what you learned in college really translated to when you got to? Do you think what you learned in college translated into what you did on your job?
Yes.
For him, yeah.
All right.
Contacting, yeah.
90% of the time, it doesn't. Meaning, what I learned in IT really doesn't translate to when I get out. When I learn in engineering, it's like learning some foundation, but that really doesn't translate to real world. So is it wrong that the Indian people say, you know what? We're going to get you the best thing to get you through this college. Even if you don't learn all of this, when you get on the job, you're going to know.
Well, one thing I wanted to say about this, even with the discussion of the three communities, is that I'm not upset with them because all they're really doing is taking advantage of the loopholes that have been provided to them by our government.
Their system. Yes.
And it's our system that they've taken advantage of. And they've exposed it. And now, like I said, their integrity is being exposed. Because this is the one thing, and we saw this about, it was last week or 2 weeks ago in the court system, is that if this birthright citizenship ends, the dynamics of the immigration coming to our country is going to change tremendously. It's going to plummet. It's going to plummet because these are the holes that have to be filled in our country. H1B visas, I know it's being addressed, but that is the core right there. That birthright citizenship, because even you heard people within that Indian community said, "Yeah, my kids are born here." Oh, whatever. If I got to go back to India, at least my children are U.S. citizens, and they can come back eventually themselves.
But here's what you're not understanding. It won't hurt them. Here's why it won't hurt them. We're not producing enough people in the IT field to keep going. I just showed when I was on there and we talked about a lot of black folks don't get into STEM. They get into humanities, sociology, psychology, business administration.
But again, those are black females. Thank you.
But even the black males, I'm in STEM, man. I look around and I'm the only one.
Yeah, especially
there's none of us.
I want to make sure that the audience knows that when we talk about STEM, we're just not talking about IT. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math. Basically, that's the acronym, but that includes medicine.
No, it doesn't include medicine.
Yes, it does. It does include medicine.
STEM includes medicine.
It does so. STEM includes medical background fields also.
It's science, a part of science. It makes sense.
Exactly.
You're
Biology
right.
is science.
Technology. But we don't get into that. We get into nursing. We don't get
Do you not have to take biology?
Yet again, those are females.
Do you not have to take biology to be in science?
Correct. Yes. Brother, let me give you my background. When I first went to school, I was going into pre-med. I went into pharmacy.
Okay.
I would look, and there was very, very few black people. And that's in the first year. Little blacks. As I progressed up, less and less and less blacks. And males, there was no males.
I don't like the way that came out.
The pharmacists that came through was all black females. There was no males. So when you say we're doing it, what are we doing?
But aren't the black females considered we? I mean, let's not just segregate them from us. They're black people too.
Correct. But what I'm saying, even out of that percentage, when you have a class of 100 people, you're still talking about 6 or 7.
Okay.
That 6 or 7 doesn't make a change.
But here's the thing, Fearless. We always talk about, and I'm assuming that you may have attended maybe a PWI, because you're saying that the amount was not there. But that's the one of the things that we have that's different from the other communities. We have our own universities that if you attended them, you may see a classroom full of pharmacists or dentists or pediatricians or chiropractors. You may see that, but because where you went, you're saying, well, the field was limited. Well, of course it is, because we're not, maybe the majority of us are not attending that school. There's a whole medical school, I think, called Mahari, where people go to get their medical or their MDs. So, those things do exist. It's just that if you're not in a situation where you're not seeing them,
I'm
just
looking
like
at that. Even at
you
those
mentioned earlier,
schools,
what black community would you want to live in? Like, all right, I can think of, shoot, I wouldn't mind living in Martha's Vineyard. I mean, that's a prominent black community. I mean, but they're around. It's just that, you know, we say, oh, I would move out of black community. I grew up in a black community. I grew up in a black community where everybody cleaned their yard with no trash, it was nothing. People came. I mean, this is old school. Everybody, mom and dad worked.
I'm
That.
talking old school. I'm talking about
Yeah,
today. I know,
you're.
and
I
that's what
mean,
I said. The economy should not dictate how clean your neighborhood is.
right. Even Ronan. Probably when he grew up, I know he says from Baltimore. I heard that many of the black neighborhoods in Baltimore were astounding neighborhoods until they removed the factories.
Or the pier. I mean, a lot of people worked off the pier. There's
Yeah.
huge ports there, but yeah, I was out of there by 8, man.
But we couldn't diversify. That's what I'm saying. Other communities started to diversify. We never
Well,
could.
it seems
The
like
thing
they're segregating now. It seems like we have certain groups that are segregating. So I
No, the
mean,
things we used to do good, we used to be good in construction, plumbing. Shit, we were some of the best farmers. We don't do none of that anymore. I rarely see blacks in the construction area, like, doing the houses. We used to master that, man. We used to have our own. We were the most entrepreneurial people there was.
So let me say this real quick. This is off the stats of me running through ChatGPT and asking us some specific questions. In STEMs, bachelor degrees, males only, core output. White men at 34 to 36%, Asians at 12 to 14, Hispanic at 7 to 9%, and black men 5 to 6%. Lowest among major groups. So those are the stats.
for
white women,
males,
and here's the
all
thing.
males.
Here's black STEMs in degrees by male and female. Black men, 35 to 40%. Black women, 60 to 65%. They're still outpacing us.
So you said that 65% is in STEM. White, black females.
Of a percentage,
Black
65%
females. Of the percentage of people getting STEMs degrees in the black community, 60 to 65% are black women, and that follows up by black men only being 35 to 40% of the ones going through STEM programs. They are higher than us when it comes to who's going through the programs.
I applaud them.
And
for
then
doing
again,
that.
we're only 3 to 5% overall, or 5 to 6% overall, and just males only amongst all the other groups. We are the lowest of black men being in these programs.
I applaud them, definitely. But I don't know. I don't want it to be that we don't do this.
Who's
We may
pushing
not dominate
things? That's the whole thing. And then PhD programs is 3 to 4% black males.
Yeah, I don't want it to be that we don't. Yeah, of course, we don't dominate these programs, but we do participate in these programs. We just watched a black man get launched into space.
Right.
I mean,
and to Fearless's point and my own point, is very few of us in those rooms. Yes. When I was in the rooms of technology, it was very few of us. Matter of fact, when I went and I was selling a whole network infrastructures to places like ESRI, which is an international company for map-based programs, and they actually did everything from NASA to working with the military, it was me in that room. That was the only black person in that room.
Hey, I wanna redirect a little bit, because here's another thing that was brought up in you guys' conversation. And I know Fearless, you live in Frisco, and you were saying, hey, Ronan pulled up the Google Earth or the Google map, and you told him to go to certain roads. He said, well, all of this is Indian. Well, I was doing a little research while I was while I was watching you guys.
It's only
And what I
4.1%
realized,
Indian. There's 29% or 33% Asian in that whole community. 4.1%, which is Indian. I wanted to make that very clear while we were doing this, that even though we're talking about the Indian population, there are so many other Asian communities in Frisco besides for the Indian ones. It's just the Indian ones are the ones that are like the mole out the hole. They're the ones popping up. But
so what I was about to say was that when you showed that, one of the things Fearless said was like, "Oh, all we have is barbecue restaurants and stuff like that." And I went and looked, and okay, so I was looking, and he said, "Oh, well, there's a Brew 7, that's Indian." And I was like, "Okay, what is a Brew 7?" I went and did my research, looked at it real quick. That's just a franchise. We own franchises too. We own franchises in Chick-fil-A, we own franchises in McDonald's as African Americans. There's plenty of us that own those. Now, then
hold up.
I
You
took
saying
what he
plenty.
said.
You
I
saying
took
plenty.
what you
That's a
said.
big word. That's a big
Hold on,
word.
let me finish. I took what you said. I took what you said because you said we own barbecue restaurants and stuff like that. Most of that stuff around Frisco is eating establishments for Indians. There are about 7 grocery stores there, but all of us eating establishments. I mean, they're no different than us. We have eating establishments. They have
You know
eating
where they're different
establishments.
from us? And I don't know if you was on
They
here.
game in the system.
No. I'm a let me see. Singletary grocery store, Mount Vernon. Let me do it.
Is that Frisco?
No. So let's see. I'm gonna show you this. When you say yeah, we own, there's a difference how we own and what they own. And I go back to this. This was a grocery store, one of the premier grocery stores. It was called Singletary Plaza Mart, owned by Rick Singletary, a prominent Black-owned grocery store. They opened big. They were serving 15,000 customers a week. They had to close down. Shoplifting, stealing, everything else that happened in there. So when we try to open something, we can't do it. We fail because of our own people. And when I say it, their places are full. It can be restaurants, but it's not just restaurants, man. They got the restaurants, and not just one type of restaurant. Like I said, there's a Can-Am pizza. They got the restaurants, the what is it? The food places, all of those, the franchise. They just not in one place. They diversify. With us, I see it. You in Texas, you see the barbecue stand, and it's just a shack. It's just a barbecue. Matter of fact, you got Beyonce's mama that couldn't even go to the Houston thing without getting shut down by the health department. Come on, that's Beyonce's
Let me say
mama.
this in regards to the grocery store that you brought up. And, theft has always been in stores. Walmart deals with theft as we speak. That is a mom and pop, unfortunately, that went out of business because they couldn't sustain the theft that was going on. They didn't put metrics in place for the theft.
I don't see those metrics in place at the Indian restaurant. I did not see those metrics in place at the Jewish restaurant. Why do we need metrics in place at the Black restaurant? Or I'm sorry, grocery store.
Unfortunately, like I said, theft is a thing. Now,
and wait, hold up. I just showed you.
Let me say this.
It's not a thing in the Jewish community. It's not a thing in the Indian community.
Right, but you gotta let
so
him get his
theft,
point out.
you got one community, the Jewish community that we just did a review of. They are basically being students of the Torah. All right, so I can see where theft is not going to be an issue there amongst them. And then you have this Indian community who's like, okay, well, we're coming in on H1B visa, and these stores sell us all of the accommodations that we want. What will happen if, let's say, for example, the AI comes in and it says, hey, we don't need all these Indians anymore? I guarantee you theft in those stores will increase. Theft in those stores will become a thing because we won't need those employees anymore. AI will say, hey, why do you have all these Indian employees? I can do all of this work without them. And then it's going to be like, well, we got oh, we got all these jobs, and we lost our jobs. I don't want to go back to India. How am I going to ever survive? My baby's hungry. Oh, let me go down to the store and steal some food. I mean, that's basically kind of what happened in many of our black communities. That when the factories left and places left, people, they did what they had to do. Still, unfortunately.
I would agree with that, but I seen people who have money in the black community still steal.
Oh
So
yeah, people are
I
gonna
seen
steal
hold up.
regardless.
I seen black people in the community that got it and still do ghetto things. So you
Brother, let
can't
me
tell
let
me
me
that
tell
it's
you, people steal in every community because somebody was telling me this, and maybe you guys have heard this same thing too, is that a lot of the self checkouts, there was a lot of stealing going on, and it's been nationwide. And they said that, like, for example, let's say Target, you go in and steal at Target, and they were showing this white lady that she stole, I guess, several times, but the one time she came in there and she stole, they were like, hey, you know what, loss prevention, we need to take you to the back. She was like, what? I mean, I just stole a piece of gum. She was like, well, we got you over an aggregate of stealing. You come into several targets and stolen. Now the bill is like over $1,000. So we're charging you because of the aggregate amount that you've stolen, not this one thing you've stolen. We got you on camera stealing multiple times.
I do understand that. What is but when you take it as an aggregate, like what's the guy's name? What's the dude that be eating out everywhere? King, what's that guy's name?
He's Mark Lewin.
No, he's the one that
Mark
got the
Wings.
Mr. Tenderism all. He started that whole problem.
Oh God.
You talking about Mr.
He's
Tender?
got the dreads. He's got the dreads. No,
Oh, you
all he
talking
does
about
is food reviews.
Oh, I know you talking about
Yeah, me
God.
too. I can't think of his name
Oh
right now.
man.
But
Yeah.
anyway,
Somebody
like when he went to Atlanta, he's like, bruh, I'm trying to patronize y'all. Why is it that when I go to these restaurants, it's always an issue?
Well, Mr. Tenderism wasn't owned by a black man.
No,
If you're
not
saying that
that.
was
I'm
the
talking about when he
issue,
was in Atlanta.
what was the issue? He never goes in the restaurant. He always has somebody pick up the food, and he comes
Correct.
back
And he said
and
it
they
was
bring it
always
back
an
and eat it.
issue. I couldn't order on Sunday. I couldn't order online. I couldn't do this. I had to pay in advance. It was always 10 rule stimulations.
Keith Lee. Keith Lee is
Keith
his name.
Lee.
Keith Lee, that would be.
Yeah.
Keith Lee.
But I mean, every restaurant has different rules and policies. Like, okay, well, Keith, the person that you sent in here, they may have ordered the food, and all they do is pick it up. I didn't know that he was going in and running into rules and policy and stuff. It always seemed that with Keith Lee, he said he sends somebody in there, they pick up the food, they bring it back to the car and they eat it.
No, but it was all the things that he had to go through to get there. You don't see, if you've seen where I mean, I'm living in Texas. I know there's a place, what is that called? The Common Table. Entirely different on the weekend. Crazy on the weekend. It's got so bad that those places have to put in rules for us when we come in.
So what are the rules that you're talking about? Are you saying that maybe a credit card needs to be on place before meals, or are you saying that there's a
Stuff
dress
like
code?
that. Oh, matter of fact, your dress code, man. We got to tell you we not only got to tell you how to dress, even at the Houston rodeo, we got it's been going on for years. Black women, we got to tell you how to dress, man. You can't
Yeah, I
come in
mean,
looking like this.
it's unfortunate, Fearless. You are absolutely right, and it starts from the home.
Home
Because
training. No
I think
nuclear family.
Charleston White had he had a little short that I always watch, and it said, man establishes law and order in the house. That's why, a man will be like, which you ain't wearing
What
that
you got
going out.
on?
He's not gonna let you go out with your cleavage hanging out, or he Charleston White says your pee print, you're not wearing that. A man establishes law and order. And one of the things he said is that a man is not liked. He said a real man is not liked in his home. He is tolerated. He's only
Wait,
appreciated
and
once
let's
he's gone.
specify that. In what home?
In a home, like a family, or
No.
he's only
You saying in a
appreciated. He
black
said
home,
because
a white home, a
well,
Latino home?
what he was saying was that how many times have you heard, "Don't tell daddy," or he says everybody's worried about taking care of mama when
But
daddy
again,
just
that's
gets
a
that shitty
cultural thing
tithe.
in the black community. Not all families and all cultures don't
True.
like the father because the woman is already taught to disassociate herself from the black man. So that's why she tells that you can keep secrets. Like one of my ex-wives, and I was helping to
Don't
raise
tell your
her
daddy.
stepson, my stepson. I didn't condone him having early childhood sex. And this is when he was 16, 17. I was like, no, don't. She went behind my back and said it was okay for him to do it. And told me later. Here I am trying to establish a discipline, and this is where the separation is. I can make a decision that's more competent than you. It becomes a competition at that point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So it all goes back to, like I said, the originally that the problem is in our country right now, many people have come to our country or come to this country and taken advantage of the rules. And it didn't start with the Haredi Jews. It didn't start with the Somalis. It didn't start with the Mexicans. It didn't start with the Indians. You know, it's been going on forever. People look at loopholes. People share those loopholes and things within their communities. Is no different than when people go to file taxes. If you figure somebody can get you back more on taxes, you know, they all go to John down the street. He can get you back way more, you know, and John's doing some type of stuff maybe that Harry doesn't know at his tax office. You know, there's always loopholes in our country that have to be shut down.
So are you mad that they using the loopholes and we're
No,
not
I'm not
using
mad at
them?
all. I'm not mad at anyone. But what I'm saying is that it does need to be shut down.
Ethically and morally,
Let's just say we shut
not
down all the
right.
loopholes. Let's say we shut them down. Do you think that puts black people in a better position?
Black Americans, does it put us in a better position? They shut down the loopholes that foreigners are using?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it does. I think it does
does it help us?
because, for example, I have a buddy of mine that lives in Atlanta, and I know that when, you know, all the talk of ICE and everything like that's going on, he said that he knew black contractors, black movers, people who were getting calls, black landscapers that hadn't gotten business in years because a lot of the Hispanics were hiding out. They were just like, you
Right.
know, I'm not stepping outside.
I agree with you there.
Yeah,
So
deliver no
my
furniture.
question then is, so the only way we can get it is if they leave. Why can't we compete with them?
I'm not saying we get it because they're leaving. What I'm saying is that they need to enter legally. Now they can come in and get it. You know, they're more than welcome to come in and get it. But the thing is, they're coming in illegally. They're breaking the system.
Let me answer that question.
Let's go a little bit
No,
further.
I want to answer your question real quick. The one that you asked. It's not necessarily you have a problem with competing, but like you said, they'll come in and stack up 5 to 10 in a house, and they'll all support each other. So if they're out running their own individual business while you're trying to support a whole family by yourself, you're not stacked 5 to a house. You've been here. You're trying to conduct a legitimate business. They can afford to undercut you because they got 5 to 10 people supporting that household until they all can stand on their own 2 feet. So while they're undercutting your business and stealing your legitimate money by undercutting you so they can do the job less and start stacking money between the 10 of them so they can buy one house at a time, you still got to fight for your one individual deal for your one individual family. That's the difference. So how do they get to take advantage? They take advantage by doing the things, taking advantage of our system, outbidding us because they can afford to do it cheaper because they have extenuating help by living in a house with 14, 15 different families all at once. So they don't have to charge as much to get the job done. They'll do it for less because they know they have extra help. We don't have any help. We've been here. So that's how they take advantage of the system again. And they're also getting the state-sponsored help. They're getting the welfare. They're getting the SNAP. They're getting the other things that help them along while we're still sitting here in that middle ground where we don't make less enough to get on the support, but we also make not enough to support ourselves. We're right in that middle area.
And just as we were talking about the Haredi Jews, what were they all saying? Well, my wife works.
Right.
My wife works. She does all the working. I don't work. You know, I studied the Torah. I sit here and study the Torah.
Right, and that's the other shame. A black man must work, but a whole Jewish guy can sit there and study the Torah 24/7, and his woman does not look at him like he's less than a man.
And gives him 5 to 10 babies.
Well, I know the Indian people work because I seen husband and wife working at the same
Of
place.
course they do. Just like Jamaicans, they got 13 jobs. What you mean?
No, I'm saying both of them making, one making 150, the other making 150, and they stacking up that money. And they but here's the thing, Drew, what you keep saying, maybe there's a little integrity and stuff like that. But I told you, my wife does the tutoring at the high school on Saturdays. It's a program that's outside of the high school where they bring in professors from college and other things to help people out.
Who's paying for the program? The city or the state?
A grant. It's a grant that's outside. The Indians and Asians are coming there.
They're showing up,
sitting down. They showing up. They studying. They getting their college credits before they even get to college.
What is the distinct difference between those households? What are the distinct differences between those households and ours? There's a nuclear family pushing the agenda, and there's no nuclear family in our communities that push the agenda that the education is that important because you have single family homes. That's the difference.
No, brother, it ain't that. I went there to set up one Saturday. The black mom was, because they serve like I wouldn't say a breakfast, but they serve food. Like they might get something catered from Chick-fil-A or something. The black mom was more concerned about her son getting the food as she was with him studying. So you can't tell me, so you can say this integrity, all of that, but that starts not in college, man. That starts when they in school. I told you when I first came here, and I lived in an apartment, and when I would look outside, this is when I was deciding if I was going to move. The Indian people would go out about before dusk, gather, all of them, with their kids, talk, play cricket together. All of them coming out as a community and learning. When they learn, it's like that one person goes to school and he teaches the next person to go to school. All of that. We don't do that. Even when it comes to wealth, it seems as though, and I can't say all because it's not all, but a lot of times in our black communities, every generation is starting from zero or in debt. Where other generations get that hand up. It's like, man, I'm starting on third base.
My pushback to you is this, and I hate to hear you say we don't do that, because I believe a lot of we do that. We do push going to college because these black women are getting it from somewhere. They're being pushed to go to college by somebody. So we are doing it. The black men, like you said, a percentage of them are being pushed to go to college also. But I don't know. I just think I think kind of sometimes, like when I hear you talk, it's like it and I think Ronan kind of mentioned it too, is like you're focused on the negative stuff. Like,
yeah, because when I went to college, what they was doing, they was getting financial aid just to pay. It wasn't about I gotta be successful and go through here. It was I'm getting this financial aid check. Or I'm on welfare and they making me do something, or either gotta work 20 hours a week or I gotta go to school.
Well, at least they chose to go to school.
But they was racking up $100,000 in debt and school loans for a $20,000 a year job.
And you know what, Fearless? That's something that I'm glad that the figures show that now, because hopefully that propels us into degrees that we will be able to capitalize from. That was something not until recently, probably within the last 10 years or so, that they pointed out that, hey, you guys are going to school and you're racking up hundreds and thousands of dollars worth of debt, and you're only getting a job that's providing you with $30,000. It's not competitive. It's not something that's going to be sustainable for you. And, it's stunning your growth. It's preventing you from buying houses. It's preventing you from growing your families. Hopefully going forward that, especially our people, that we do see that.
So you keep saying I say we, but it's because I'm in this corporate and I look at it. I ask people about their 401k. They ain't even, they get a match at 6%. They ain't even putting in the 6%. And I'm like, bro, you ain't doing, what do you expect to do when you get out? None of that. Kids,
Mm-hmm.
529s, we ain't heard of it. They ain't
Yeah.
putting no money in no 529. It becomes like a foreign language to them. Like, what do you, it's like, well, student loans. So like I said, every time we start all over from scratch.
Well, I think a lot of that, Fearless, those things that you brought up, 529 plan and 401k, those are things that have to be, you have to be in an environment where people are discussing things like that. I noticed, like, when I came back, for example, um, if you're around a group that kind of talks about things like that, you're more inept to kind of get on board with things like that. And like you said, the Indian community, they come out, they play cricket, and they do these things, and everybody's probably talking about, oh, so and so's in college. You got to be in an area or somewhere where people are promoting that. Hey, go to college, or get this degree, or try to get this job or something like that. So it's about where you are, and if people around you are talking about that. They say iron sharpens iron. So if you're not around iron, to be sharpened, I mean, you may come out, not knowing a lot of things that other communities know.
Let's even go further. I don't know when we did this, Ronan, but we always say something is biased.
Yeah.
We look back at the last 20 years of who won the spelling bee. It wasn't no black people.
Wasn't no white people either.
It was Indians. That's what I'm saying. So you got a group that comes here. Did you say, oh man, English is one of their languages, and they study and still do it. So how can you have a group when you say, oh man, this is unfair, this is this? They come here and still excel. So we keep making, every time I hear you say something, it's like, oh yeah, we could. No, on every statistic I'm looking at, we're not winning. And so what, you got to give me a reason why. You can't say, oh, I know of one.
Maybe I think maybe we don't look as being a top spelling bee champion as a value.
Yeah, because we look at being a top rapper as a value.
I mean, I think some of us probably do, but not all of us. I mean, I couldn't tell you who won the spelling bee. The spelling bee is like one of those things, like it just becomes a random news blip, like, oh, this year's spelling bee was won by
now it does, but before it was a big deal.
Punjabi,
Now it's like a blip. But again,
Salam.
in certain communities, it's a big deal. Or even when you have younger kids, it might be a bigger deal. But after you get to a certain age and your kids are out of school, then it's not something you pay attention to. But I think it's
but you know what it shows?
Like, my child made the honor roll sticker.
Oh no,
like,
hold up. But here's the thing: what you don't understand. You know what it showed? It shows somebody who had discipline, who can learn. It's the foundation to get you there. Just like you say, man, I'm learning this math, or I got this in computer science. It's not, oh, that means, oh, you just won a spelling bee. It means nothing. It's set a foundation on you're studying, you're achieving, and you're being at the top. We don't do that. If you are, and I've been there, you talk proper, you talk white, that's proper. If you're smart, you a nerd. All of those things are disintegrated where you just like, that's not emphasized. So how can you say something is biased when it's the same test? Like we say, oh, the ACT and the SAT is biased. Well, it's the same test been given for years. How is it biased for us? They go to the study sessions to learn how to take the test. So it doesn't matter, that you're saying all of this is biased. It's still the same outcome. So you got to help me with the outcome.
Well, like I said, the outcome has had to be where you have a group of people that you're around constantly that push you or propel you into that. If you're living in a family that maybe nobody's gone to college, or you don't have that mentor that propel to be in that situation, you're basically going into ignorant and blind. You don't know what you don't know. That's why I say I think it's important to be around others who are in the same or you could say equally yoked, or somewhat going towards or striving towards the same things. If you have people who are around you striving towards home ownership, people who are striving towards real estate buying, people around you who are striving towards going to college, or hey, you're young and you got young kids, and you say, well, we talk about 529 plans and getting in a 529 plan, or we're getting closer to retirement. Let's talk about 401k. You have to be around those environments.
So I just told you the environment that the kids are going in, are all in the same place getting tutored.
Mm-hmm.
The Asians and the Indians are getting tutored and taking it serious and learning, how can I advance here?
So
The
my pushback
minority
on you
kid,
is that how do you know that the minority child isn't taking it serious just
because
because
we
you
sit
witnessed his
there and
mother,
watch them.
talk about Chick-fil-A? Doesn't mean he's not taking it serious. It just
Because we
means that his
sit there and
mom
watch them, man.
wanted to
We
make sure he
sit
got
there.
something to eat.
We sit there and watch them. They on their phones. They laughing. They taking a little bathroom break so they can go in and talk and gossip. And their scores show it.
Mm-hmm.
The blacks are not there advancing. They are there because they are falling behind.
Mm-hmm.
The Indians are there advancing, meaning
Mm-hmm.
I've already done this, and this is the limit to what my school has done for me. What else can I do beyond what the school has done? What when they go to tutors, it's not I'm falling behind tutors. It's I need
Right.
to achieve beyond that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and to me, you have to. And this is a good point somebody makes. Accountability is key. Yeah, you have to be accountable, and you have to take it a little bit further to be competitive. I mean, like for example, I'll just use my child as like for example. There hasn't been a summer yet since she started going to school that we just allow her to sit around and have that summer brain rot. She's in some type of class. We had her in during COVID. We had her getting tutored online. There's always something that's propelling, and we're pushing like, hey, you just can't sit around and be on your iPad all summer. Now that you're
Who
10 or
taught you that?
11, you got to go to some type of summer program.
I got two questions. Who
Hmm.
taught you that? That's the first one.
Hmm.
Who taught you that?
So the way I was taught it, Fearless, because I didn't do it myself. The way I was taught it was that I looked at others who had did it, and I said, "Man, that would be great. If I ever had a child, I'd really start pushing them towards going to summer classes and not developing that summer itis, And they said, especially with young children, if you start them on that, they don't know any different. Okay, well, every summer, this is what I got to do. Now, if you start them on it late in life, you're like, well, I'm gonna start my 11 years. She may be like, man, these past summers, last summer, I was able to just go to Disney World and, do all this other stuff and lay around the house. We've never had, like I said, ever since she's been in school, we've never had a summer where she sat around. It's not allowed. You have to be doing some type of coursework, something. And
So so it goes back to this. Nobody
Mhm.
taught you that. You learned on your own. So a lot of us don't need anybody. We're just not learning on our own.
Mhm.
Second question is, what is the makeup of those classes that you take her to?
Um,
The racial makeup.
the racial makeup is Caucasian and I think I seen like because I really don't see the students, but I seen a lot of Caucasian kids there, um, and maybe like a few Asian. Like when I say Asian, like um not Indian Asian, but kind of like Chinese Asian.
Mhm. So when you go out into the world,
Mm,
they already got the advantage.
mm, yeah,
So
yeah.
when the people in here say assimilate or go here, assimilate to who? Go to where? So the problem your daughter is going to have is she's going to basically um, succeed better than her community. She's going to look around. Ain't gonna be no brothers. Ain't gonna be nobody.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I say, man. Hopefully, me as her father, and looking at me as the example and saying, well, my father put me in these positions to get, to this degree or get this, and now I hated it, but now I look back at what he did, and you know, for me as a father, only thing I just want just the appreciation.
But did you just hear what you said?
What's
It
that,
took
brother?
your father and his structure to make you appreciate you as a father and the structure you're giving your child.
Oh no, it wasn't my father that did it. No, what I said to Fearless earlier was that I had watched others do it, and I was like, man, I want to do this for
Here's
my
the thing.
kid.
You had to watch because maybe your father wasn't in the home.
Yeah.
But how many other kids are doing it your way by learning by observation? I was one of those kids too. I learned through observation, even though I had stepfather in the home. I had a lot of uncles and people that reinforced the male side of who I was supposed to be, deacons in the church, things like that. But there's a lot of mothers that aren't doing that, and there's a lot of kids that don't even seek to observe the proper way of doing things. They just want the quick way, the shortcut in order to do things.
You have to be around people that are, like I said, moving towards that. And like I think, and that, like I said, for the way I kind of looked at it, it was just kind of funny because I was like, man, I looked at people when I was like a junior and senior, and I was like, well, how many courses do you need before you graduate? Like, oh, I only need like 2 or 3. I get to go home. I only have to do a half day here in my senior year. I was like, how did you get to do that? Well, I took summer school. I knocked out a couple courses during the summer, or I already took some AP courses. I already got like 3 credit hours, which isn't a lot, but it's like I already got 3 or 6 credit hours for college already. It's like, dang, what was I doing? But it all worked out. It helped me see where I wanted to put my child, like the direction I wanted to give her. So, like I said, I'm holding to that. Like I said, we have made it to where, like, hey, we're gonna play during the summer a little bit, but you're not gonna just sit around the house. Those days, we just can't do that right now.
But I talked
It's
about this. I
competitive.
said the high school that I went to, it wasn't even about, like you said, oh man, I got this grade, I got this grade. It was about the people that you associated with. I said that there was a gentleman whose dad knew not the Supreme Court, but like the Ohio Supreme Court judge. And he interned for him. They don't call it intern. There's another word that they use.
Clerk.
Yeah, they clerked for him.
Mm-hmm.
Sophomore, junior, senior year. So now he knows, met the governor, I met the politician, I know all of this. He goes to college, he does the same thing. So he goes out, graduating from college with basically 8 years of knowledge already. So it wasn't what he knew. He was just in the area. Have you ever had something like, all right, the reason they advertise so much, like, like during dinner time or right before dinner time, is to put that thought in your mind to think, man, I'm not really hungry, but that McDonald's do look good. That's the same how it comes with networking. Like when someone says to me, hey, just remember me. All right. When I need something, it's the person who's just always around. They might not even be the best person, but you're like, oh, I know somebody who can do that. That's what happens with those other people. They put themselves in a position where we don't. We relax.
Somebody's got a good comment right there. Sid Loya.
This is what the average Indian kid in Frisco High School. Oh, yeah, I said it. Let's see. Sorry, took it down.
Stop.
All right. Yep, they go. Somebody put that in there about the Kumo. What is it called?
Kumon.
Kumon, yes. And there's a lot of them over here. This is what the average Indian kid in Frisco High School does: take 15 plus AP classes. And this, hey, when I said this is what they're doing at the tutoring, there are professors that come from, I don't know the colleges here, like North Texas, Dallas, something like that. And they are teaching them those classes. So they take the class, like you said, they take the classes in high school, all those preliminary classes. By the time they get to college, half of their college is already taken, or at least the first year. So they just save money. They take classes by the end, SAT coaching, yes. And this is what we don't do. You call it cheating. This is a way that they cheat. They learn.
Oh, I don't call nothing cheating. This is not cheating.
Integrity. Integrity.
I don't call this not even this is
No,
an
what I'm saying
integrity
is,
issue. They're putting
No,
in the work.
learn how to take
it's
the
called
test.
preparation for a test.
Yeah,
When you
they're
go to
taking
take
in
a
the
bar,
work.
wait. When you go to take a bar exam, you have somebody tutor you for almost 3 months before you waste the money to take the bar exam once. When you go and get your real estate license, same thing. When you go and get a lot of licenses, you pre-test out before you go and take that test because there's value behind why you're taking that test. Now,
And
all of
that's
a
what those
sudden, when
Indian
the
kids were
students do
doing.
it, all of a sudden it's a problem. Yeah, it's not. It's
No,
not a
I'm
problem
telling
at
you.
all.
No, the
They're just
Indian
prepping
kids,
themselves to take the
they all
test.
go
You
to
study
that.
for the test.
They say this is what the professor does. This is the type of test you got to look out for. Here's the previous test that we took. Here's the way that you need to take the test. And sometimes it's not that you're not intelligent. I'll tell you, the first time that I ever took my solution architect
phrasing test. It's a
Yeah,
phrasing.
I failed my solution architect test. I knew everything, but I didn't study for how they gave the test. And I was like, hold up. I didn't study like this. I had to go back and learn how they were asking the questions, all of that. And that's what when you say, oh, it was an integrity. No, that's what the Indian students do. They say, I took this professor. Here's how the test looks. Here's what you need to study for. And they do it for all of them. So when we go into it blind and we have no idea, they already had the heads up because they know the style. They know what to study for. You still can't, you're not taking you can't take your cheat sheet into your class. You can't it don't matter if you know the answers. If you got a 200 thing test, you still have to have a background on it. What you're studying is the style, the type of answers that can go there, why that answer is. That's what they do that we didn't do. So if you want to call that not integrity, that's what they do. They get themselves prepared because somebody else went before them and they're showing them this is how it is. That's exactly what, when you study for those SATs, or you even do the test dumps. I've looked at test dumps when I've taken things. I still have to know it. It's just with the test dump, it may have the answer, but I still need to know how did they get to that answer, because there's going to be something similar on. There's going to be 3 other questions that may be similar. We don't do that. We keep the information to ourselves because we're so afraid that somebody's going to get over. When I showed this dude, man, I don't talk to him to this day. He don't listen, so I don't care.
Good comment, Mackie Samuels.
When I showed this dude what I was doing in my 401k and what I was invested in, he only called me when he wanted something. He never gave me. It was always, what can I extract from you? Never what I can give you. And then when I was saying we have certain levels, and I said, oh yeah, man, I was like, they wanted to put me at a 19, but I just didn't want to do this. Oh yeah, I can be a 19. It was always a competition. I'm like, we're not even in the same department. I said, I didn't take the 19 because I know what it required, and I didn't want that time away. But it was like he was wanting to sabotage all the time. It was never, and I'm telling you.
Maybe too many of us are reading the 48 Laws of Power.
You said we're reading or we're not reading, or
maybe we're reading it.
Oh no, I don't know what they're reading, because that doesn't help out, because what it does is just it lets me just shut somebody out. If you are not giving information and you can't help me, man, there was a dude who said, if you're not helping me with finance, romance, expand, or something, I'll find out what he said. It's like you're not no good to me. There's nothing that you're assisting me with.
You have somebody in the chat, Sid Lawyer. I guess, are you Indian? Because I mean, you can hit the link and tell us what you know. Because Fearless does live in Frisco, so I don't know if you know that, Sid, that Fearless lives in the Frisco area.
Yeah, I just asked
if you guys have any questions about Indians.
This is an open panel right now, so you're more than welcome to join the link. Hit the link, and especially Sid, if you're in my room, it's pinned to the top of the chat. You can hit that link and join us, especially if you have insight. I don't know where you live at. He said he lives in
Frisco too, and he's Indian.
And he's Indian. Oh, we would love for you to join.
Oh, yeah, definitely, bro. Join.
Because then we would understand the mindset of your community. Instead of guessing at it, we would be able to understand it fully from somebody in the community.
And we would have some questions for you, because what I have seen.
We would love for you.
Give me 2 minutes. Yeah, I got a lot of things I'm gonna ask you. So I give you 2 minutes.
Let's be cordial when we ask. Let's not get into our lawyer mode and rapid fire him to death. All right.
No. I want to know about how that process works,
By the way, while we're waiting on Sid to join us here in a couple minutes, please hit the like button if you're still in the room. Really appreciate it. We're not asking for super chats or anything like that, but hit the like button and at least subscribe to the channels for future lives and notifications. Thank you.
I tell you one thing I kind of wish I did own in Frisco is during those office spaces, because I'm like, man, I don't know how much rent is, but if I can rent an empty office space.
That's what I'm saying. That's a lot and on itself, just renting a space like that. Matter of fact, I'll let them rent the spaces. Just let me use it.
Right.
I'll be your one attendant that's always in the office. Just let me use one of the empty offices.
I'll be your attendant. You know, you got free power, light, put some coffee in there, microwave.
So I want to go against that community, but like I said, sometimes we are the Tommy Sotomayor, where we say we were the first, we say that we did it, we should get our accolades, and the Kevin Samuels are saying, yeah, you did it, now what? Okay, maybe I did take everything you did, I just made it better.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not mad at them, because like I said, they're taking advantage. You know, it reminds me of that Dave Chappelle joke where he talked about Trump and how Trump was debating Hillary at that time, and you know, saying the tax breaks that he gets, and he says, well, you know, yes, I take them, that makes me smart. And he says, if you feel that, you know, I'm doing something illegal, why don't you go ahead and you know, cancel it or get rid of it? And he says, I know you won't do it because you and your friends take advantage of the same tax breaks that I do.
Yeah. And I have no problem with him doing that.
No.
I use those same tax advantages.
No, RJ, I bet she doesn't drive a Camry. I bet she drives a Tesla, or he.
Who?
Sid. I think he Sid Tesla.
Why are y'all going to stereotype the man? Leave the man alone.
Tesla. Well, you know, the thing about Tesla is I think that a lot of people got some breaks from Tesla. So I think that's why a lot of people
are more reasonable. They might drive a Honda Accord for all you know, or Camry. I mean, you don't always go for the top of the line. You live within your means. The ones that don't, okay, I see Sid in the back. Sid, please don't freak out and do something crazy. If you want to cam up, you can. You don't have to. I just want to make sure you're not going to do nothing crazy and get us demonetized. But welcome, Sid, to the panel. We appreciate you taking some time out and joining us.
And since Sid is from Frisco, Texas, guys.
So you live in Frisco right along with Fearless, and you come from the community that we're talking about indirectly. So we really appreciate you joining us. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely, we can.
Sid, what kind of car do you drive?
Jesus Christ.
Tesla Model 3.
He don't miss.
Yeah.
Don't
miss.
Why is
not
that, Sid?
Not to stereotype a Indian person for buying and driving Tesla, but go ahead.
Why is that? Hold on, let me say this. Sid, why do you think that is? Because maybe your community buys Teslas, but you know, like I have family and everything in Hawaii. A lot of people, Asians in Hawaii, they love Toyota.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like each community has like its own like status symbol kind of, right? So I feel like the Tesla, like when it first came up, it was kind of like a status symbol. I mean, now like everybody else has it, so it's just kind of like the trend now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But go ahead, bro.
So Sid, you're in the community we're talking about, and it seems like your culture and other cultures that have come and immigrated into the country for your
let's get
very
some background on
Sid. Hold on, let me ask.
We don't know if he was born here or if he migrated here, so let's find out. So,
yeah. So I was.
Sid, were you born here? Do you have an H1B one? Are you
green card?
Green card, citizen? Do you work in tech?
Yeah. So my parents came over in about 1999, 1998. Dad came on an H1B during then, but I was born here. And so, right now, I went through the Frisco school system. I went to UT Austin. I got my bachelor's in computer science. I was part of the computer science honors program there. And right now, yeah, I'm working in tech. I did a little bit of work in Austin for a startup. Now I'm working in Dallas for another company here.
Why did your family move to Frisco?
Yeah, so I wasn't born in Frisco. I was born in Missouri. And so, yeah, my dad kind of just like relocated. And so what happened was actually, this was around like 2008, 2007. I had a lot of family. So first, my dad's brother moved here. And then a couple of our friends, like from across the country, they started moving to North Texas, like Richardson, Plano, Carrollton. And so, yeah, then, you know, we kind of just joined them. And honestly, that's kind of how, I think that's also one of the reasons that a lot of Indians just came to Frisco. Just because a lot of other people started doing it too. You know, that's how Indians move.
Sid, let me ask you a quick question because I don't know. Did you see the Tyler Oliveira documentary?
Yeah. I've been very plugged in on this whole situation.
So one of the things he did pinpoint was that there was a certain town or a county or somewhere in India that people, it seemed like he asked the questions like, are you from? And everybody was from that same town.
Yeah, my family's from that town, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that town is called Hyderabad. It's in India. And so the majority of Indians that are in Frisco are from that city, like that region, to be specific. And so I guess like just to get ahead of it, like the reason that a lot of people are coming from there is because that area, that part of the country really, the moment the tech boom started arising in like the 90s, 85s, that area of India really started investing in the like engineering colleges and infrastructure there. Bill Gates actually met with the governor of that state, and he started facilitating partnerships. And so
so he was ahead of the game.
Yeah. So yeah, that state, and you know, once they started having people go over to America, and then you know, seeing them having financial success, like everybody in that area started getting really obsessed with going to India. So that's kind of like where the hype. That's kind of how the origin story, I guess, from that specific area.
Yeah, I was wondering about how did people like learn it was just basically like one of the ladies said, well, I had a cousin or had family members that were already here, and you know, that was kind of like the talk to come to that location.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, Sid, with you watching that I can't call it a documentary, with that YouTube
investigative
yeah. How much of it do you agree with? Have you seen, or you don't agree with? You say, yeah, that's not how it is. Let's take, for instance, the H1B1 visas that people like Cognitive, I think Tata, TCS are using Indians to come here that maybe not be qualified.
Yeah, so I thought the documentary, I know Tyler, I've watched a couple of his other videos. He kind of has like a reputation for being like a little bit racist or, you know, whatever, but I thought the video was like pretty fair in like its assessment. I think there are a few things that will get kind of misinterpreted, but I think the underlying thing that I kind of want to just tell you guys is that, like, you know, no H1B job, you know, like no Indian is coming here without like the approval of like, you know, a big company here. So let me explain. So in the video, right, so you see a lot of these like ghost offices, like these mom and pop consultancies. And so, you know, for them to actually bring somebody over, there has to be a contract from like a company like Amazon or Google.
Wait, no.
And so you guys know, like they get those contracts. Yeah.
Wait. See, when you say a contract, but who holds that contract? Because I've seen it where the contract, like where I work at, we have a contract with TCS, which is Tata or Cognitive. So it's not actually that person getting the contract through the company. Tata will give will be the sponsor of the H1B1.
They're like headhunters, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think like the underlying message is that Indians are just cogs in the wheel. I think they're getting I mean, I don't know how to put it, but like I know there's some level of fraud. But at the end of the day, like, I feel like companies are just as complicit in this and screwing over American workers.
I agree.
I agree with you.
Yep,
Yeah.
I agree.
And I
but
think
yeah,
that's the biggest scam of all. They're blaming some of these cultures for taking advantage of an offer from another country, but yet and still it is the corporation that's allowing this loophole to be taken advantage of for being able to charge maybe that tech person less pay.
Well, no,
And
I wouldn't
then-
say that. Where the real less pay comes in is
through the staffing agencies.
No,
The
no.
staffing agencies are also taking their cut too.
It's more of when we do offshore. That's where the low pay comes in. You know, if we can get someone offshore during the opposite hours to do things during the opposite hours, we can pay a lot less. So it's a lot of offshore that people who are actually still in India or somewhere else that
Yeah, like me, I'm 12 hours ahead of you guys. So when you sleep, I'm awake, and so work gets done in the 24-hour cycle. If you know how to pass off work from one person to another, that project gets done a hell of a lot faster because you really got 24/7 eyeballs on that deal.
That makes sense.
I want to ask some deep questions to you, Sid, and please don't get offended by anything I say. I work with a company, and if I showed you the list of people that are under me, I could go through Geetha, Chakri. I could tell you every Indian name that works under me. Let's just go with some bases. What is it that your father instilled in you, and why do you think the Indian population somewhat excels? Like, say Frisco. Frisco is one of the top schools. What did you notice growing up that you didn't see other minorities or majorities doing?
Yeah, so day one, it's like education is the focus first of all, because that's what's going to get you from the middle class to the top class, or wherever you are in society. Education is the number one priority. And so yeah, growing up, like I did play like basketball and all this stuff, but my dad put me in Kumon, and I still remember when I was like 5 or 6 years old, just like sitting in there like struggling.
You started at 5 or 6?
Yeah, I think even younger. I was in actually like pre-Kumon.
Wow.
Yeah, long back. Yeah, this was many years ago. So I would literally just like sit in the room, and they wouldn't let you out until you finished the whole like problem set. And so like for some kids, like toughness is instilled in many different ways. Like I know some dads, they'll work out their kids like in the weight room starting from a young age, but like this was more so like mental toughness. So it was like instilled in me when it comes to academics. And so yeah, a lot of Indian parents, it's pretty much the same thing. And so it's an endless barrage of tutoring, extracurricular activities. Like I would never have an empty Saturday or Sunday. Saturday, I would either go to like swimming. I'd have like debate coaches, Kumon, some sort of combination of these different things. So it's always like, Indian parents, they will be driving around all across the city, just making sure that their kids are kept, busy in some fashion that they see fit. And so, yeah, just the parenting is very heavily involved. And that's, I think, the number one factor.
Sid, would you say that's all Indian parents?
I would say, like, see, the thing is in Frisco with, like, you got to think about it. Like the people that are buying $1 million houses, they're also, likely to have prioritized education, to get to where they are. And so they want to, at least pass that on to their kids. So I think in a city like Frisco, yeah, that's going to be like the majority of Indians are going to be like that. Yeah.
Yeah, because most of the people who are going to be here are going to be either in tech, they have to at least be affluent coming here.
Exactly. Yeah.
Another question: do you see a difference between like just say with hiring? Do you see a difference in your mentality or your way of thinking compared to that of your father, or compared to that of the H1B1 people that come in? And I'll give you an example, because I've hired and we have contractors who are an H1B1. What I have found is people that we get as contractors are great at task, but they're not great at outside the box thinking.
Yeah, no, I actually totally agree with you on that. Right now, I'm more so doing like independent work. I'm about to join my friend's startup. So that's why I'm actually back in Frisco right now. So I'm out of the scene. But yeah, I think what you're saying is absolutely correct. A lot of these tasks that these H1B guys are doing are not extremely like high cognitive level tasks. They're more so it's kind of just like filler work, work that needs to be done, grunt work, in my experience. So I totally agree with you on that.
Now, another question is, do you think that you are discriminated against, not in this sense, since people can hire Indians at a lower rate, say, oh, I can get this H1B one. Do you see people that say, oh, maybe he's just that grunt worker? And when I say the thought process, because you were kind of raised in the United States, maybe you have the mentality of thinking outside the box. Are you discriminated against in that sense, where people pigeonhole you to one way?
Well, my case is, I think, a little bit different because I came from a very prestigious computer science program, so I had a very good like pipeline into the job market. I went to UT Austin computer science and math dual degree program. It's called the Turing program. It's very selective. The average SAT score is like 1550 to be a part of it. So almost all the guys within my like program, we all got into like FANG. So we all got top jobs. So I mean, just kind of having that label on my resume took me a pretty long way. So I don't think I've been discriminated against, and we're in like a separate hiring pool, like I said, like compared to H1Bs and all that stuff. So I don't think that's an issue right now.
I've said this, and I wonder why. So in my part, it's called One Tech. So we do the cyber, we do the STEM.
Gotcha.
If I look down my organization, or within any organization, I could say that 75% of that workforce would be Indian. Why is that okay? But if I hire 75% blacks, that would be frowned upon. Do you see that? Like there's no issue in hiring 75% Indian, but there would be an issue with hiring 75% other minorities. Say it's Latinos or something.
Yeah. I think Tyler kind of covered it pretty good in his video. It's like, see, the reason that we're seeing a lot of like this, so like as Indians rose up in tech, you kind of see like these ethnic networks kind of forming. And so, when you come from a specific place in India, and you bring this guy over, you kind of know, it's just like a very like one-to-one, relationship. Like you're gonna know him very well. You're gonna push him to his limits. Like exactly what he's gonna expect from you, and you're gonna expect from him. And so that's why I think you're seeing these like 75% Indian. And if you really look at it, they're most of the time, let's say the managers from this region of India, I guarantee the majority of those like workers that he's hired that are Indian are also probably from that same region, because India is it's not a monolith. There's many different cultures and stuff.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Let me ask you a question real quick. Because you have a unique perspective. You grew up in Frisco. You went to the school district.
Yes, sir.
You got to interact with different types of students, whether they be YT people, Black Americans, Asians. Did you see a culture inside of the schools as far as caring about their education versus the ones not caring so much about getting that education and being driven towards the STEM area or any area at all? Did you notice a difference in the students?
Yeah. In high school, yeah, for sure. I guess when it comes to like race,
and we're not going to take a pass. We want your honest opinion on how
you have to be politically correct.
Okay, yeah.
Right. We want your honest opinion.
I mean, my school was, I would say, about 2/3 white, and then the rest of that was like pretty evenly split between Latino, Indian, Asian, Black. And I'd say, yeah, like I don't think the white kids had as much of an emphasis on education. Like if you look at like the top 10 of my high school class, like I think 9 out of 10 were Asian or Indian. And so, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, there's always going to be top performers from every race, but as a whole, like, yeah, as I would say, like Asians were prioritizing education a little bit more. And like in my AP classes, they would be majority Asian dominant, even though we were only, let's say, like maybe 15 or 10% of the school.
Mhm. That's
Question
important to
about
know.
that,
Now,
Sid.
did the YT people seem more entitled? Like they
Yeah,
all
yeah.
had a pathway or something
I
more
mean,
so
yeah,
than
with the
else?
white kids, right? Like, think about it. Like their dads, they
Yeah,
kind of just go
that's
through
my
this.
question.
Yeah, yeah. Go for it. Yeah.
So in a sense, Sid, I know we were talking about education gets you somewhere, but did you notice that, especially being in Frisco, you have people who are,
Affluent.
$1 million
Yeah.
homes, so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
are affluent. Did you see the white kids get into certain places not because of their academics, but
That's why I
because of
asked that.
who they know?
You're talking about like colleges?
Jobs,
Colleges,
networking.
jobs, or just like
Yeah,
I said, the entitlement part of it. They seem more entitled, like they already had guaranteed pathways to the direction, whether their dad owned a company or whatever. Did you notice that kind of like mentality of entitlement? Like they already knew they didn't have to work as hard.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I saw that definitely. Like, there's kind of like this pipeline. Like, some white kid goes to like a state school that his dad went to. He joins the same frat, and as a result, he gets those same kind of connections.
Legacy.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. In a way, yeah. So yeah, there's kind of like those types of pipelines that are only kind of exclusive and available to white people. So yeah.
Now, do you have your own pipeline? And I said, when I went to my university, and I don't know how long you've been on, I'll give you the example. I went to my university, there was a shuttle that would always let people off. So there was, who didn't park on campus. When the shuttle would stop, the Indian community lived there, they would all get off.
Uh-huh.
Now, I dated an Indian girl. I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But
Yeah,
one
yeah.
thing that she talked about was the first people that came through helped out the next people who helped out the next people. So they, like, I took this teacher, this is what you can expect. Here's their test, here's what they do. And it was like a whole connection in that whole community that they assisted each other, whether it was the teacher, whether it was the exam, it was, and they kept it to themselves. Did you see that? Do you see that? And what do you have to say about that?
Yeah, I mean, like, look, like white people have been doing this in finance for how many ever years, and so now that other communities have kind of at least anchored a couple people in, now they're also establishing those similar pipelines. And yeah, I mean, like in college and high school and stuff, I don't think it has much to do with race, but I think in the job market, I think that's what we're kind of seeing, and people are getting mad about these Indian hiring networks, but like how is this? I don't see how it's that much different from like these types of Wall Street pipelines that have existed.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now, in college, like you said, you went to college, and I guess some select people went through there.
Yeah.
Were there people who went before you who reached back out to help you? Did you reach back out to the next, generation of Indians to help them?
Were you the pioneer at UT Austin, or did you have connections where you knew people and then you referred to them as far as what to expect? Basically?
So I was in the, like I said, the CS and math honors program, and so that's only like 50 kids per grade, and so that's kind of like a network in and of its own. And yeah, like I think in my class, I would say probably of those 50 kids, I think I would say 2/3 are Asian of that. And yeah, I don't think it had much to do with race, but more so just being in the program and helping. Like, I got an internship, and like, let's say the guy above me got an internship in Apple. So I kind of talk to him. He lets me know like what steps do I take. And so yeah, I don't think it has much to do with the race, but more so with the program and surrounding yourself with like-minded people.
Right.
Now, Sid, I got another question. I think, just from my perspective and from what I've read in the chat, people are upset that the Indian community does not assimilate. Can you help me out with that?
Yeah.
Why is that? Why do they stick to their own? I'll let you go. I don't want to put any words in your mouth.
Yeah, so I think we're seeing, I think the Indian community can assimilate, and I think we've seen it in the previous generation. So when my dad came over here, in I think 96 or 97, like you pretty much had to assimilate. So he moved to like some, you know, remote area in Missouri. And so like there's no Indians in there. And so you kind of just have to assimilate into American culture. There's certain things that you have to give up. And so what happened is, now that Indians kind of have this economic mobility, they're able to create these ethnic enclaves, which is what we've seen in Frisco. And so now that they're all in one place, the people that are moving in from India, they come in here and their life is essentially an extension of also essentially living in India. Like, think about it, right? Like, let's say I move in from India. I come into a community that's roughly, let's say 70-80% Indian, which is what we're seeing on the east side of Frisco, right? You go to, there's Indian restaurants. There's Indian
so
movies in the theater.
Do you go near, the one I'll give you is Stacy turns into Main Street.
Uh-huh.
And right there is, I think it's at Coit. Maybe it's at Coit.
Yeah.
Main and Coit. I mean, there are maybe 10 like vegetarian restaurant, jewelry. There's even a Cam-Am pizza that I found that was like Indian owned.
Yeah, there's Indian pizza stores. Yeah.
Yeah, that was different. Nothing wrong with it. I just thought, man, they cornered the market. There's a Wonder Kids that they even have that it's like for children to play.
Yeah.
But here's the key thing that I just picked up from you.
Yeah.
And you can associate it to FBA versus immigration.
I don't. You know what FBA is? Maybe he doesn't know what that is.
I'm just saying that to our audience. He doesn't need to know. Basically, what I'm hearing from you is because your parents and other folks established a community, and the enclave was there. As the newer Indians from India coming in to immigrate through HB1 or the F1 visa, it's a little more easier for them to assimilate into that culture because of the conveniences that you guys have already set up and that community has already set up.
You got it. Yeah.
So then they thrive a lot faster because there's built-in systems in place for them.
Yep.
So is it that you don't have to, meaning you have your own restaurants, you have your own grocery stores, so there's not really a need.
And so another thing I will say is, like, you know, I do think that there is an assimilation problem, but also like a lot of these H1B guys, like it's a temporary visa, and you know, all this, there's a lot of these crackdowns coming, and you know, if they lose their job, they have to find somehow somebody to sponsor their visa in 60 days, or else they have to leave the country. So it's kind of like a YOLO attitude. Like, I could be deported. I mean, I could just be sent back tomorrow. You never know with how the job market's going. So I think that's also kind of playing into it, this current job situation.
That's interesting. You know, I never thought about it like that. That they're just basically like, hey, just gamble, YOLO.
I mean, yeah, like they're buying houses on this visa stuff, but I mean, at the end of the day, like
they're not guaranteed to keep it because they get deported.
Exactly.
Well, actually, you know what the rule is? Even if you get deported, the whole thing is, can you afford to continue the mortgage if you live in another country?
Yeah,
because they can't take the property.
Yeah.
But bro, think about this.
House.
Think about this. Let's say, for instance, there was a huge swarm of people who were H1B that was like, hey, you guys got to go back. And they're like, well, the hell with this house. How that would drive down the housing market down there in Frisco.
Well, no, Texas passed a law that you cannot buy it going forward, not in the past.
Now.
You can't buy a house if you're H1B1.
Oh, really? I didn't see that. Wow. Is this recent?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Governor
I asked the Google about, I asked ChatGPT about it. It hasn't been established yet, but it's on the books. It is being talked about.
Is that Governor Abbott?
I have a question for you, Sid. Now we're going to get into a little race. As I said, when I was in college, there was 2 Indian women that I dated, one in college, one out of college.
Nice.
And her name was Patel, Nikki Patel.
Uh-huh.
But one thing that it was, and this is years ago, so you know, I can't say if things changed, but great person, great relationship, everything was fine. I played football, so this was like during the off season. And cold outside, so most of our time was spent either in the dorms or not outside. As spring approached, things got a little different. Where it was, we can date in private, we really can't be seen in public. And she was saying that, she let me know, look, I could love you. I could fall. You could be the greatest guy in the world. At some point, that's just not going to happen. I dated after that. I dated another girl, and she had.
That's wild that they can separate it like that.
She separated. She has two sisters and her. First sister, maybe married an Indian. These people were all Indian.
Mm-hmm.
And the father really wasn't upset. He was just like, is he from whatever state? You know, he wanted him to either be from northern or southern or their state. He wasn't, but that was still okay. The middle one married a white guy. And it's like, oh man, you know, he's not Indian. I really didn't want you to marry a white guy. He seems nice. That's cool. The one I was dating was like, nah, you can't meet my family. You can't go through my family. You can't be seen.
Yeah.
And she's just like, that's how it is. Like, black is a black American. You were the no-go.
Damn.
What say you?
Yeah. So it depends, honestly, from parent to parent. My experience is that it's a very polarized spectrum. So either the parent is going to be really like cool with their kid, like you do whatever you want, life, you only live once, or the parent is pretty much like anti every other race. Like you're only marrying an Indian, most likely from our specific region of India, like within our value set. So it's a very just like you're either this or that. Like that's my experience. And so my parents were pretty liberal with me, and you know, I dated a couple of girls. Not only maybe half of them were, or two of them were Indian, two of them were, one of them was Hispanic, one of them was white. But I mean, yeah, like it just depends on the parents. So
now, did they know you were dating him? Like, did you bring him home or wait?
No.
So seriously.
So you never brought them home?
But typically, who sets the edict in your family? Is the woman, the mom, or the dad, or they both agree or not agree?
I mean, I feel like if I was talking about marriage, it's both of them got to agree. Dating is the thing is dating is not really a concept in Indian society. That's another thing. Like going back,
courtship.
Yeah, it's mostly courtship. So like in India, basically the way it happens is, let's say I'm from this specific region of India. There's going to be like these networks essentially that'll, you know, connect you with other women that are part of that similar like value set, same like, you know, religion, same like occupation, you know, that type of stuff. And so, yeah, the marriages are just kind of facilitated via that. And so that's what I want to say. Indian marriages are built on compatibility. They're not necessarily built on like lust. They're not built on like, you know, these short-term feelings.
Sid, is this true? I had a counterpart, because I can't say a manager, more like a counterpart. He was taking off 3 months to go back to India. I don't want to say to vet, but it was like not to meet the fiance, to meet the family. So whoever his person wanted to marry, it was like, I have to meet the family. So what I don't want to say arranged, but basically it was close to arranged as you could get, because it was, if the family wasn't right, the marriage wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
That's
like
the same as kind of compatibility.
Yeah, exactly. Drew is correct. Like it's
part
all
of the compatibility is classism as well, isn't it?
Yeah, and so that's where kind of caste plays a little bit of a role. Like I said, like that value set that kind of plays into you know, that's basically what I'm inferring to. I didn't want to say it like out loud, but
you can.
Yeah.
So
full disclosure here.
Yeah. So Sid, when you said I got this, your parents say you can date anyone. It's more like, as long as we don't know what you're doing, it's fine. But when it comes to get married, do you think you have an arranged marriage or something close to that?
Yeah, for me, I know my parents would probably want me to marry an Indian, to be frank. I don't think I'll go the arranged route. Like I'll probably have to just see what's up with once I'm about to go to the San Francisco pretty soon. So there's a lot of like, you know, Indian chicks there. So I guess
they have a special website for Indians as far as from India, as far as location, commonality, kind of like things. It's easier to kind of like mix and get to know somebody in your region that would be more compatible. Like
there's Indian specific dating apps. There's Dilmil, that's like an Indian, like a South Asian dating app here.
I got a question for you, Sid.
Yeah.
So since you are talking about dating, would your preference be a American Indian such as yourself, or somebody that was
From the
from
old world.
India? Yeah, from the old country.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't say definitely, but yeah, probably an American Indian, just because like,
Really?
yeah, the experience
More
growing up there.
acclimated. Yeah.
Yeah.
But do you find them not to be as traditional and to be more westernized?
Oh yeah, I mean, the thing is also like India also is becoming pretty westernized in and of itself. So I don't think it's more of that. Just like there's just certain things that you just pick up when when growing here for 20 years compared to coming over there and experiencing like a culture shock. Like I don't want to have to deal with all of that. So
Yeah.
yeah.
But
The
even though
culture
they're
shock, the
westernized, their
homesickness.
mentality. Hold on. They're even though their culture. Oh, I'm sorry. Even though they're Americanized, the women that grew up like yourself, born here,
Yeah.
and were raised here, they're still held to certain traditional values within their home and raised a certain way, so that they do know how to tend to what you would need as a husband. Correct?
Of course, yeah. I hopefully, yeah, if they have good parenting. But yeah,
Oh,
that's the truth. Yeah. That I mean
so
that
let
that
me
would be,
ask you this then, Sid.
yeah.
So since they are American, I mean, they're American. I'm not saying Americanized. I'm saying they're Americans. You are an American.
Of course, yeah.
So, that how is divorce? Because how is that system in Indian Americans? Are they about the same as the other Americans, who were like 50%?
No, like, so in terms of the Indian divorce rate, like I said, like the marriages there, are built on compatibility. So I think the divorce rate is like 98. Sorry, it's only like 2 or 3%.
Okay.
And so yeah, you also do take into account like divorcing is very like looked down upon in Indian society. So, but even if you account for that, like generally speaking, the marriages are still way better off than with the U.S. situation.
They weren't established on just as necessarily love or like. It was more compatibility.
Compatibility, exactly.
So
And
they
so, I
have
mean,
they're marrying for a duty.
Yeah.
Like this is what we're married for. We understand that we're having children.
And then later they develop feelings or not.
Yeah.
Man, what about colorism? Do you see colorism? Because I work with guys from India, and they keep telling me that the caste system is no more. There is no colorism. What say you?
Yeah, I mean, in the U.S., it's not like a thing at all. Like, I don't even know
Really?
my Indian friends like castes or anything.
Really?
So in the U.S., it's not like a thing at all. In India, it's slowly decreasing. I think, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, if you're born into like the bottommost caste, like your life's prospects are still not good. So, but I know that the importance of caste is decreasing, but it's kind of just like a stain on Indian society at the end of the day. So
Yeah, because the guys that work where I work, one is from the lower caste.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, we don't even do that anymore. I'm like,
Yeah.
really? Now, what about just colorism? Meaning, you see that in the African American community where it's lighter skin is better or darker skin. How is that in the Indian community?
Man, if the easiest way to answer that is, when I was born, the first thing
They
my
looked at your ears.
grandma
looked at
asked
your
was,
ears?
"Is he white? Is he white
Oh,
skin or
man.
dark skin?" So, yeah, so like white skin, they're like at least they're like lighter skin versus darker skin. Like lighter skin is like equivalent to having like 6 feet, six figures.
Oh, man.
So that gives you a big level up in the game for sure.
So when you look for a wife, are you looking for a lighter skinned wife or
Nah,
just
man. Nothing like that for me. No.
How do you think that took place there?
The British, of course.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with the British for sure.
Yeah, that's British.
That's that colonizer mindset that the British put in everybody.
I want to show you this picture if I still have it. Let me see image. Let me see if I can find it. I think I put it. Oh, here.
Yeah, I mean that's going to be common everywhere. There's colorism, cigar, which is the skin whitening products.
Yeah,
I mean,
this photo. Yeah, I saw this. Yeah.
Now, This is what got a lot of people, not me, I can care less, but a lot of people in Frisco, Texas, pissed.
Yeah.
Why do you think that there's such an issue? Now, here's the thing. These are not H1B1 visa workers. These are teenagers, maybe preteen, who, in a sense, have assimilated. I mean, Boy Scouts is as American as you can get.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that the people in Dallas, Texas have such a problem with this?
Well, first of all, to give context to this, right? So, I feel like with Indians and stuff, there's a lot of like Indians are what, 33% of Frisco or roughly. But, when you go into certain areas, let's say I go to Costco, there's going to be, like 80% Indian because Indians love to do that. If I go to like a restaurant that's next to like an Indian complex, I'm going to see a lot of Indians. And so I think with this photo, a lot of these conservative white families, they stopped putting their kids in Boy Scouts because of all of this, some of this like leftist stuff kind of started getting infused, and they didn't think that, it's that appropriate. And so, they kind of dipped. And so that's kind of what we're seeing with this photo. You're seeing tons of Indian kids because their parents couldn't care less about it, about that stuff. And so as for the outrage, I feel like they just see it as just a population thing. Like they wake up and everybody's Indian, and that's the way they see it.
But you know what I see when I see that picture?
Yeah,
I see Indian kids or their parents at least conscious enough to teach them about dealing with different things in America, service, looking at the environment. I see them trying to be inclusive in some way by putting their kids into that, but also understand the American mentality more so than I see them. And here's the thing. A lot of people stopped going to Boy Scouts when they started being so inclusive. They wanted women and transgenders to attend Boy Scouts. So then they don't care. They don't want to deal with it. But then they see Indian boys, all of a sudden they're outraged. Well, where's your kid at?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Do you even care? But at least these Indian parents, even though they're not necessarily all assimilated into the community, they still care enough to say, I want my kids to understand this culture and these people. So let me put them in it. That way they can blend in better with the culture of America versus us.
Yeah, this assimilation.
Do you think it's assimilation or this? I'll take an example. I am not originally from Texas. I've only been here since I started working at the headquarters. But I have gone to Hutchins Barbecue. I've gone to the Star. I've gone to Legacy. And I say that to say this. I'll be at the Star and I see Indians with a Dallas Cowboy shirt. Or a kid with a Dallas Cowboy shirt. I've seen Indians at Hutchins restaurant getting barbecue just like everybody else.
Yep.
So it's not that they have separated, because I was like, man, my stereotype. I'm sorry. I was like, Indians are Cowboy fans? That's the worst thing you can be. Why you want to be? Don't come here and be a Cowboy fan. But they assimilated to the things. They just haven't grouped themselves with that. Why do you think that whites are still upset? Because they're Cowboy fans. They're eating barbecue. They're shopping at, Legacy West or wherever. They're going to the discos. Why is it that they're still upset that they aren't, in a sense, assimilating when in one sense they are taking part of those cultures?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing with this assimilation thing is I think with the next generation, once these kids kind of grow up, I think this whole assimilation debate will kind of go away. Like for every new community that comes in, it at least takes 1 to 2 generations. And so regarding your point, I think, when Indians are trying and they're still trying, at some point, I think we do have to kind of pull the race card. I very rarely, pull that stuff, but I mean, one time somebody posted a photo of Indians buying guns from a gun store. That's a very quote unquote Texan thing to do. And then people are finding problems with that. I mean, it's very, at some point, it's just I hate to pull the race card, but
I mean, there was 3 gun ranges where I lived at within 5 miles of me. 3. And at least 4 gun stores.
Yeah.
So it's that they want you to be American, but not be American.
Yeah, I mean,
to a point.
Yeah.
There's limitations even on that.
I wanted to kind of ask you guys.
The most American thing you can do is be a Boy Scout, right? They didn't like that part.
Yeah. So
what did you
I did
ask Sid?
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you guys. So, so when Indians come in, like they take a lot of the high paying jobs and stuff. And so like, do you think that also, I mean, I haven't been in this country as long as you guys, so you guys have probably seen all of like, a couple of different stages of the country, but I was wondering, what impact do you think that plays into, some of these white people's attitudes towards Indian, because they're taking the high paying jobs. I mean, it's not like they're coming to like clean
Same thing they have for Black people. When we started doing and excelling, that's all of a sudden we're taking their jobs. Well, if you were qualified to do it, you would have done it.
Mhm.
A lot of us had to fight to get the positions we had. There was no DEI. You had to be 10 or 15 times better than that next candidate to get the job. So at this point, it's now about whining, about thinking they're losing something when they never even tried. I don't have a problem with you guys getting the jobs. If nobody's doing their jobs, somebody needs to fill them. If you qualified, then go get it.
No, that's where I have this problem, Sid, and it's I'll just be honest with how it goes. My problem is I can't do what you can do. I can't go out and hire, if you have your restaurant, you have your place, it's not an issue for you to hire all Indian.
Mhm.
If you're a hiring manager, it's not an issue for you to hire majority Indians.
Yeah.
Me as a Black person, I get looked at differently if 75% of my team, no matter how educated, if they were African American,
Mhm.
they would look at me like, there would be a question is, are you qualified? There would be second guessing. And if something went wrong, it would always come down to see, it would always have a second question to it. So I can't get away with those things. And I'll say this, if I hire someone that isn't qualified and it fails, that kind of stops my progress from hiring more African Americans, where I have seen that we have hired Indians that are not qualified, that are the paper pushers, that that I know that somebody else helped them get the job or they overstated what they could do. And even on this end, I've had managers with a scrum position say, you got to hire somebody who we can understand.
Yeah.
So that becomes my issue, where it's like, I can't do what you can do. And I mean, maybe that's the advantage that you have. I can't fault you for it. I can't say that you're wrong, but I can see where that, especially in tech, I can see where that becomes a bias in your favor.
Yeah. It is very problematic, what's going on in the tech industry. Like I said, with assimilation, it's going to take one generation. And so my generation of Indian kids, like my younger brothers, they don't have as much as an affinity, towards other Indians, like, the generation above us does, bringing all the people over and sponsoring visas and doing all that. Like, that's not going to be a thing anymore. And so, yeah, I do think that is a very valid criticism. But like I said, I think these things will resolve itself in about 20 years or so. But I mean,
that's it. Question for you.
Yeah.
I know I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're good.
Do you discriminate against Indians? And I'm going to say this, and I'm trying to see how I can work. I had an Indian person on my team, and he was upset that they were hiring all the Indians. He was like, he was like, they keep bringing in these Indians or these people. I mean, he was severely like, and I would say that because just like you, I don't know how long he was here, but didn't really have an accent. So he must have either been born here or been here for a very long time.
Mm-hmm.
And he did not like the fact that he didn't like it. I don't know. I mean,
But you know what, Fearless? I think Tyler brought that up. He asked somebody who was Indian that grew up here, born here, and I think they even said he was losing his job to Indians, and he was like, "I'm Indian."
Yeah.
So, I mean, you see discrimination within your culture for that.
So yeah, so like we call them as like fobs, like fresh off the boat. Like let's say
Oh
I'm
man,
living
I got
here.
the same thing.
Oh
Yeah.
hell no!
So
Y'all went
yeah.
there with it.
So yeah, like there is, I think, a little bit of discrimination. Like I have a group chat with a couple of friends from high school. You know, they send a lot of like tweets that are going up, like anti-Indian, you know, just like weird videos of Indians doing weird stuff, and they're like, yeah, fobs are doing this and that. This new batch is not good. So I do think there is, yeah, this. I don't know. I wouldn't call it discrimination. But,
You say it nice, Sid. I have an Indian person that when he talks to his girlfriend, when they say Indian, and please, we're being honest, he'll just say the deodorant wearing or the non-deodorant wearing. That's how they classify it. That's not look. This is not me, Sid. This is how an Indian classifies other Indians.
Oh man!
And when he said it, I was like, bro, you can't say that. I'm Indian. I can say what I want.
But you know what though? That's
I mean, learn how to exercise a patience, man.
Just like we can use the N-word, they can do that to each other too. I mean, what the fuck?
But you know, that's the reason why they made that show, you know, fresh off the boat, you know, because a lot of the Asian cultures have dealt with that. The Indian culture, Korean, Vietnamese, fresh off the boat. Those people have, you know, the ones that have been here for years have assimilated. They have generations of children, even though they are Vietnamese or they are Indian, whatever, they are Americans.
Yeah.
And the ones coming in are like, you know, hey, we don't do it like that. We wear deodorant here, you know.
So how do you see that, Sid? The discrimination against both? And I'm sorry I cut you off. Within
it's
your
not really discrimination. It's just like kind of like a resentment. Like if they're not
Not even that. I mean, even when we're talking about Africans from Africa not putting on deodorant, we got a problem with that too, right?
True.
Yeah.
Man, I got a problem with musk anywhere from anybody.
Exactly.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I used to be nervous
Salute
around
HB.
Indian people, bro.
Welcome
What's
back
going
to
on?
the panels, brother. I know you've been out playing your African ways, but go ahead.
Yeah, I used to be nervous around Indian people, man. Like, man, there was this one guy that traumatized me, man, that worked at Best Buy, man. He worked at Best Buy, Indian cat. I smell him from the next aisle over. And then I'm trying to like avoid him, but you know what I'm saying, he's being polite, trying to help me, but I'm trying to run from him. But you know what I'm saying, but I ain't want to be rude and tell him like, hey bro, you musty as hell, bro.
Yeah.
And like I ran to the next aisle, he need some help. I said, nah, I'm good, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I go like another part of the store and he followed me. And I didn't want to be, I just left, bro, because I didn't want to be mean. It's like, hey, bro, you musty as fuck, bro. Get the hell away from me, man. But nah, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna tell you, I've been in South Africa, man. They done took over South Africa Indians though.
Yeah.
But I never had any no musk problems with them. Cause I actually rented one of my Airbnbs from Indian cat because it's a whole area called Uslanga, and they in like whole northern part of Durban and Bolito, all that is just nothing but Indians, bro. And they get money out there. It's crazy. Everybody out there driving G-Wagons and you know what I'm saying, BMW trucks, all that shit. Like, so if we don't pay attention and get on our P's and Q's, they gonna come over here and do the same thing to America.
Sid,
I
I got a question
don't know
about
if you've
that.
been following us, like, because I don't know if you watched any of the Tyler Oliveri documentaries. That's kind of what we've been talking about for the past like 3 weeks. Because Ronan and Fearless, they covered the Somalis, they covered the Haredi Jews, and now we're covering the Indians. You know, and the blueprint seems to have been the same in every community. You know, people come in. They establish businesses, they take advantage of the loopholes in the government, and then eventually they wind up, you know, running the town council or the city council, and they created an environment that's their own.
Yeah.
Sid, I got a question for you. What because we're talking about United States. I went to Jamaica, and the Jamaican restaurant and the liquor place were all owned by Indians.
Yeah,
I've been to places in Caribbean. So right now we're just talking about, you know, Indians coming to Frisco and IT.
Yeah.
What is it in the Indian culture that allows them to go to other cultures and still strive? Meaning they're not Jamaican, but they go to Jamaica. There was a Indian, I forgot what African country, and they expelled them.
Uganda.
Yeah, they were upset. So what is it in the Indian culture that you think allows them to go places and still strive as a community?
Yeah, I think family is a very big thing. And so yeah, going to Uganda. So I know you mentioned you dated a girl named Patel in high school. So they come from a region of India called Gujarat, like central North India area. And so a lot of them went to Uganda. And so they were it's just a family thing. Like they set up businesses. Um, the Patels, they took over the hotel industry in the USA. They're very, very family oriented people. I think that's the biggest thing, if I had to say. Just like everybody's all in on trying to get their bread up. So,
but is it just with family or is it community?
Yeah, I think community, like you're saying, like with other Indians that
correct.
Okay. Correct. I think that's probably a bigger thing when more people, like when the community gets established, when you get to enough amount of people, then that kind of becomes a bigger factor. But yeah.
What I noticed is that through generations, they start to get watered down and they start to get Americanized. A lot of the kids don't take over the family business.
Yeah.
And then they start working and they start being American like everybody else because, everybody's not entrepreneurs, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
This whole myth that all these immigrants come over here and just have this entrepreneur spirit, you know what I'm saying? Once you get cycled in this system in here, they're going to turn you into a rat, you know what I'm saying? And you're going to be stuck in this rat race and you have to recalibrate your brain, especially when you don't have that foundation of being an entrepreneur to, to take the steps to try to build generational wealth for your family. And sometimes that stuff can be hard because it'll make or break you here trying to be a business owner over here because what's the percentage? Like over 60% of business fail their first 2 years or something like that. So it's hard, you know what I'm saying? Especially when you don't have a large community of people that support you.
That's a good point, HB. I never thought about it like that, where they try to tell everybody they're entrepreneurs, but not everybody's an entrepreneur.
Yeah, it can be. They make it hard. Like right now, I'm trying to get my my contractor license in construction. Man, I was like, they got all these little loopholes. Like, oh, you got to have 4 years apprenticeship or whatever, you know what I'm saying, within that field. And I'm like, damn. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? So now my goals have been, you know what I'm saying, put on the back burner because, I changed my career, you know what I'm saying? So trying to get into this dump truck game and stuff like that. But I was trying to, just looking up rules, you know what I'm saying, trying to get government contracts, trying to leverage my veteran status to get government contracts. But they're talking about, you got to have like 4 years experience, you know what I'm saying, to get a contractor's license, you know what I'm saying? So, there are these barriers, you know what I'm saying, that you have to go through as an American where like, I went to a San Diego meeting, and some people spoke, and some of the contracts are being bidded by people from Spain. He's like, hey, why is this people from Spain winning contracts in San Diego to do construction work? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So do you have any brothers or sisters?
Yeah, I have a younger brother right now.
What I'm just wondering, could you have been whatever you wanted to be? Like if you wanted to be like, what's this, Akas, the comedian, or was it like, that's a great imagination, or is like your family like, look, you're going to be this?
Yeah, it's kind of like your parents are kind of like priming you from day one to pursue a high career, right? So think about it, right? Like I'm putting in Kumon in a very good age. I have very good math and science proficiencies, and so like once you kind of have that, like why would you go and take a gamble on some random career when you have a pretty good pipeline in front of you? So it's kind of just like primed in the kid.
Yeah.
So, but if you wanted to say, Dad, I'm great. I'm glad you spent all this money on this, but this isn't for me, man. I want to be an actor. I want to go to Bollywood. I don't know what.
Nah.
you couldn't even have done that.
No.
So from a young age, your life, I don't want to say it was
predestined or sketched out, whatever.
I mean, yeah, it's like the parents set you up for what they think, like, you know, like pretty much success. Like, you know, you follow their. For me, like I just followed my parents. That was that worked for me. And so yeah, I mean,
no, that's. I mean, I think that sometimes our problem is we tell the kids in the United States, you can be what you want to be and follow your dreams. And do you think your father's like, yeah, follow him as long as you can do it in engineering or do it in
yeah, basically that's the exact thing. Yeah.
You know, like I grew up in South Carolina, and Z's sorry, he's an actor.
Yeah, I love him.
He grew up in my town also, and you know he went to business school, NYU, and everything. But you know that just wasn't his passion. You know he was
Yeah.
actually everybody I ever knew that said they knew him. He was just like this funny kid, and he became an actor. So, he good dude, man.
Yeah, that's why I was saying though, like when people come over here, man, you know, it's gonna be kind of hard when you got the American dream to be able to do whatever you want to do. If you got a passion to do something and you know how to facilitate that, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to be he's being famous, he's successful in a different way. But as far as like how, you know, most foreigners come over, you got to come over here, you got to open up a damn store or whatever, a restaurant or whatever to be successful and start a business. And, you know what I'm saying? They try to get their kids to do that same thing. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard because, man, listen, I'm around here, San Diego, a lot of Asians. And you would think like people always talk, oh, Asians good at math. Listen, bro, a lot of these Asian people out here doing regular jobs, man. You know what I'm saying? All these cats ain't working at damn Google and damn big, you know, working at SpaceX, blah blah, all that shit, man. These people out here doing manual work, you know what I'm saying, regular jobs and stuff, man.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They spending all their money on tuning their cars and shit.
But I think the difference is you might see those people doing regular jobs, but I think the foundation of what they're going to do for their kids is entirely different than that other person doing that regular job. Like if Sid's dad came over and he was not prominent, he was just, you know, a fast food worker or something. I think what he would expect from his child is still much different than that other fast food worker would expect from their child.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I think Fearless, there's that quote that either you or Ronan had used before about you know, things being, you know, hard times make for I forget how it goes. It's something about
That's a video I have. I'll pull it down in a second.
yeah, the one about hard times, and then like, you know, make like they're gonna be the same as us. They're gonna make software kids too, you know.
Exactly.
I'm gonna ask Sid, do you think, you know,
let them hear that? Let me hear that quote if you got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up. Hold on.
So listen to this quote, Sid, and I'm curious if you think this is going to happen to the Indian community in the next few generations.
Do you have it, or am
I
I?
thought you said you was pulling it up.
Yeah, I was trying to fix my camera first. If you notice, my camera is kind of jacked right now.
Let me see if I can do it for you. Let me see.
I just downloaded that because I wanted to take the music off of it.
I don't know which one this is. I got one. I just don't know. You want me to play it?
Go ahead.
All right.
You can always cut it out later.
All right.
So Stream, y'all added this feature where you can do both. You can stream.
You can do vertical and horizontal. Yeah. You just got to change the background on the vertical side, or it's going to look funky.
Here we go.
He said to me, my grandfather walked 10 miles to work every day. My father walked 5. I'm driving a Cadillac. My son is in a Mercedes. Said my grandson will be in a Ferrari. But he said my great-grandson will be walking again. So I asked him, I said, well, why is that? And he said to me, tough times create strong men. Strong men create easy times. Easy times create weak men. Weak men create tough times. He said to me, many will not understand, but you have to raise warriors. He said to me.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Because I saw it in my family. You know what I'm saying? You know, I had people that were successful. You know what I'm saying? They ain't passed the baton down. You know what I'm saying? I guess they just, I don't know if they were just selfish or what. You know what I'm saying? The kids just, you know, some kids don't take to certain things. You know what I'm saying? And I noticed like, shoot, my uncle had a lot of money. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like then the next generation, they was just sorry as hell. You know what I'm saying? I think like, I think it's gonna be on me to elevate, you know what I'm saying, my daughter and shit, because you know, I had to make some changes and shit. I think I was like the only person in my generation to go to the military. So I think my grandfather went to the military. And I feel like it cycles and shit, you know what I'm saying? History kind of repeats itself like every 20 years. It's like
Do you think this will happen in the
downs.
Indian community, Sid?
Yeah, so I think like all communities, we're eventually going to regress to the mean, the American mean, like give it a couple of generations. Just because, you know, whatever values that at least allowed the Indian community to ascend to whatever position it's in now, slowly by each generation, it's just going to get, you know, diluted. That's just how like life works. So yeah, I think I do agree with what's said in the video and what you guys are saying as well.
Let me say this, and I brought this up earlier in a statement where because you guys have already established a network and the system, the newer Indian immigrants that come into your community are already more set up than ever. So they don't appreciate the work of the previous Indians. So I think that in a result is making it easier for them to kind of be, you know, a little lax about how they come in and how hard they have to work to get something, because it's already set up for them. All they have to do is follow your system.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, I have a question for you, Sid, and this was in the chat, but we didn't even ask you the question they told us to ask you. They wanted to get your thoughts on birthright citizenship, even though, like I said, you are American born. But let's say, for instance, people who are coming over who are having kids that are not technically U.S. citizens, they're on the visa, but their kids are getting the citizenship. What are your thoughts on birthright citizenship?
It's very interesting. I think I don't know why they'd want to change whatever system we've had currently. I guess the concern is like that some of the Republicans are saying is their whole concern is probably with like the vote bank. Like once you start bringing in more immigrants, you're going to vote for a different side. So maybe give them like green cards instead of a citizenship at first. I maybe something could be amended there, but I'm not a fan of just stripping it out entirely.
Hey,
But technically, wouldn't you be part of that birthright citizenship with your parents?
Yeah. When I was born, my dad was under a H1B. So yeah.
Sid, are most Indians Democrat or Republican or liberal or conservative? Which do you think they lean?
Yeah. So in this past election, I think 2/3 voted for the Democrats. But I will say in Frisco, in this kind of more affluent area, I would say it's probably close to like the reverse. I would say maybe 60% Republican, 40% Democrat of the people that, you know, can vote and, you know, are citizens. So I think it's kind of the inverse in Frisco.
Yeah. Well, you know, Dallas is a little liberal, but Texas itself is, you know, red.
But man, after all this kind of targeting, some of it is justified, but then some of it goes way too overboard. I think a lot more Indians are shifting back to the left. So that's my personal assessment. Yeah.
So another question, Sid, is
everybody's going to shift this
midterm.
Yeah. Everybody's shifting real quick.
One thing that we've had issues with in the Black community is generational wealth. I mean, it's like every generation starts all over. Who taught your dad about it? And like, you said you went to University of Dallas in Austin.
Texas.
Is that on scholarship? Did your dad have a 529? How did you pay for college? How was that taken care of?
Yeah, it was all taken care of. My dad had an account. And so I got like UT Austin doesn't really give that many scholarships. just because it's already like an in-state school and it's on the cheap side relatively. So it was, my cost of attendance was roughly like 25K a year, all in all, 25. I had a couple of outside scholarships, but those were like 1 to 2K. But yeah, my dad pretty much covered everything. Like education was never a concern. And I don't see it like for any Indian, there's no Indian parent that I've seen that's not willing to like shell out for their, just empty everything for their kids' education.
So when you come out with a good job and no student loan debt.
No.
Well, you owe your parents. I mean, they want you to do well, and I'm sure.
Yeah, none of that.
There's some reciprocation or something.
See, that's the difference. I was saying, in a lot of in the Black community, if you're not getting some kind of scholarship, whether that be sports scholarship, maybe academic, I mean, you're racking up student loans, and then that generation never puts money into the next generation's education. So
because they in debt.
You can have 3 generations that went to college, but all of them had student loans, and all of them went to pay it off. Man. So what is your observation when you went to school on like Black kids? I mean, you were in Texas. Did any Indians play football?
Very few, man.
Okay, I didn't. I mean, it's in Texas.
If anything, it's soccer. And if anything, they would probably be the place kicker or field goal kicker at that, because they know how to kick a ball.
Yeah,
nobody can see you. You're anonymous, so I want you to be honest with us. Yeah. What's your perception of like the Black kids who went to your high school or to your college? When you say, okay.
So high school and college are two kind of different things. So I would say high school, it was a lot more focused on sports, and the ones that weren't focused on sports were focused on something even like some other bad stuff.
Some nefarious things,
I guess there weren't that many Black kids at my school, so not that big of a sample size for me to judge off of. But I did have one Nigerian. One of my best friends is Ghanaian, and the other one is Nigerian in college. So that was a little college was a totally different shift, because now you go from kind of like the masses, and now then you have like a very selective, very intelligent pool of people. And so the Black kids at UT Austin, totally different game than high school, because it's just a more selective pool. And I Africans as well as Americans, Black Americans.
Now, did you see a difference between the Africans and I'll just say Blacks for lack of a better word, Blacks in your college?
I would say so. I think I do think like the Nigerians and especially are the next like immigrant group that's up. Like I think they're doing really well as a community, because I think they're similar to the Indian community in that education is pretty instilled in them from day one, at least the Nigerians that I know and I've talked to. I think there is a little bit of a difference there. Yeah, even in college.
Did your mom work? I know you talked about your dad. Did your mom work?
Yeah. My mom worked.
Was she in IT or?
Yeah. Whole family, and I'd say IT. Both are in IT. Yeah.
Were there clear gender roles in your household that you observed from your mom and your dad? Did you notice that they were actually following through? Like your mom might have had some input, but your dad pulled the trigger on everything, or was she fighting for control of your house?
No, none of that stuff. Yeah, it was a very, very traditional dynamic in my house, and that's another thing I will say. Like going back, like the whole divorce rate and stuff. Like the 2-parent household is a very, very important thing. Mm-hmm. And I saw it a lot with like my white friends who got divorced. Parents got divorced for whatever XYZ reason, and their life went significantly different afterwards. And so I do think 2-parent household is very important, and the dynamic within that is also important as well.
See, I think you guys really need to listen to this, because in the Black community, we talk about a lot of different things. Our women make money, and then they want a guy who makes 6 figures, but then they don't want to work once he gets 6 figures. So you don't build anything because they want to spend the money, or they think like I've seen women who get in, Indian women who get in before and make more than their husbands. And I've never seen the dynamic, meaning they make more than their husbands in every day. When I used to go into the office, they would have their food, all of them would have their food made for them. And it's like my wife cooked. I don't need to eat out.
Yep.
So you still seen that, but in the Black community, we don't have that cohesiveness. And I think that seems to be very important.
Not all of us, Sid. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's a high percentage. You could say 75%, bro. Come on, stop.
Yeah, or we wouldn't be in the position that we're in.
I wouldn't say 75 too high.
Our divorce rate. What do you mean? Our divorce
rate is 75% at least.
Single parents is
almost
that shit like
60. That shit like more like 67%, man.
Look, let's not be disingenuous. Our community.
Look it up on AI. Look it up on the
look up
you guys are
I just looked at Black demographics.
Yeah, just go ahead and look it up.
All right, single parent households.
That's even worse. I mean, we're not even in the household at that point.
No, I think the question you asking is a married household.
Yeah, you gotta get married. Is she cooking for her husband? Is she setting up his lunch? That ain't happening.
64 to 67 of Black children live in a single parent household.
So then that means you only got what?
46%
that are married, and then out of that 46%, most likely both of them are working. And you're telling me that wife is cooking every day. That wife is making a lunch for him every day, and she ain't got no funky ass attitude. Stop.
Hey, the white wife ain't hardly doing that either. So it ain't a lot of wives that are doing that.
77% of Black babies were born to unmarried mothers as of 2015.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
So if you're looking, if you
and that was
be mad at a group of
2015. That was 11 years ago. 2015.
This is 2000. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, you're right.
Yeah, that was 11 years ago, that stat. So it's even worse now.
Yeah. So you
Hey Sid, so are there single moms in India?
In the U.S., yeah, there's a couple. I mean, from what I've seen,
no, in India. Hey, I'm gonna tell you. Look, make sure you preface your answer, because I've been on these countries now. I've seen it myself.
Now let's answer for India.
He said in India.
No, he said America first.
Because the thing is, a lot of these Nigerians that come over here talking all this shit about, what I'm saying, black Americans, all our women are baby mamas. But when you go Nigeria and look it up, they got the highest paternity fraud. I'd have been over there. There's a lot of baby mamas over there. And all those
same with the Philippines. It's like, hey, there's a lot of baby mamas in Philippines.
These people come to this country, they act like they be having this high ass moral authority. But when you go over there to their country, they see, man, every chick you meet, they not married. They got kids. I'm like, where your kids at? You know what they're gonna tell you? Either they're gonna be at their mamas, their grandmamas, or their aunties. Why they in the streets being a 304?
Thailand.
Because usually it's the best of the best that are migrating or getting the H1B1
exactly.
visas. So you're getting a different crop of people who to go out.
And these people they're not coming over here with no $5. This whole myth. They come over here with $5 in their pocket. No, they come over here with a bag.
That's why I had to push back when, a lot of times, Fearless, you'll say we. They don't never say, well, they'll say, well, we don't do that. Even though we already know that there is a large amount of single moms over there.
But here's the difference. If Indians come over here, they come over here and be successful. We'll be passport bros and go over to Colombia and still do the same crazy stuff. So that's the difference. We're gonna have single baby mamas here and over there.
So you're trying to compare guys who are going over to get box or whatever, be passport bros, to people who are trying to start a new life.
No, you cannot. I'm gonna tell you, Fearless. Have you been to Thailand? Have you been to those Asian countries? Have you been to those Indian dudes out there doing the same thing, or if not at a higher rate than we are doing it?
Yeah, they are.
So how many of us? No, they're not living there. How many Indians?
Same as us. We're not living there.
No, listen to what I'm saying. Indians who come over here who establish something, they're establishing businesses and they're doing that.
Okay.
Brothers go over there and retire, and they not established. They just living. There's no business.
Because they've already retired. That's a different status. You retired. You put in the work. Why are you going to a third world country to work?
Or
Yeah.
okay, well, let's go over there. The brothers who are traveling over there, who are younger, who have not retired.
They're traveling. You're right. They're
Who
traveling.
live there. What I'm saying, they're traveling to their location. They still have an established business.
It's a
They're
small.
not established.
I mean, I get it, but it's a small number of those cats that's doing that out there.
They're not established, man. Those dudes are just traveling over there.
All right, tell me this. Where is the
go ahead.
Frisco at in Colombia? Where is the Frisco at in Dominican Republic? Where's the Frisco at in Thailand?
Who is Frisco?
I don't know. Because a Frisco could mean, like in Colombia, it could be an area of Colombia that has a lot of Hondurans. I don't know. You know,
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I mean, I am seeing brothers over there in these different countries do have businesses over there. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's not at a high, it's not a high rate. But see, the thing is, okay, this is a difference. Okay, this is this between America and a foreigner who's in a country that's very impoverished. They're not fleeing. We're not fleeing everywhere. They're fleeing everywhere. That's why they're fleeing to these other countries and establish businesses, because they're trying to come from their impoverished community to make a better life. We're not doing that. So that's why it's not going to be high numbers of guys who put in the work in the U.S. to go to a third world country that got their start of their business and shit. They trying to be on cruise
that's
mode.
Even worse, HB, because now you're taking someone from an impoverished country that comes over here and makes it better than the people who are established here. You got all the opportunities.
Hey, you okay, all right, okay. You right about that, because I think black people, we can't be successful. We can be successful in some of these job positions, but as a mass, it's harder to do. Because look, check this out, man. Look, historically, how all these white people get in the office, these white people get in the office, they X a lot of these black people. They used to get money back in the day, as far as like helping build this country with this construction, that they get X'd out, and they have these YT companies come in and get these contracts. They grease a few palms and they push a lot of black people, just like a lot of people helped build Atlanta. A lot of those jobs went away, those companies. So I mean, we got to be honest about this, man, about this racism, even though people don't want to admit it. But there's a lot of black companies that got pushed out, all these sectors that was helping build this country and making money and creating generational wealth, because their YT buddies want to come in and grease their palms and help them be successful. And the thing is, they still look at us different from another group. So like an Indian or Asian, they could come over here and be successful without being sabotaged.
Yeah.
Now, okay, of course you can have those small percentages of black people that skeets through the crack and be successful, but you got to understand, that just like in San Diego. Look, I'm trying to tell you right now, when I went to this meeting the other day, the dude told me, he said, "Hey man," he said, "I've been coming to these meetings for over 4 years." He said, "You're the first black person I've seen to walk in this room." He thought I was a guest. He thought I was a visitor, because he said he'd been advocating for more black people to be in the construction sector out here in San Diego, but there's no black people in the construction sector out here. Why is that?
We used to have
there were construction, a lot of construction. Look, my whole city where I'm from was built by a guy that used to be named Mr. Taylor, and it's another guy. What's this dude? I want to say his last name started with Williams something. I forgot his first name. But these construction companies that built a lot of homes in my area in Southwest Georgia. You know what I'm saying? Those companies they get X'd out because these YT people get in political office and they buddies got their construction company. They say, "Hey, this person gets his contract over you," and that forces us to be out the game. But I mean, there's still, you got a few black people that are able to slip through the cracks and be successful, and then they start to be the person like, what they got, or you have people say, "Well, if he could do it, why you can't do it?" Come on, man.
Hey, Sid,
I got a question, Sid. When you hear us talk like this, what do you hear? Nobody can see you. Nobody knows who you are. I probably know who you are. I'll run into you at Legacy one day, but don't worry about it. Or In and Out. We'll get a burger together. What do you hear?
I kind of was doing something else just now. But what do you mean?
When
like
you hear like black saying we can't do it because of A, or we couldn't do it because of this, or we went over there because of this. What is it that you hear? And do you talk that do you hear that same conversation in your Indian community?
I don't hear it in the Indian community, but I do get why. I'm sure we will be hearing it soon. Like, yeah, that's just kind of my opinion on it. Sooner than later, I think.
Because you know what, Sid, that was one of the questions I was going to ask you, if you kind of know anything about a little bit of, the history here in African Americans.
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
that when we, we after slavery and Reconstruction, we did establish a lot of businesses and a lot of different communities, but many of the communities were eventually kind of destroyed, or they were, separated from financing or things like that. And I kind of see that maybe happening with Frisco, that, without I guess anyone in your community in the town halls or city halls or whatever like that, you're not gonna be able to make any rules.
Yeah.
So the rules are gonna go against you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's kind of like a parallel. That is one of the criticisms of Indians in Frisco right now, is kind of like a totally parallel economy has been built. I mean, Fearless, I'm sure you've seen just like the blocks, like there will be a whole strip mall of just all Indian places, Indian restaurants, Indian, like basically pseudo Indian, like coaching centers, Indian grocery stores, right? So kind of like a parallel economy is being built. That's one thing I've noticed that's a criticism.
But I don't know if I wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, it's a criticism here, but I can't fault a group of people if they've catered to their own.
Exactly.
I can't
Yeah.
even say cater to their own, meaning they don't discriminate. I mean, I go to Indian restaurants.
What's your favorite Indian food?
I don't like. Oh,
chicken tikka masala.
Yes, sir.
No, here's the thing. I will be honest.
Yeah, the butter chicken too.
Here's what I don't like, and I've taken out bosses and colleagues, and we've gone to Indian places. I will say this: I do not like the Indian food in Dallas or Richardson, anywhere else.
Yeah.
And here's the reason,
Mhm.
and this is just my bias. When I was in Ohio, I think they had the best Indian food. Oh, the problem is with the Indian food in Dallas is this. There's a lot of Indian people in Dallas, and they cater to the region that they come from. So if I was in one region, you can go to a restaurant in Dallas and be like, oh, that Indian restaurant is from my state, and that's the food they serve in my state. That's great if you're from that state. But as an American, you're like, oh man, I just want Indian food. And so in Ohio, I think they've catered to the masses because the population was a lot smaller. Here is so specific, like vegetarian and Punjab. I mean, it's very specific to where you could grow up at.
The best Indian food you're gonna get, I think I've had, is in England. Because I used to be over there, stationed in England, and that's where a lot good stuff is at, man.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I think Fearless, what you said is exactly correct. Like I said, like most of the Indians in Frisco are from that specific region in India. So these restaurants, they're established by those people. So they're going to fine tune the cuisine to that way, because that's their clientele, and that's the way they're used to cooking.
Yeah.
And so that brand of cooking is very spicy, very heavy on spices. It's a very specific flavor profile that I think is too like, it's not that conducive to American taste.
It's too niche.
Yeah,
but they're catering to that
exactly
particular person. But I've found out in Richardson, it's a little more open, especially if I go to like the buffets.
Yeah.
But I learned this, that so when we went to, I was out in California with a group. We were in doing something at the Bay, and they were like, look, you don't want our spicy. Like if they say a 5, like, we want a 3.
Yeah.
Our spicy is a little bit different. So, I have no problem with it. But
yeah, the Indian food changed. It's one place. It's one place that's near me. I think it's called Mumbai something, Bombay something.
Mhm.
They the food when I first got here, it was real good. I don't know who took over it, but they kept the same. I don't know if it's like ownership change. I don't know the menu change, but the Indian food kind of tastes like the food from back on the East Coast, like in DC, Maryland area. And then like I went back like I stopped going because me and my ex used to go there, and then I was like, let me go to the Indian spot. I ain't been there in a while. I went in there, it tasted so different, and it was so bad. I'm like, yo, what happened?
Hey,
And
don't
I'm
let them
like,
fool you, man. I've seen some Mexicans working in Indian restaurants.
Yeah.
They
Shit.
hire the Mexicans to cook.
Yeah, shit, man. All the Mexicans out here working in all these restaurants, no matter what type of
Mexicans
barbecue
are
joint.
cooking everywhere. They're cooking
Yeah.
Chinese. They're
Cooking
cooking
everywhere. Yeah,
everything.
So don't let them fool you. Yeah, that is, man. That's so.
But I feel like the recipe changes. I don't know what happened to it, but yeah, man.
Mr. Fearless. So I
Yes,
do
sir.
want to get your take. Like living in how long have you been in Frisco for?
See, 16. Is that when I came here? No, it'd be 17 or 18. 8 years.
Okay, yeah, nice. So I mean, I wanted to kind of get your take. Like what's kind of the other? I mean, I'm constantly like online, so I see what people say online about Indians in Frisco or whatnot. But that's kind of like a different game. But on the ground level, like talking to like your neighbors and other people that
My
aren't
neighbor's Indian. He never. No. I mean,
yeah.
It's weird. I mean, I've never had a problem with him. He's older. He
Yeah.
comes out and walk. He's like 70 years old. Let me see, neighbor, and maybe 2 other Indians on my street. What I found was this: even in the years that I've been here, the population has vastly increased.
Yeah, it's 250K now.
Yeah, just in the 8 years. When I first came,
how is that possible?
Because I didn't know where to stay at. I mean, so I stayed in Frisco, but it was an apartment. And I remember from the first day I moved in to when I moved out, I mean, we went from maybe like 1 Indian to maybe like 60% Indian.
Yeah.
And I started to observe things that I did like in the culture. One, well, some things I got to ask you, why they always wear flip-flops? It don't matter what.
Oh, bruh.
The sandals. I got to ask that.
Bro.
My wife asked me, like, man, it's cold as hell. What do they have sandals for? Can you answer that one? Then I'll tell you more.
Man, I guess like it's really weird. That's something I've noticed all sorts of Indians doing. I probably has something to do with how they lived in India. And
See, it's like, man, those are the fresh off the boat dudes. We don't wear them.
Yeah. Hey, bro, I've been driving trucks lately, man. I've been on that over the road, boy.
Oh, nice.
You see them Indians, boy, in them flip flops hopping out the truck. That shit. They be driving with the flip flops on because that shit illegal. You can't drive with flip flops on the semi truck, and they still be doing that shit. And they be hopping right out that damn truck with them flip flops on, man.
Oh my god.
So what I did observe is after work, I would see them like meet in a common area outside, and when I say meet, it would be mothers and fathers, and the kids would play.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, wow, that's nice that they have their community. When I would walk, what was it? I guess Ohio. I would be walking Ohio past like the Walmart there.
Yeah.
I
I know exactly.
And there was a bus stop in the morning, and it was all Indians. They would get on the bus. So the parents were there. And I thought, man, even when I would see like the black kids or the white kids, the parents weren't out there with them. And then in the evening when I would walk, I would always see Indians just walking as just as groups. And I thought we, as other communities, we don't do that. So they've stuck together with their children going to work, after work, they've walked, they grocery shop. So I've seen a big expansion of it. I haven't seen, I'm trying to think of anything bad that I've seen.
Hey, Ronan said, bring him up.
Oh.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you right now, the next generation ain't gonna be like that. Them kids gonna be out there by themselves.
Yes, sir. I know.
Them kids gonna be out there.
And I got the stereotype.
Sid, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Oh, you're
26.
old. I thought you were like 22. So
do you remember what age did your parents have you?
Let me try. I think around. Let me get the exacts. 90. So I think roughly 30, 31, 30. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, that's the one thing I noticed about a lot of the the generations of immigrants that come here, they have kids really young, and they have big families too. And you haven't, your generation. I mean, you haven't started a family yet, but you're still young though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all right, I'm doing my stereotypes here.
All good, all good.
Why does every Indian car have student driver bumper sticker?
Oh, I thought that was mostly
That
Asian.
is the greatest question of all time. So I think here's the thing. They kind of know their shit. So first of all, like when they first come to the country, like a lot of these, the Indian wife doesn't learn to drive at the beginning. It's more so out of like fear. But eventually like they pick it up. So that's why you kind of see grown women driving. But even after getting like a license and all that stuff, I guess it's kind of just to maybe indicate to the driver that they still kind of suck at
Can't
driving.
drive worth of shit.
Yeah. That's my best guess, but
bro, I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. Hey, them Indian truck drivers is the worst, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Bro, look, man. I was driving older. I did it for 2 weeks, man, but I couldn't do it no more. It was like just driving the road is not for me. And man, they be double parking, bro. I'm talking about motherfucking truckers. They be out there about to throw fists out there, bro. Cause them dudes, they don't have no respect, bro. They just be double parking and shit. Like, they be blocking the entranceway, so trucks is hard to get out. So you got to go up on the truck, banging on the Indian dude. Like, hey, bro, move out the way. So it's like they causing a huge issue out there, man. Out there in the trucking space, man.
Yeah, those truckers are all from a specific area of India called Punjab. Like I said, like India is not like a monolith. So like the software industry is being dominated by people from the south, trucking, hotels. It's a lot of the northern based states.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about this? This is the presidential candidate, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
So when he started, he's like, hey, we're together, we're this, we're come. And then he ran for, I think, governor of Ohio.
Yeah, he's running right now. Yeah.
And then you see everybody comes out like, oh, you're Hindu, you're this. And you see all of the tropes come. How does that make you feel when it's like, well, man, he was good on one end, and now you hear all the racist tropes coming out? I don't know why. I know why.
Yeah, so
a lot of racism came out on him, man.
Oh yeah. So I think the thing that changed for Vivek was that one tweet he made on Christmas. I think that tweet might have ruined his political career. You could honestly pull it up if you want. But he made this tweet essentially like everything was pretty much true, but the tone wasn't really right. He basically said like the American culture is not valuing the right things. Like it's valuing sports and prom king and queen over education. He said something like that. And yeah, that tweet didn't work that well on the Republican base. And that's kind of the day they turned on him, because they're like, oh, you're attacking our culture, our stuff. And so that's the day I think that tweet has got insane traction. And I think that's the day that the Republican Party kind of turned on him.
So you think the Republicans just don't want to hear the truth?
I mean, yeah, man. Or at least the internet trolls. Yeah. Because they see it as he's infringing on white culture, heritage American culture, and he's bringing in his foreign culture. That's their view of it.
So do you think, we always talk about, oh man, it's freedom of religion as long as you're Christian. Do you feel like that? Like people question your, I don't know if you're Hindu or not, but it's like, oh, you got to be Christian.
Mic check.
We're not even because I've seen some people say some weird things. Like I've seen Indians celebrate Christmas, Thanksgiving, every holiday that we have here. I've seen Indian people celebrate it, and I've seen them getting weird looks for celebrating it. I'm thinking,
I don't know. Hey, I don't know. I'm gonna give you some pushback on that. There's been a few times where there were certain holidays, like Christmas. I took my daughter to Legoland for Christmas out here in San Diego, and bro, it was nothing but foreigners at that mug.
No, that's
nothing.
What I'm saying.
But mostly, I mean, it was I saw a lot of Indians. I mean, a lot of Indians, a lot of Pakistanis, a lot of Arabic people at the on Christmas Eve at Legoland. So, and then there was like other holidays like Thanksgiving. Like I see them at amusement parks. They don't be celebrating Christmas holidays and Thanksgiving.
Look, I got the trick or treaters that was Indian that came through. I just went to the Easter egg hunt, there was Indians at the Easter egg hunt.
And see, that's the thing right there is that
I
their
think
their
they're
their,
doing it.
their kids are seeing that and they want to participate. They're
Mm.
like, man, I would like to go see Santa and maybe he'll give me a gift. You know, I like gifts.
I think they're doing it more for nostalgia than the belief of it. Hey, the Americans are doing it. Let's go see what it's about.
When in Rome.
More so than
Yeah,
more so
exactly.
than
When in
them
Rome, when in
believing
Rome.
in it.
Well, ask Sid. Sid, did you celebrate Christmas or any other American
Yeah,
holiday?
yeah. I mean, I'm Hindu, but it's like with Hinduism, it's very interesting because it's not even like a religion. It's more just like a way of life. It's very fluid. Like we see Jesus as also a God. Like we see him as a form of God, and we like for me, my belief is that like all religions at some level have a core message, and like we all want to get to the same place eventually. It's just the path is a little bit different for each religion. I think a lot of Hindus have a little bit of that same philosophy. So that's why you see more of this openness, especially with Indians when it comes to Christmas and stuff.
Are you vegetarian?
No, I'm not vegetarian. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there, we have in the United States sometimes the South versus the East and the West Coast.
Yeah.
What part of India is your family from? Northern or Southern?
Yeah, we're from the South, that Hyderabad area that all the H1B guys are coming from.
Hey, but y'all was catching L's last year, man. The Indians was catching hell online.
Man, we're catching hell every day, dude.
With the food.
Yeah, man. Those videos are fucking crazy.
Oh my god,
bruh.
Yeah, the street vendor shit, I would never.
Y'all was catching hell last year.
Nah, man. When I go to India, I don't even eat it. I don't eat
hands
anything.
on everything. You would be in the bathroom all your vacation.
So when I go to India, I don't even my parents or my family they don't even let me drink the water. I only drink bottled water, and I never eat anything off the street. Nothing. So like even if I don't even do that, and my parents don't either.
That shit's sad though. I ain't gonna lie, man.
Now your English is good, so I'm assuming that your parents maybe speak.
He was born here.
I'm saying his English is good.
Yeah.
But saying, let me finish my question, Drew. So did your parents teach you their native tongue? And if not, why not?
Yeah, I grew up. Yeah, when I first was growing up, I learned both my native.
And hold up,
tongue.
he wasn't were you born here?
Yeah, I was born here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I learned both my native language and English. I can't remember which came after. I think it was more like simultaneously even, but yeah, I did learn both.
I can still hear your accent.
I don't.
I can hear that
Are you
shit.
able to still speak it?
Yeah, I can hear.
It's a couple
he's
things
got
he
a
said. I
Missouri
almost repeated it, but I ain't want to feel like I was mocking him. But
he's got a Missouri
I hear it. I'm good with accents.
Don't say he's got a Missouri accent. I lived in Missouri way too long.
I hear his Indian accent, like certain words he say.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of maybe the British Indian type of thing.
There it is, right there. That was the accent right there. The minute you just said that word, you can.
That's crazy.
So hey, what's going on in Frisco? I caught the tail end. What's going on in Frisco, man? I know y'all probably
Frisco has a large, we have a large influx of Indian population.
Yeah.
And what has happened is there was a Tyler guy that went online. I think he exposed like the Jewish community before, and he did the Somalians. Now he's in Frisco.
There you go.
Saying that there's a lot of H1B1 fraud inside of the Indian community.
Oh yeah.
And so it's how are they getting their jobs? How are they going here? But we did, the demographic shows, especially,
Once
especially in
quiet farm town turned home to one of the largest and fastest growing Indian communities in America.
Where are you from?
India.
From India?
I'm from India.
South India.
I'm an H1B.
I'm into IT. Motherland India or Texas, USA?
Obviously, Motherland India.
Obviously,
Motherland India.
as the Indian population exploded from 3% to 33% of the population since the year 2000, many Texans are outraged, declaring there has been an Indian invasion. But how are all these Indians coming to Texas? And is Frisco the only town in Texas where Indians are seemingly spawning out of thin air? I pulled up to the Frisco Town Hall meeting to witness the clash of heritage Texans and their new Indian neighbors. We need
Yo, you saw the white guy had a Confederate flag shirt on too.
Fearless, I don't know if you've been watching it or following, but these town hall meetings have been really nasty.
Oh, man, I'm letting you know. I noticed this some time ago, and Ronan played a part of it where I would look on like Instagram would have, hey, you know, it would be a person selling a house in Prosper or in McKinney, or in Frisco. And, you know, I'd look at it like, oh, that's a nice house. And then I would get to the comments.
Oh, man.
I didn't know. I didn't know. I didn't know they were that racist, man.
Man.
Who was that racist?
Just the people. They would say stuff like the one he showed was like, why you pay $900,000 for a house and all you smell is curry?
Oh, okay.
And that's how I knew about the bumper sticker, because I never noticed. And I kept seeing in the comments, like, if you see a community with student driver bumper sticker, stay away. And I was like, damn.
These are the examples of some comments under the post.
Imagine paying $900,000 for a home to walk outside and smell like curry.
Hey man, there's a lot of white flight going on right now. I don't know.
If they are leaving those like literally, they're leaving because it was like, why would I buy a home in Prosper and it changed? And Prosper is a very acclimate community, just like
the
Frisco.
fact that these people are eligible to vote despite thinking in this way, publicly commenting on posts in this way, blows my mind. These are the people that have children. Those children are in school with your children. And it's like corruption of the mind. Racism is a sickness. It's a disease. And I hope and pray that there will be some massive change in our administration that finally shuts down the idea that this is okay.
I know you're in Frisco. Somebody said they were living in Addison. Just to let you know, I do go down to Twin Peaks. I get a little cigar at the Twin Peaks down there. That's the only cigar lounge. So if you see me down there and you're like, oh, I see Fearless with a half-naked woman. It's not my girl. It's just a waitress that, you know, getting my cigar.
You live in Frisco?
Yeah, I live in Frisco.
Look, I'm gonna take this. This will happen. This is how they had this influx. See, the thing is, they wanted to replace us. I'm telling you, the racism was so deep embedded in this country, man. They wanted to replace us because that's how much disdain they have for us. But they didn't count on the floodgates coming wide open. Now they complaining. See, when we started delineating, man, if you notice that there's a lot of white people on our side when it comes to delineating, because they feel like we're being racist, but we're not. We're just delineating, saying, "Hey, these people are not us. All the corruption and the crime that they're bringing from their countries, that's not us. Don't be mixing in with us. They're trying to hop on the bandwagon with us and be like, oh yeah, we support y'all."
It's bad. No, you know it's bad when the white people in Frisco say, "I'd rather had a blacks move in."
They saying that for real?
That's crazy. And they're so angry with. Because the Indians, they would show like things outside of maybe that community, and they would, you know, have a celebration, and it was just like, I can't believe they're taking over. They view it as an invasion, like they're taking over something. And then you have, you know, a few blocks that would be, you know, Indian restaurants.
Yeah.
And I'm asking Sid, I showed it before, and I think it's Allen. There's a temple because it's near the Crunch Fitness. Is that a Hindu temple?
Yeah, there's a temple in Frisco actually, and there's it's called the Hanuman Temples in Frisco. That's pretty big. That's what was featured in the video. There's also another temple in Allen. And there's a lot of Hindu temples in Dallas, probably 5 or 6 big ones. So yeah.
And you can just see the anger. You can see like the anger of the people. They're upset. One, because Frisco is affluent, so a lot of people aren't living here. The rich or the white people who do live here, it changed their way of life, or they felt that it changed their way of life. A lot of people are in IT, and a lot of Indians have come in and gone into IT, especially in the Frisco area. So if you don't understand, my company came maybe in 2016. So there was a big influx of headquarter companies that headquartered here. So Toyota, Capital One, Boeing, J.C. Penney's, Frito-Lay, Yum Foods. So all of those headquarters came, and they needed people to work, and especially in the IT, and the influx of Indians started working, and that just became angry for the people who were established here, and they're accustomed to a certain way of life, and that certain way of life and that demographic looks entirely different, and they don't like it.
Because it doesn't look American anymore.
Correct.
I mean, that's why they probably wishing for us to be back, but because at least what I'm saying, we already assimilated into the fabric of this country. So mostly everything they do, we do.
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
We eat the barbecue, we go to the plate, we don't have anything separate, and they view that community as being separate and on the outside, and that just doesn't, with the traditions that Texas has, and Texas already believes that it's its own country. They, it's like we're not really part of the United States.
It's their fault.
This is the state they invented Juneteenth for because they wanted to ignore the fact that the Civil War was over. Galveston, Texas, ring a bell? Yeah.
So the community is very upset. Which here's the weird thing. I could understand if the Indians came in and they were in South Dallas, maybe that's the hood. And they were like in South Dallas, and they were like pooping on the streets and throwing trash, and then but you have a segment that's come in that's actually affluent. I'm thinking, what is the issue?
Have the couple taking a bath in the river though,
I see. Okay, this is what I don't understand. So we have laws and regulations on what people can do when they hire people. I don't understand how a lot of these foreign communities are able to come in and hire each other and not hire anybody else from America, like hire any American that's already here. Just like when you be in restaurants, you're gonna see nothing but Jamaicans. You're gonna see nothing but Indians. You're gonna see nothing but Asian people in these restaurants. How are they able to circumvent that type of shit? You know what I'm saying? That's what be killing me sometimes, because
there is no DEI in other countries.
No, but
but when you're in America,
no, even in America, a lot of us. I told this story before, which is I'll tell it again. When I was back in Ohio, I remember there was a community that I'll say like Avondale. I think it's called Avondale. Say the rent in Avondale, this is some time ago, was $600. If you drove maybe 5 minutes away, Hyde Park, you could find an apartment for $650. Avondale was like the hood. Crime was, majority black. Hyde Park was majority white. No crime. It was only a $50 difference in rent. Black people could go live in Hyde Park if they wanted. They chose not to because they were comfortable where they were at. So a lot of times you say there's no opportunity. It's not that there's no opportunity. Sometimes people just don't want to work there because they don't feel comfortable. It's out of their comfort zone, or whatever reason. Because there's, like I said, I've seen Mexicans working at the Indian place cooking.
Yep.
So you can't say it's us. Sometimes as blacks, we just don't feel, we don't put ourselves in those uncomfortable positions. And that's the same with tech. So like I said, when I was in tech, I would look around. I didn't see a lot of blacks at all.
Yeah. I mean, the video game industry, I think it's like,
it's not like
the video game industry was like 3% black people, man.
What's that?
I said in the video game industry, it was like 3% black people. Every time I was like the only black person at my company.
Don't they have a big black tech event that's in Houston every year?
Yeah, what is that called? I know the women go there for that.
They have them different ones. I think they have like some shit called Afrotech.
Afrotech, yeah. A couple of my friends go to that.
Yeah, they got some others around the country.
But even the school I went to was one of the first. Actually, it was the first school in the nation to have co-ops. They invented the co-op.
What school is that?
University of Cincinnati.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah.
Yep. So they were the first to do co-op, and I think now they became the first to do cyber. But I think other people jumped on board.
Hey, bro. Hey, when they be having those tech conventions in the video game industry, bro. Hey, when black people, man, when we get there, but we show up and show out, bro.
Oh, we
Like,
didn't. We
man,
didn't in ours. I
bro,
would go there, and
bro,
I
we have it
didn't
lit,
see
bro.
us. We would bring in companies like corporations. It was a big thing. It was like a 2 or 3 day event, and we bring in corporations, and you basically have an interview on the spot for your internship right then and there. Well, I mean, if you were good and you presented, man, I wouldn't see us. We would not put no resume together. We wouldn't come dressed. It was just, and I'm like, man, this is the opportunity that you have, because sometimes those internships segue into your job. Or if you get an internship, like I had one with General Electric, that segued into the other company. I had one with Siemens, and that segued into where I'm at now. And people are like, man, I don't know how you got on. It's so hard. Well, I got on at the ground floor just through an internship.
Yeah,
we didn't put the effort in.
So I would, like when VR first took out the Oculus stuff, they used to host all these Oculus conferences, like LA, San Jose, whatnot, and like at the end, they always had the mixers. I'm talking about we used to show up at the mixers, man. We used to make it fun, like like white people, they loved us, man. When we be at those mixers, because like have you ever been into like it just be boring as hell, but when we show up, man, we had that joint turned out, man. Yeah, man. I miss those those tech conferences, man.
Sid, did you co-op during college?
No, I didn't do a co-op. It's not really offered at my place. But yeah, I did have I went down more so like just the internship pipeline, like sophomore year summer.
Yeah, same thing. Co-op, same internship.
Basically, yeah.
They intertwine. Some way to get paid during school. Did you see that as sometimes as a pipeline for people to get to certain places, or what do you see the most of your graduating class go into? Were they entrepreneurs? Were they going into higher tech companies?
Yeah, so out of UT, there's not that at the time. There wasn't that big of a startup culture. A lot of the people, like I said, I was in the computer science honors program, and there was a very big just more so just a pipeline into FANG companies like Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google, that type of thing. And so you just parlay internship after internship, and then eventually you'd get the return offer from the company. And that's basically what I did.
Yeah.
What was can I ask what was your starting salary, I guess, when you worked, or did you go straight into you said a startup?
No. So I worked in FANG for a little bit. Now I'm transitioning to a startup. And then for the salary, you want my base or a bonus? Like what do you?
Whatever the W-2s told you at the end of the year.
Let me try to remember. I would say my starting was 120. 120. My total comp was about 120. Yeah, about 120 first year.
And this is at about 22 years old, I would say, maybe 20.
Yeah.
And so I've tried to tell people what you need to do to get there. And if I was older when I started tech, I would tell people, look, I would go to a consulting company. I was like, man, go around, get as much money as you need. You don't need the health insurance. You don't really need the benefits. Get as much experience from as many places as you can. And then, settle down somewhere. But, we talk about the 6-figure jobs. I just don't think we understand that, or I don't know. I don't know.
I think things are changing. But I mean, when I was growing up in school, y'all a bit older than me. I'm 43. We didn't have none of that stuff, man. We got that stuff later on, like towards the end of 2000. They started pushing tech into the schools, but before that, there was no tech in school. There was no opportunities. Especially it depends on where you come from. Like I grew up in the country. You know what I'm saying? Like people just didn't have no computers and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't have a environment or just like the the exposure to be able to want to get in these industries. But I think it has got better over the years. So I'm starting to see more Black people in tech. I mean, it's not as prominent as I think we want it to be, but I think, like, what I'm saying, we're finally able to get in those industry positions. You don't agree with that, Fearless?
There's a lot of room for improvement.
Yeah.
And I think what happens is when you say tech, you have to be a little more specific. I don't think we get, help desk is kind of tech. I don't think we get into the places
talking
that
about
we
help
could.
desk. I'm talking
I don't see us in
IT or better.
cyber. I don't see us in
coding, security.
I don't see us in coding. Solution
Because
architect.
that shit ain't cool, man. You're a nerd. Nobody wants to do that, so they kind of hide it, or they don't go to those schools that most people go to. I mean, I grew up around tech. I did binary coding when I first was in school, when they first came out with computers. Once I got in the Marine Corps, it was COBOL. But again, you're talking about an inner city school where they can barely keep a student attention span. And you're talking about doing all these other things. You can barely get them to pass a fucking test. Let's be real. It's not like Frisco. And Frisco is because you have affluent parents that are in more control of their kids than all these single moms that just put them kids in a program like babysitters and don't care what their kids do and dare you to say something negative to them to tell them to get in line. This is what you're dealing with.
Also,
See,
too,
where
those
do you see
affluent
your
areas have a higher tax base to, fund those schools.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Sid, where do you see your
That too.
competition coming from? What is your competition, or where do you see that crowd? And where do you see your haters at?
Like, you mean when I was growing up and
No, like even now, you got the haters out there. Where are you seeing that coming from? What community? And even like your competition.
Oh, the haters. Well, I guess. Or do you mean to the Indian community or direct, like?
Well, no, just in general, like I don't know,
I don't
white
even
guys
think he
hating
has
on
haters.
white
That's
women
why he's
hating
kind
on
of
you.
confused on when you say that. He's like, what haters? My computer
Yeah, I
on
mean,
it.
I don't really
My-
have haters, I don't think, but I think the Indian community hate. See, the thing is, like, I don't think we've seen this level of immigration and influx of people from a foreign country in like such a red area. Because, like, you've seen Indian enclaves in like New Jersey, California before, which are like fairly like Democrat areas. They've dealt with recent immigration with a lot of groups. But then when you come to North Texas, in one of the reddest counties in the country, Collin County, Denton County, even Tarrant, then I think this is where a lot of the pushback is coming. You're seeing very conservative
Where's that
Christian.
pushback though? When you say you're getting pushback, is that white people? Is it black people? Is it where's the pushback you see
Well,
coming?
I'm not speaking for myself. I don't think I've dealt with anything, but at least the stuff that we're seeing in the community now, yeah, it's mostly with white people, of course, because as you said, like, they feel that their way of life when Frisco was 70% white and all the whatever minorities were there were just we're living in the bad side of town, or whatever, not driving the best cars. That was okay to them. But now when you got Indians buying $1 million houses in cash, driving Porsches, with student driver stickers on it. These things, I mean, I'm not saying Indians are perfect, but there's certainly a lot of things that the community needs to work on. But I feel like some element of it is jealousy. I mean, it has to be, right?
It is jealousy. They don't like that shit. You can't be showing up in their communities because they're gonna be like, how this, I've been struggling all my life.
This little country boy. Yeah, no way. No.
Sid, I got another question for you. This kind of different. Before, I don't know, let's say, when did you think the hate started? Let's do that. Then I can give you a date.
So like for me, I was kind of out of this stuff because, like I said, I was working in Austin. I just came to Dallas recently, past like 6 months, because I took off and we're just getting things started for the startup. I'm heading to San Francisco pretty soon. So I've noticed the hate. I think it really started about in August of this past year. There's been like a lot of activity online, targeted against Indians.
Was it because of the president announcing more H1B1 visas coming in with Elon Musk in the White House and that whole press conference? Because the minute they did that, all of a sudden a big fucking magnifying glass went on y'all.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think first of all, the Vivek tweet that he made was a big culture changer, because I think before then, like, Indians were seen as like more of just like compliant, falling in with the line of the, whatever they wanted to see. But the moment that Vivek tweeted that, that's kind of when they saw Indians are getting out of line. And so I think,
Sid, I wanted to, this is leading to my other question with that.
Yeah.
When did you find out you wasn't white?
I wasn't white.
And I say that in a funny way because I think growing up or whenever, it's like, oh, we're just not them. And then when you see the racism, you say, oh, damn, that's what black people go through.
Yeah.
Do you see the Indian community saying like empathy or sympathy for the other minorities that they maybe didn't have prior to?
Yeah, definitely. I think now, even myself, I'll be very honest, like growing up, the racism or whatever that was there, it was more so just like micro things. Like, I think for you, like you just said, like, when did I realize I'm not white? Probably like when I'm going to the basketball court. I mean, I'm not saying I was great at basketball, but then I would just never get picked. Like, I mean, I was better than most of the guys there, but I'm just saying, like,
that's a lie. Said, I want to see you. I want to see you hoop. I want to see you hoop.
Yeah.
I want to see you hoop, man.
I was pretty good up till a certain point, but yeah, I mean, I'm talking like elementary school, right? They just wouldn't pick me most likely because of, probably racial factors might have played a role into it.
I don't think so, bro. Hold on. You grew up. Well, this is a lot around white people, black people.
Yeah, white people. White people.
I just gonna say because black people, you can hoop, you on the team.
No, man. No. This is not for school. This is just like pickup.
I'm
like
talking even on the playground.
Yeah, I know, but that's what I'm saying. But I played like AAU.
Shit, you got if you can hoop, man.
You play AAU, but you gotta get picked first. Nobody know if you can play if you don't get picked.
You can't be no slouch and play for AAU now.
That's what I'm saying. Nah, I was in sixth. I played AAU for 2 years, 6th and 7th grade.
Oh, he was nice then.
Yeah. No, I played against.
You gotta have game to play AAU. You ain't wasting no money doing that shit.
Yeah, no, my dad was kind of pissed by the end because we'd have to travel so much, and I wasn't. It was just not a good use. My dad knew it's not a good use of time, so eventually we had to.
Yeah, I don't blame you, boy. I hate taking my daughter to track meets, boy. Jeez.
But yeah, no, Fearless. I think that it was just more so small like microaggressions, and I think Indians kind of got a false sense that we're kind of we're kind of like with the whites almost like, but I think now we're finally seeing some pushback, and I think we're finally getting a more real sense. I think this is the first time Indians are really facing.
What they call it?
Wait a minute. You said something real critical right there. You said that Indians, for the most part, felt they aligned more with whites.
Yeah. Like, I felt like they weren't really being targeted in this type of capacity. Like, because I'd say, I mean, at least living in Frisco, I mean, that's just my observation. Like,
yeah, because you think about it, Drew, you have, you don't have the crime in black, you have the illegal immigration, like Mexicans get targeted, it's like, oh, we're cool.
Yeah, it's a model minority myth. That's what I was trying to think of, because we kind of just fit the bill, like, of what an immigrant should do.
Just like Filipinos, they're a model immigrant group. That's why nobody hates on them. They come to serve people. That's it.
Yep. Awesome people, man. Filipinos. Yeah.
And then you got a wake-up call.
Yeah. I mean, for me,
that's a Negro wake-up call.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a matter. It was just a matter of time. I just don't understand why y'all don't study history enough, because you see what Britain did to India. So you know what I'm saying. Y'all thought it was sweet.
Yeah, man. I know. I got a wake up call, definitely, bro. I mean, I don't know what to really say.
Do you think that goes in the Indian community where they, like I said, maybe have empathy for other minorities, because it's like, wow,
yeah,
this is just this is it's our turn now.
It's the reality. We're finally faced it. Like, I wouldn't say we like look down on them, but on other minorities, but we thought maybe at least we're different than them in a good way or whatever we thought. But now we're kind of just like the rest of them.
Sid, are you light Indian or dark Indian?
I would say I'm more towards the the lighter side, slightly lighter. Yeah.
Because the impression was if you just work hard, you make good money, you make good grades, nobody should bother you. And then you found out even you do all of those things, it still didn't matter.
Yep, exactly.
Keep your head down, work, stay in the tech field, you ain't gonna run into any problem.
Yeah, man, we followed the formula, and still it doesn't work against.
Bro.
Yeah,
Bro, it's a jealousy that's embedded.
Eventually,
in them, bro.
they'll find you. They'll find you. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
They don't look. It's a jealousy. That's the same thing happened to us when we was like when black people came off the slave plantation. When we started, goddamn, we cut our illiteracy rate in half within 10 years, and we was becoming a whole millionaires starting to come up. They were saying, how the hell these Negroes is doing all this and they can't read and write? You know what I'm saying? We flipped that shit on their ass, and I mean, it's gonna happen to any of y'all that come over here. We try to tell y'all ass, they don't want y'all didn't want to listen. And it was like, okay, it's gonna be a matter of time.
That's the truth, though.
I saw one video. One of my friends, like, I mean, he watches like Dr. Umar, like, ironically, but he sent me a video of
oh my god,
Dr. Umar saying like Indians are the buffer class.
He's the wrong person to watch. He's the wrong
I
person
said he
to
watches
watch.
them ironically, just like a time pass, like a joke. But I don't know if y'all saw that. Like, what are your thoughts on that statement?
Well, I don't really prescribe to Umar. What a gentleman that you probably never heard of. He kind of told us the black community this years ago what was going to happen to us, and it's Dr. Claude Anderson.
Mm-hmm.
If you ever get a chance, listen to Dr. Claude Anderson.
I'll look him up. Yeah.
He will tell you what he told us probably 15, 20 years ago, what was going to happen to us.
If you watch a lot of footage even further back in the 60s and the 70s, they were speaking that shit. They knew way back then. I'll be finding these weird archive videos for some reason, man, of like these teachers that was teaching way back in the 70s and stuff like that. And they was just speaking shit. I'm like, damn, that shit's so damn true today. I'm like, why is this like, was it widely known back then?
Because it was just forgotten. It's because it was forgotten and swept under the rug. The leaders died, and the up and coming ones didn't keep it going, and all that stuff that we already knew was coming was forgotten.
Mm-hmm. And then we got another thing. When they ended segregation, bro, that shit rocked a lot of us to sleep, man. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. They gave us this sensibility of, you know what I'm saying, everything's safe. You know, Jim Crow, that shit kind of went away.
Yeah,
you know,
I think that's what makes. And I told people this. I'm gonna say two things for you, Sid. One, I don't. Three things. Dr. Umar is Black Queens Forever, Snow Bunnies Never. So you might say something like that for you. You know, you're Indian Queens Forever, Snow Bunnies Never. Two is JD Vance won't be president because of his wife. I think that won't happen.
Who is he married to? I don't pay attention.
An Indian woman.
Indian woman.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, but they won't see the Indian person. And I think what happened with us, and I don't know how much you know of history, what HB is referring to in the 1960s, prior to 1960s, there was segregation. Because there was segregation, the Black community had to have their own restaurants, their own supermarkets there. If you want to go to a doctor, it would be in your community because that your doctor and pharmacist would be that. Once they ended segregation, we have a saying that we assumed that the white man's ice was colder. So we abandoned our own community to start going there. And I see that is something that the Indian community actually has, that you are us before segregation, where you have your own restaurants, your own community, and it allows you to be more prominent because that's when African
But the whole thing is they're not buying.
Minus the lynchings and bombings.
Yeah, but they're not buying what the white people are selling. They're staying within their own groups, and that's the same thing with the Somalis and everything else. We'll take all your support, but you're not going to break us up.
Well,
no, I'm saying
that's
why I'm saying they're strong.
Things happen over time. Now, if there's a Walmart in that town, if an age group can touch the Amazon, these stores will eventually take a hit.
You think so?
Yeah, because it happens to every community. Every community, if there's big stores like Walmart who can buy things in bulk and sell them for cheaper, you're saying, oh man.
No, what will happen is if they take away the H1B1 visa, the F1 visa, and some other things that are being taken advantage of within that community, then those businesses will dry up anyway.
Yeah.
Because they're shipping people back home.
Mm-hmm. That's what I said earlier. If the H1B visas go away and they say, well, hey, we gotta, a lot of you guys gotta leave. Think about all the houses that
You know what?
the housing.
I don't think that would ever happen in Texas because there's way too many tech companies. I mean, even you got Elon Musk building a whole battery company there, and part of his SpaceX program is being built up there. So there's plenty of jobs to go around for them to stay. So
we got a tether in the building.
Sid, how are you hedging your bets with the AI coming?
Man, that's a very good question. I think my startup is actually involved in that region. I don't want to get too into depth, but
because I'm gonna steal it, make me a millionaire.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's gonna be revolution, for sure. I think I'm a strong believer that in about 10 years, a lot of people will be on universal basic income, basically just like stimulus checks. That's my theory. But yeah,
I know that we kept saying, maybe I want to say because we were trying to do autonomous vehicles, and I know we were saying, let's go 4 years ago. People were saying the jobs that you will be able to keep, you're going to be able to drive. You're going to have a truck driver. So those are the jobs that are going to stay. And when you go to San Francisco out there, you get with Moby. I forgot the name of that car. It's self-driving.
They got autonomous trucks now that they're
Waymo.
Waymo. I mean, I messed that whole name up.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't need a person to do anything. I mean,
man, you know what's crazy? Hey, do you remember the shooting that happened in Austin a couple of a month or so ago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so actually, I mean, the emergency got there pretty quick, but they would have gotten there faster. But there was a Waymo that was blocking it. It was not responsive to the emergency vehicle.
Oh
And
man,
so, yeah, that was. You can go. I actually found that out today because I was reading the Wikipedia page for it, and that was like a big deal. Yeah.
But I think you are correct with that. There's going to be jobs that we did not think that could be outplaced.
Yeah.
That are going to be outplaced.
Yeah, but that's why I'm trying to get my money now and get the hell on.
Oh, for sure.
But the thing about a universal basic income, do we actually feel that there's going to be trickle down? Because no one's ever trickled down anything. And that was one of the things that when you mentioned universal basic income, you have countries, for example, like Philippines and maybe India too, which have these huge customer service centers. And let's say, for instance, customer service goes away because of AI. So in the Philippines, that's a huge source of income.
Mm-hmm.
And those customer service centers close. So would we provide them with universal basic income?
No,
exactly. So it would actually devastate countries like them.
I mean, India is also
our problem. America don't care about other countries. We use them and forget them.
It's corporate America.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not America.
That's the whole thing is you use other countries' resources. You don't use your own resources. All geopolitics, man.
Yep. And do we really believe that big tech and big companies would trickle universal income down to us?
Hell no.
No.
Yep.
I mean, it's like
that's why you got to stay with the tech, like Sid. Me, get with that AI business.
But it never trickles down. I mean, what trickles down? The tax cuts don't trickle down. The education doesn't trickle down. Nothing trickles down.
They don't trickle down. You just got to get smarter with utilizing the system and tax breaks.
And I think what I can take away, I don't know, I might not stay on too much longer, but what I can take away from Sid is a few things. Community, family. Man, you can get such a big head when you have your family working together. Early childhood development.
Big time.
Said that.
That's. I mean, I had to look it up while we were here. When you said you were because I thought Kuman was only for like high school students. And when you said, "Oh, I started at pre-Kuman," I had to look it up, and it starts at ages 3 to 5.
Yeah,
what is that?
Yep.
What is Kuman?
It's Kumo.
What is that?
Kumon.
They're like educational
study
centers.
program. It's an educational center.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Wait.
Reading, taking tests.
Yeah, reading, mathematics. They maybe cover a little STEM stuff like that.
Yeah, it's mostly just for reading on that.
Yeah.
I just gotta find
I
one
went through
for
speech therapy as a kid.
Where they offer that shit at? I ain't never heard of that before.
They're generally in like probably prominent areas, but my daughter. Well, we were talking about my daughter earlier. My daughter was actually in the Indian program whenever she first got into doing stuff during the summer, and during the year she was with Baiju.
Oh, Baiju. Okay.
Yeah, Baiju. So her professor was from India.
Oh,
or her
okay.
teacher was from India. But I think
So I think
Baiju
these
went
are things
under.
that-
Something went wrong with Baiju.
Yeah. I think that's what I was remembering. Yeah.
So these are things that we need to look at as the community if we want to prosper. And I know we hear all these excuses and things like that, but you can see a community that can make it work, and it's a community. Like I said, what really I like about the Indian community is, like I said, right there on Main Street.
I want to say it's not just a community; it's the nuclear family.
Look, all this shit is new, man. We got to give it some time. We got to give it another couple of decades and see how this shit gonna look later on.
No.
But the formula is right now.
It's always been the most stable situation, and if you can hold on to your nuclear family and not let society or influences outside of the home break that nuclear family, you'll be solid.
You guys see that comment from Cigar?
Our community took the easy way out, and they took the public assistance.
You see the comment from Cigar Music about Indians in Canada?
Yeah, so he's talking about the gangster stuff. So I mean, that has to do also with the type of people that are moving to Canada. So like I said, like India is not a monolith, right? So the people that move to Canada primarily come from a state called Punjab. And so people from that state, and Canada was like free for all immigration. So a lot of the people that came in are a little bit more on the uneducated side. And so that's why you're kind of seeing a little bit of, that activity.
A radical stuff.
They don't like the Indians in Canada, man. They are.
Yeah.
We are. You think America's racist? They do. They are really.
Yeah, I don't think it's a fair parallel when people compare Indian immigration in U.S. to Canada, because it's very different population groups.
But to tell you the truth, it's there's a lot of countries that are having a problem, not only with India's or Indian population, it's also the Nigerians. They're the second most hated group behind Nigeria would be Indians.
Yeah.
I think Nigerians are going to be the next group to get because
that's what I said. They're next. They're next on the list.
Oh yeah.
Nobody said anything about them yet.
Yeah.
So
they're gonna get by in America.
Deep rooted scams going on right here.
Oh yeah. They next. Because them motherfucking South Africans, they don't play around, but they be on their necks out there. They can't stand Nigerians out there now.
But I do agree with you, Ronan. You said the nuclear family, because even if you look at the Latino community, they may not have the economics that the Indians do, but you can go to places in Texas where the whole, what we call it, a mall area or strip mall would be
Grapevine.
Yeah, there would be Latinos with their stores, with their grocery stores, with all of that.
It's just common respect between the two parties, and that's the whole thing. Our community has gone, they're radical. I mean, literally, they did a great job from back in the 60s with who was the FBI director then? I can't remember his name right now.
J. Edgar Hoover?
J. Edgar Hoover, yeah.
J. Edgar Hoover and all them. They did an excellent job of breaking down our community to a point where it never will be the same again. so many dissemination issues that were going on. I mean, they had spies not only in Malcolm X's camp, they had them in fucking Malcolm. Not Malcolm. I said Malcolm X and
Martin Luther King.
Martin Luther King's camp as well.
Fred Hampton as well, Black Panther.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they were infiltrated everywhere in our community, and we had what they call Uncle Toms. We had brothers that were helping them, and no loyalty to our own race.
Yeah. Did y'all watch Judas and the Black Messiah?
Oh man, that was crazy. Yeah,
That's fucking awesome movie. Jesus.
That was.
Hey man, but Sid, like I was
I don't
telling you,
think
man,
we
when you
could
get a
ever.
chance-
I don't think our community will ever be the same again because it was too
we won't.
focused on. You know, and like I said, it would have to take a radical turn from the black women to fix and right themselves. The black man can't say anything. You know, this is on them.
Hey, you see it? What? I'll let you go, Drew. Then I got a question.
Oh, I was about to say, yeah, when you get a chance, Sid, look up Dr. Claude Anderson. Like it
Yeah. I was just
he
looking
said
him up.
something like it's either 20, it could be older than 20 years, it'd be older than that. But he basically said about immigrant groups and the groups that came here in America, what was going to happen to Black Americans. He's a Black American also, but he basically laid everything out.
Okay.
And I'm gonna jump off, man. It's been a pleasure talking to you guys tonight. And
Yeah,
we'll talk
Drew, I know
later.
you've been waiting for this one for a week or so.
Oh
man.
yeah, man. I've been waiting for this one, man.
Emails and shit.
Yeah, I know. I was waiting for this.
I got
one,
one
man.
question, Drew. Before
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Hear this question just for Sid. Sid, we talked about, we're talking about Black women. How do your people feel about Black women? Like the girls, when they're like, oh, they only want to do their hair, or they just want to do this. Like, do you see that separation? Like, Black women are this when you stereotype?
Like
I heard you say you date an Indian, you date a white,
yeah.
and a Latina. You had a big booty Latina in there.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of our generation, I think it's mostly like social media perceptions. I think that's what's kind of driving it. I think among the older like generations, like our parents and stuff, I think they have a negative view of a lot of races just because they're not as focused on the right things as what they perceive to be as important. So
no, but be honest, when y'all hear Black women, what is it that you're like,
Come on, man, just say it because we need perspectives.
Because
from
we wearing
outside.
your hair. I mean, they wearing your hair.
Yeah.
I
I was
would
about to
say-
say that.
We
I
wearing
would
your
say
hair,
kind
man.
of. I just think of like, man, I think a little bit noisy, loud.
What do you, hey Sid? So what do you think about in India when they
They
cut
shave
their hair?
They're putting the demons in the hair, and now you got
Is that
loud
true?
Black women.
Are they
Yes.
getting rid of the hair because it's cursed or?
Wait, what are you referring to?
Okay, so
Black women
from
got
what we
weave.
understand is that whenever in India, I guess there's a process of shaving your hair,
Purification.
but that
They shave
hair
their
now is being sold to Black women and is being putting into wigs and weaves.
So now you see the correlation between loud women and the release of whatever spirits or things that are bothering the Hindus or whatever in India in the hair, and then they're stitching it together and selling it to Black women.
See it like hell no, y'all Black women just crazy. They ain't gonna do the hair.
I didn't fucking know that. Nah.
Oh, you didn't know that?
So tell me, so what do y'all see? Like, it's like, do y'all feel sorry for the Black brothers? Like, man, y'all got to go through that. I mean, oh man,
Yeah, I feel like it. Like I said, like it depends where you live, right? Like, so my dad, he relocated a lot. He lived in
What part of
actually
Missouri?
Detroit. What's up?
Oh, he was in Detroit.
He lived in Missouri.
Yeah, no,
What
he relocated,
part
but
of
I was
Missouri?
born in Missouri. Yeah, at the time, that's
What
where
part?
Joplin area.
I know what that is.
Yeah. So Detroit. So I think my dad, he lived around a lot of Black people and kind of understood the type of struggle and stuff that was going on, especially in Detroit with General Motors leaving and how that had such a big impact on the economy there. And then I think as I started growing up and reading more history and stuff and really understanding how this country originated and because my dad also, that's another thing. Like he'd take me to the library and I just pick up books and read. And so yeah, reading history was very important in our house. And so like it just depends on the perspectives that you're exposing yourselves to. But I can say in my household, like we're very, I mean, I would say we're pretty like sympathetic to at least to the struggles that have gone on.
Man, when you said Fred Hammond, I was like, man, you got a little soul in you, brother. Some barbecue sauce on your meat. And that's good. I always wonder how the perception of other races are to, our race, and how they see it and the dynamics that go through that. So that's
man. I will say like one thing is that I've noticed, and I think Indians, when they come into this country, like I said, because they see themselves as very focused, they see almost like every other race, because every other race doesn't have as much as importance on education, on whatever they perceive to be important. They see as every other race. I don't want to even say inferior to them, but they just don't see them on the same level. Like that's kind of why we all even see this segregation. I think it kind of stems from that type of mindset, that we're almost better than you just because we're focused on these things.
Because you prioritize something that we don't.
Yeah.
And I think that might just be not even blacks. I think that's all Americans.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. All the races, yeah.
I think that foreigners are really surprised at how successful Americans can be.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And be so lazy.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, how do y'all make it and y'all lazy? Y'all don't really even study. Yeah, I think the difference is, what I found is our ingenuity and our creativity.
Yep.
And I don't know, even when I've seen Asian students can be very great at math.
Yeah.
But they don't have the ingenuity and the creativity.
Yeah, they're too rigid.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah. I want to say something on that too. Like when I was in the video game industry, we had a lot of issues with outsourcing our work to Indians. Like the Indians, they were very technical, but they just lacked creativity and stuff. And we had to always explain stuff, and it ended up costing us more money to make corrections and shit than just us doing it ourselves. So I think a lot of gaming companies, we went away from using India as to create assets and shit. I mean, like they was very technical as hell, but like sometimes like they wouldn't get shit right a lot of times. And we try to explain them, try to fix it, and we're just creating problems and shit. Yeah, so I think like
a lot of cultures
lack a lot of creativity.
Yeah, a lot of cultures will color in the lines, and they don't understand sometimes you got to come outside that line.
Yeah,
I was taught this way, so I'm going to do it this way. I'm not going to vary left or right.
I found that, and maybe I could be wrong, Sid. It was the culture was afraid to either be wrong or ask the questions.
Yeah,
like they just wouldn't ask. They would just try to do it and would be afraid of the wrong part. That could just be my stereotype.
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. Yeah.
Sid, if that's your real name, man, I hope that in a few years I can be part of your
IPO.
No, his what is it? Universal income, and I can retire and sit back and get it because of whatever you're creating. But yeah, your IPO.
I want to get your IPO, man. What the fuck? I don't want you going public without me seeing what you got going on, man.
For sure.
And you can say you started right here with a group of brothers. You'd be like, man, I know the brothers, man. I'm good.
Oh yeah. What is this podcast even? Because this just randomly came up on my YouTube because it said Frisco. I think that's.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it.
So once a week, it's usually on Friday. Once a week, this is what we call hit and run. So me and Ronan do a hit and run show, and we just choose random topics that may be happening in the news today.
We got an organized thought process, not random.
Yeah, not random. And we always say that it's only supposed to go an hour and a half, and somehow it never gets to that. But I think one thing is sometimes from a male perspective, we try to get things looked at, from our perspective, from a societal perspective, and then just have the conversations that no one wants to have and ask the questions that no one wants to answer, so that hopefully when we finish and complete, that either we walked away with something different that could have changed our mind, or at least our audience have seen a different perspective. So we might not always agree on something, and we don't want to agree because we want, like, you as a person to come in and say, what Fearless said that great, and Ronan said this great, and I agree with this, or I disagree with everything they said, and here's my perspective. So we just want you to walk away with just having a thought process to say,
a more rounded perspective instead of only thinking one way. We want you to have a complete perspective on the idea behind it.
I like people to be more open too of what they think too. 'Cause I think sometimes when people come around, they kind of tailor their conversation, and their opinions of, you know what I'm saying. So like, don't be afraid to speak your mind, man. You know,
we're not afraid to have a conversation even about the little hat. Everybody can get poked at. And they're not the real little hats anyway. They're fucking cosplaying little hats.
So this is our we won't call it a safe zone because we say you can come in and get it if you want, but we want you to be able to converse. So because I think if you are not able to speak or not able to talk, I think that messes up the dialogue. So we want to know that, because through those things we might be able to heal, or we might have a better understanding of what your thought process is and what our thought process is. And sometimes we may come and say, man, those two dudes, like Drew think I'm crazy, you know, and then I'm gonna be able to do.
Sometimes Drew agrees with you more than he agrees with me.
Yeah.
But you know, so usually on Friday, if you catch us, make sure you just maybe subscribe to the channel, like us, and we would love to have you jump in.
Tell your family, because that's a lot of them.
And ping us sometime. Like I said, I'm here in Frisco. And, you know, we can always
for sure
grab a let me see, what is that? A
water
chai
burger.
latte. No, a chai latte. Man.
A water burger.
A chai latte.
We can get an in and out. I can't do water burger. I can't do it.
Water burger is gross.
Oh man, yeah, I got to do in and out.
I lived in Texas for almost 2 years before I left to come here, and I think I had Whataburger maybe a total of 2 times.
Yeah,
in the whole 2 years.
Not me. So Sid, what is your favorite Indian restaurant so that we can all go?
Man, in Frisco, that's the thing. I don't have like a favorite one. There's no one that stands out. But in terms of dish, like chicken biryani is my favorite.
Well, give us 2 places that you eat. It's like, oh man, I could go there.
Oh, are you talking about Indian food or American?
No, let's go Indian food and then just Texas
flavor your mom and your grandma cooks. Which ones would you say are like more down to earth, like real good quality flavors?
Let's see. I do love Hutchins. Hutchins barbecue is awesome.
Oh man, you can't do Hutchins, man. That's just too popular.
It's too popular.
But I tell people that Hutchins is much better than, like, what is that, Terry Black and all, and whatever the other places are. But it's so crowded over there, man. You gotta go to McKinney.
I don't know nothing about barbecue, man. That's all Kansas City.
Man, you don't know nothing about Hutchins, man. That's the tenderism. That is tenderism.
Man, yeah, Hutchins is really good. Okay, other than Hutchins, let me think.
I never heard of Frisco, man. I thought y'all talking about San Francisco for short. At first, when I first hopped on.
I like Ricky's Hot Chicken. It's on the border of Plano and Frisco.
On Preston?
Yeah, on Preston.
I passed by it and not gone there. Is that where the Chick-fil-A over where the new Chick-fil-A is at?
Yeah.
All right.
Is Frisco big? How big is Frisco now?
Man.
200,000 people.
232,000 people.
33% Indian increase.
Asian, not Indian.
That's actually, I'm trying to see what the city looked like, how it was developed.
And I know we say Frisco, but the whole area,
McKinney,
Frisco, Plano, Prosper. They're like
more than one. There's townships around Frisco that make it Frisco.
HB, if you haven't got a chance, watch that Tyler Oliveri documentary.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Frisco like they developed the hell out that shit.
Look at the Frisco
I'm looking at these homes.
Man,
go to
when I got here, There was
Jeez.
nothing here. Nothing here. Like 20
Yeah, it
years.
was literally farmland.
What do you mean, man? You can
Well,
still
y'all got a
drive down-
Ford. What is this Ford football team?
No, that's
Ford
the
State.
Star. That's the Dallas Cowboys play or not play.
That's where their practice
field.
team is. Their practice.
Oh, okay.
Look, Sid, you can still drive down Main Street. You know, on one side you got the Indian restaurants, on the other side you got Longhorn. That whole big field of Longhorns.
It says it is the most affordable, fastest growing city in the U.S. It's an article 2025 May. Damn.
Yeah, I can't share any infographics because I'm on a hotspot. So my Filipino
we talked about it.
is
So
down
what you
again.
need to
Man.
look at is the medium home price here is about 700,000. The medium household income is 150,000. So,
Wow.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
That's expensive.
Oh yeah, and
Hey.
that's what we're saying, that the Indian population isn't living in the hood; they're actually in affluent neighborhoods. So it's behooved to us why people are upset.
Have you been to this place called the Fields and the Preserve in Frisco? What is that? It's like a with a PGA PGA.
Yeah, they got
golf course.
they got the PGA here.
You
We
been
get
there?
Universal Stadium or what is it? What is it?
Universal like Studios.
Universal Studios.
It's
Yeah.
a kids amusement park. Yeah, it's coming this summer.
But that's really coming up then, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
Texas period, but yeah,
that's too
that's why
expensive
I'm
for
going
me.
back. Nah, certain areas are not.
Yo, Fearless, are you following like the city council and mayoral elections are coming up in like a week or so?
Yeah,
Oh,
I didn't
y'all
do the
about
city
to go
council
straight
because
Indian.
those people started becoming irritants, you know. And the only time I go over there is when they have the Christmas lights over the council, and what is that? The soccer field. So that's the only time I make my way there because.
No, I'm talking about like the elections.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It gets convoluted. I
Is
know
there
there's
black
a.
people?
Is
Is
it
there black
Indian
people out
person
there?
running for governor, or what is he running for?
We have one black councilwoman.
Well, hey, Fearless, how you fit in out there? Is there black people out there? Or you by
Look how
yourself?
light he is. What do you mean how you fit in?
You by yourself?
Look how light he is.
Well, I'm by
Yeah,
myself. Ain't no
yeah.
black person on my street.
Yeah, there ain't no black people. No, there was that one sister, that loudmouth sister, but you said she moved out your neighborhood. Remember the one we brought on the show?
Oh, that's right, my neighbor.
Had all
She
the
gone.
kids? Yeah.
She gone.
Y'all brought her on the show?
Yeah, we brought
we
her
brought
on
her.
one of the
I
shows.
must
I
have
think
missed
we
that.
brought her on Thursday night therapy session one night.
And HB, I
I
believe
need to go
that
back
they
and find that
said
video.
this is the location, or I don't know. You guys said Frisco was the place where the boy stabbed the other kid.
Yep.
Yes, same place.
Oh, that's where that's at? I thought I was
Yeah.
like more close to Dallas somewhere.
So, that's why we say he's gonna be locked away for a long time because there's not really like crime and murder and stuff like
Man,
that.
yeah, the
But was he
judge.
convicted?
No,
The
they
trial
didn't have
is
the court
happening
case
soon.
yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't think so.
The more they keep it off the news, the better it is for him.
Yeah.
But they'll bring it back right before the trial.
I don't think they got nothing, bro. And then they got a couple of high profile cases coming up anyway, trials coming up anyway.
Hey, Ronan, I got a question for you before we before
up?
y'all shut it down.
What up?
Did you watch BMT's interview with that dude, the Filipino girl?
Yeah, weak ass man. And then he goes to wait. He has a problem here in the Philippines. He goes to Thailand.
What happened?
And he has a problem in Thailand too. It's the person. It ain't nothing to do with these two countries. It's him.
It was a guy that he went to the Philippines and he said he met a Filipina and he fell in love with her and
She was married
married her
already.
after 4 months, and then she
He
basically
proposed to
told
her
him
and
that
everything, and she was
she
married.
had a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And but the BMT's interview actually.
Listen, I'm gonna be as raw as possible. If your stroke game is on, I don't give a fuck what boyfriend she had here. She leaving him.
But BMT's interview actually sucked. Go listen to he came on TMI Santiago's channel last night, and it's about the 4 hour and 7 minute mark.
I'm gonna
And
look at it.
he actually made more sense on his interview because basically he was just saying like he tried to make her he was trying to, and we've heard this from other guys too, like, you know, these girls really, a lot of them, they're gonna date the broke Filipino before they'll date and like you in many cases.
That's not true.
Some of
I'm
them.
telling you, dude, it's him.
Some of them.
So,
It's
Sid, has
him.
your dating
No,
game
it
come
is
up
him.
since you was in the six figures?
Yeah, but this past year I've been helping my friend with a startup. I've been so fucking busy. But yeah, when I was fresh out of college, yeah, for sure.
You been to Colombia?
Colombia, nah, but a couple of my boys went.
Don't give that to him. Sid don't come back.
My friend went to like a cocaine bar. Like it was so funny. They have it's fucking hilarious.
You been
No,
to
you
DR?
need to show him. You need to send Sid that video of the Asian brothers that traveled to Colombia and how they conducted themselves.
Yeah,
that's how you do it. You go and do a little business, and then you do a little. What did they do? They talked about how they make business. Each one of them, they did their own little side thing, and then they went out and party.
Yeah. One of my boys here in Vegas, man, he's Indian, and he's a dentist, and he goes down to Colombia often. And he was like, man, you should come with me because there's this festival going on down there. And I was like, I don't know, man.
Antonio Alvarez Festival, is that the one he's talking about?
No. He's going to some EDC festival.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't do it, Sid. You still a good guy. We don't want to ruin it.
We'll go down there, man. Stay on the straight and narrow path, bro.
Yeah, you're
Man,
getting ruined.
I was in Vegas. I forgot to call you, Drew.
Peace.
All right, brother.
See you, man.
Well, Sid, we're gonna close up. Do you have any last words for the audience?
Nah, man. Yeah, I just appreciate y'all bringing me on, and it was nice talking to you guys as well. I always appreciate learning, more.
We appreciate honesty and your openness. That's definitely something we appreciate. And like you can see here, we're non-judgmental. We are open to take criticism, because iron sharpens iron. If you can't take it, then you already got problems already.
Yeah, for sure, man. And yeah, I'm just hoping that this criticism stuff will die down at some point. The Indian.
Welcome to the family, man. That's all.
Yeah, man.
You got your black card. You can't use the N word all the way, but maybe one day. But it was a pleasure, man. This was a nice, and like I said, join us sometime. I'm in Frisco, so maybe before you head back down, to the West Coast, you'll love it in San Francisco. It's beautiful.
Yeah, stay out of some of the clubs. You might not know what you're dealing with.
I'm always open for a dino rib at Hutchins, so ping me in.
For sure.
There.
Yeah, I'm going to subscribe to the channel, and yeah, if I'm ever free and there's something I can help discuss, I'm more than willing to come on again.
Especially when it comes to tech, I think the community needs to. I try to help them out with some tech, but I don't think
I've been in tech all my life. What you talking about?
No, not you. I'm saying I try to help the audience out, and it goes in one ear, not the other. So maybe if they hear it from another person who has.
Yeah, see, I'm ancient, Sid, and he's not too far behind me. So I'm not. I've been around computers since they were 8088s.
Oh wow!
Yeah, ones and zero programming is the first language I learned.
Man,
so I've been around a long time. Let's put it.
I'm not that old.
He ain't older than he ain't.
I mean,
he's close behind.
Newer in tech.
Yeah.
So I'm a solution architect and a cybersecurity engineer.
So you said you played football in college, right? So how good were you? Like what position did you play and everything?
Outside linebacker. I was pretty good till my ego got a hold of me. And trying to impress somebody. Somebody said I couldn't lift this 315 so many times, and I did it, messed my shoulder up before the combine, and it kind of threw me out.
Damn. Were you getting like real interest? Like
Yeah, there were some people and the good thing is I was with a good class, meaning when I say a good class, there were a lot of people from my class that went pro that weren't even that good. But I mean, that's neither here nor there. You know, that's
Hey,
why I
when
know.
when you have a championship team year after year, everybody on that team gets a consideration at least.
Yeah. So that was, it was a fun time. I enjoyed it. So yeah, I mean, I can't take anything back from it. There wasn't computer science. I don't even think, was there computer science? I don't know what it was back then, but
What do you mean?
Sports was it. But through my upbringing, I was at least able to go to a more prominent high school. So I think that is what changed me around, where I could see individuals who were not only intelligent, but because of the wealth of their parents, really got a great leap ahead and forward in life. Matter of fact, I tell you who I went to. Well, man, it's Mike Morosky. So, man, this kind of dates me. He helped. Man, what is my man's name? He's with the Epstein files now. He was he was the founder of Lex Wexner.
Oh, you met him?
Oh, I had met Lex Wexner, yeah. But a friend who helped start up what is it called? It wouldn't be Victoria's Secrets. It's a whole name for the whole conglomerate they got. But yeah, so it was kind of weird to go to school with guys who just rode up in like BMWs and Mercedes. But this is a time when that was not normal. Now it's kind of like, oh yeah, it can be normal. When I went, it was not a normal thing. But yeah, you started to see what wealth really could do. It was an entirely different thing. And so because of that, that changed my perspective on how you can succeed, what you could do. And I think a lot of people in our community just don't have those opportunities or don't see those opportunities. So I looked at it as an opportunity, and I hope that the next generation, I think we're behind, but hopefully we can affect the next generation. It is difficult. It is very difficult. I try to get people in. I even mentor the people who come to work at where I work at. I've tried to mentor them, and it's not all. I just say people of my color. Sometimes they don't understand, or they don't even use.
Let's go on and say it. They hard headed.
Yeah, they hard headed.
Yeah.
Because what we'll do is, for instance, if you came in and you were co-oping, I tell them, I say, look, we will pay for you to get your like AWS solution architect. You're here. You can request that. So when you're in school, you can go back with already having a certificate. Study while you're here. Let us pay for your cert. Learn it. You go back to school. You're graduating with a few certs.
Mm-hmm.
No, they don't take advantage of it. So I don't know. That's the difficult part.
The hell, Paul Miner. I'm just now reading the chat. What's going on when I got when my internet went down? Jesus.
He said it was deleting the comments. I don't even know how to delete the comment. I don't think I have that ability. Do I?
In your room, you do.
Oh,
but not in mine.
So
I think he's in my room. I'm not sure. I haven't gone. I can't open up all my windows because I'm on that hotspot. So I conserve my data.
But I'm hoping that we can just make a change. Well, I love mentoring the people who are there anyway, just to tell them, how they can become better at their job, things like that. If you need a job, come on through.
For sure, man. Yeah, that's awesome, the efforts you're doing. I mean, as you said, like the Black culture is like, if you're smart, you're considered a nerd. I think there just kind of needs to be like a cultural reset a little bit, at least at the ground level. And yeah, I know you guys are doing some good change, or at least want change to happen, which is just good.
It's just, one at a time. So hopefully we can get it in. I can appreciate your community and how things are going. So
yeah.
Hey. I love it.
Yep.
Well, Sid, please hook us up, man.
With the Indian card, man.
No, he's talking about Native Americans, man.
Yes, I know, but I mean, I have Native American heritage in my family too. We have cards. What's that got to do with anything?
He's talking about the comments. Sid, there's somebody saying crazy stuff. Said I hold my fearless holds an Indian card. Sure.
You do realize black folks were here before the white people got here, right?
I got my ghetto pass revoked.
Yeah. They are called Black Indians.
Do y'all have it like? Do y'all have like any other like listening, like other people to listen to other than like Claude Anderson? I know one of the guys suggested him.
Yeah. See, Claude would be more of a historian.
Yeah.
So he's going to tell some good historian things. When Dr. Umar Johnson is not talking crazy stuff, some of the things he says are intelligent, but
he is a historical revisionist and panderer to women. That's all I don't want the man at all.
Man. Yeah, no, I mean
he does know some historical stories and keeps them accurate, but he revises.
It used to make a lot of sense when he was talking about education.
Yeah.
When he stayed in the lane that he was very good at that. Other than that, he's
out there.
Yeah.
He just says shit for views. I mean,
pretty much.
Yeah.
We still waiting on the school, man.
Yeah.
We're waiting on the school. We still ain't got
12 years later. I don't know what kind of company you ever worked for that would tolerate that kind of performance.
I'm trying to think of some other people that we listen to, a whole variety. So we don't have, that's in blacks, but we open it up to anyone that can give us any type of knowledge. I mean, we can go from Tucker Carlson to when you don't like him. What's his name? Charleston White.
Charleston White's an ignorant.
Yeah, you don't like Charleston White.
I mean, he's just a comedian.
No, he's from
Fort Worth. He's Fort Worth, man.
He thinks he's a community leader in some way.
Well, you know what? Look, see y'all. Let me tell you something. Y'all see the crazy Charles.
Yes, I know. He said when I wore a suit, nobody wanted to pay attention to me. So I went ahead and have to talk crazy in order to get my message. I get all that, but no.
And he had like a whole thing where he actually put bills in front of Congress. He had a whole little charity.
There was one bill for barbers or some stupid shit like that. It wasn't nothing major.
But you can't say that wasn't nothing major, because before that, what was happening is if you went to prison on a felony and you came out and wanted to get a license, like a barber license, you couldn't get it. They were like, no, you can't get it. So how can you tell a person who really can't get a job
contributed to society because of your past? I get that.
Yeah. So and he did something where you couldn't be tried as an adult at a certain age. So he's done some things. He's crazy, and that's the sad part.
He's done some things for the criminal minded, not somebody for like society, like type of thing.
But the sad part is, he had hype. It was helping young people excel. That was his outreach. But the sad part is what we're saying is we only listen to Charleston White when he's crazy. And when he was trying to speak intelligently, we find that message is stupid. That's something with our community.
Mm-hmm. Just like you can see the viewers in our room when we have intelligent conversations about facts, we don't put no mustard on it or try to lie about it. Sometimes the room will fill up, and sometimes you see the attendance.
Yeah, so you somehow have to be entertaining instead of educational. So what we try to say is we have to give them the medicine with the Kool-Aid.
Mm.
So maybe they don't know that they're learning or know that they're getting something, but out of it, they start to say, oh, well, why is that? Or why is that? So maybe if we can, feed it to them without them knowing.
What was the phrase back in the thing? The thing that makes you say, get you to thinking. Just like our live the last week was in the name of God. the things we do in the name of our God, whichever God you profess to be a part of. So,
and it was people saying, "Oh, you know," I'm like, how many wars have we fought over religion? How many people have died just because of religion? All of those things, and people swear that my religion is best, and I tell them that your religion, you believe what you believe because of who your parents were or where you were born.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing other. You're Hindu because of where you were born and where your parents believe.
Yep.
It wasn't like, oh, Jesus Christ this, or I'm Jewish this. This is what makes us who we are. And I even went to tell them that if you look back at the oldest religion, you know what it is?
From India.
It's Hinduism.
Exactly. So how can you tell me that something else came after that and that's first, or, you know, but when you talk like that, people get upset because it becomes sacred.
Oh my God, you're challenging God. You're a Satanist.
Yeah.
No,
it becomes sacred
God,
and they can't look outside.
Do your own research. Stop listening to the man behind the pulpit.
And just like with Hinduism, I said, oh man, you know, if I said to someone who was not a Hindu, man, cows are sacred and there's reincarnation and there's the monkey god, people are like, man, that's stupid. I don't believe in that. But if I tell you, hey man, this dude died and he just came back and he was walking on water, you're like, huh? That sounds stupid. But we can't do it. We take it personal because of where we were born, and it makes sense to us. If you're a Christian, that makes sense to you. That's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You're Hindu, and what you say makes sense to you. And that's what I try to tell people when we were having the conversation.
On where, it's all perception on what part of the world you were born in. You didn't ask to be born that way. You were born into that culture, and that's what your culture believes.
And you got to think outside the box. We had some people in there who was like, yeah, man, you know, I had sleep apnea and I prayed and it went away. And that's why I believe in God. And I was like, yeah, but I mean, what if, you know, you took a sugar pill? Do you believe in sugar? So we try to have, you know, our thing was, we just want you to think whatever conclusion you come up with, at least if you've checked it out factually and you've done some research and you come up to that same conclusion, that's fine. But a lot of times we get to the result without having doing no research, and we just say it. And like, that's where the issue comes in.
Yeah.
So that's our show. That's what we kind of discuss.
Yeah, but and just to add to that, you know, how many wars were fought, and I know India had its own wars within its own people, but
Pakistan.
Yeah, but India doesn't go around and try to beat everybody about their head and body to believe their way.
Yeah, Hinduism is not involved in proselytization. Like I said, like even Jesus, we see Jesus as a path to God. Like we see Jesus as a God almost. I mean, he is God to us. Yeah.
I mean, walking the path of righteousness, no matter which way you believe, should get you there anyway.
Exactly.
Regardless of who you think is which God is God, you know.
Yeah, man. I think some of this like Christian nationalism stuff is really bad. I don't know. I'm not a fan of it at all. I think I mean, I love Christianity. I think it's great, but I think this Christian
any religion, when you start getting into extremism, becomes an issue.
And that's why I said, Vivek Ramaswamy, when he said he's Hindu, they're like, how can you live in a Christian nation and be Hindu? Even though it says that we are a secular nation.
Exactly.
But you can't explain that to people. And they will have their own scene and they will see it their way. And it gets so deep. And I don't think they understand that their religion becomes racism also.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. I don't know if you guys know, but Thomas Jefferson he wasn't a Christian. Well, the majority of the founding fathers were, but he wasn't. He was actually a deist. And yeah, he looked into Hinduism. I think he had a copy of the Bhagavad Gita. I think that's rumored.
Oh, man. You're on weird form tonight, Paul.
Yeah.
This last he's looking at the comments here. Don't let it go. But yeah, I think you are right.
Yeah.
But the history has been changed to fit the narrative. That's what we do. Before that, we were talking about like the Iran wars, and I've always said that. Let's see, I can tell you, I kind of work. I work at Toyota, so one of our things is the 5 whys. Like, why did this happen? Why did this happen? And you do 5 whys to find out the root cause. And in America, we say, oh, somebody attacked us or somebody did something to us. And we never ask why. And when you start to ask why, you realize, well, maybe we weren't really the best.
We weren't on the right side of that whole situation.
Correct.
And we're not. We're supporting somebody else that's in the wrong just because of who they are, not because they're right.
Mm-hmm. Sid, how do you feel about prostate massages?
Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's go. I'm about to push the button. We out of here.
It's a comment, Sid. Don't take it personal.
You can hang around. We'll talk in the background. Sid, you don't have to leave. Just hold on for a second.
Yeah. We don't do rumors. We run facts. No smoke without structure. No noise without receipts. This is Hit and Run.
Chopper 1, visual contact, vehicle heading northbound.
I walk through deserts with boots full of sand. Carry more weight than most men understand. Steel in my spine, cold in my chest. You test what we built, you better come correct. This ain't no gossip, this ain't no show. We don't chase clout, we chase what you owe. Stand on the line, never cross it for fame. We say what we mean and we mean what we claim. See men fold when the lights got bright. See true drown in the headline fight. We pull it back, break it down slow. Facts hit harder when the ego go. I've seen too many lies dressed up like kings. Too many weekends pulling fake strings. So we step in the ring, no mask, no bluff. If it's truth you want, we call it rough. This is hit and run. Stand your ground till the job is done. No retreat, no second guess. We break it down, expose the mess. Hit and run. Hard truth overloaded guns. Say it straight, we don't sugarcoat none. We hit the facts, then we run. Fearless from the field, learn how to bleed. Fourth quarter pressure is the air we breathe. Helmet crack, ribs taped tight. Still showed up, ready for the fight. Boxing gloves, knuckle scarred. Discipline built in the backyard. Martial code, no cheap shots thrown. We don't bark loud, we hold our own. Marcus listening, I know your grind. Carrying weight on your back and mind. Bills on the table, world on fire. Trying to keep your name clean in the wire. We ain't here to preach or beg. Just sharpen the blade and protect your head. Truth ain't loud. It's cold and clear. That's why you tune in when we appear. I've seen men lose what they work to build. Over pride, over ego, over quick, cheap thrills. So we told that line, never settle our name. Legacy heavy, we guard that flame. This is hit and run. Truth weighs heavy, but we still stand strong. No mask on, no filter tone. If it's wrong, we call it wrong. Hit and run. Built from discipline, sweat and blood. Facts hit harder than a loaded gun. We hit the truth, then we run.
Unit 1 airborne, scanning downtown grid.
No emotion, just evidence.